If there is an afterlife, I shall become my own boss and never toil ceaselessly as a mere employee again. If there's a next life, I wish to outlive all others and no longer suffer from short lifespan. Ding. Successfully bound to the host. Ding. Wish application received. Ding. Wish application successful. Ding. Gained permanent attribute. Immortality. Ding. Obtained a self-service restaurant. This was the last sound that Yumi heard. The commercial hub of S-City is nestled in the heart of the metropolis, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, serving as a vital nexus for commerce and office spaces. Yet now, this area reveals signs of decay and desolation. Once adorned with a myriad of glass facades, the buildings are now marred by cracks and wear. Cold winds whip through the streets, rustling faded luxury advertisements that cling to the exterior of an abandoned shopping center. While numerous dilapidated structures stand silently, their exteriors bleached and peeling, exuding the scent of time. Some windows lie shattered, glass fragments strewn across the ground, reflecting the harshness of sunlight. This locale, once vibrant with life, has now succumbed to a haunting silence, devoid of pedestrians and the cacophony of vehicles, as if it has been forgotten. Streets are carpeted with fallen leaves and dust, while wild grasses sprout through the cracks, imparting a sense of desolation. However, amidst this barren concrete jungle, one edifice shines with an incongruous neon glow. Its exterior, meticulously maintained, shows no signs of fading, standing out as a solitary beacon. The neon lights flicker with a spectrum of colors, dancing within the tubes, while the sign blinks in the twilight, illuminating the entire block and creating a striking visual spectacle. The sign assembles into bold characters Black Cat Buffet. In stark contrast to the gaudy neon lights is the modest eatery nestled beneath them. A kaleidoscope of colors envelopes the cramped establishment. Through the grease-stained glass door, 3 time-worn wooden tables silently support stainless steel trays. These furnishings appear to have been polished by the passage of time, emanating a scent of cooking oil. The narrow aisle accommodates only 3 tables, imparting a sense of confinement. At the far table sit 3 large stainless steel platters filled with pickled vegetables, evoking a homely simplicity. Beside them, a barrel brims with thick, white porridge steaming with warmth. Behind the tables lies a kitchen, shrouded in darkness from the smoke, with a slowly rotating exhaust fan barely visible through the doorway, allowing a hint of light to seep in. Though the eatery is humble, it radiates a comforting warmth. 5 days have passed, without a single customer. Yumi rests her head on the innermost table, her fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the porridge barrel. A thin film has formed on the surface of the thick porridge, reflecting the slowly rotating blades of the exhaust fan above. Suddenly, the black cat Cheshire leaps onto the counter, its glossy fur brushing against her hand. Yumi gazes at the overflowing pickled vegetables on the table, feeling a tinge of restlessness while she yearns for a leisurely life. This is verging on excessive idleness. She hasn't bathed in 5 days and has been sleeping on the floor at night. With the porridge and pickles being impervious to spoilage, her meals have been monotonous, drastically diverging from her ideal lifestyle. Here she is, Yumi, merely 26 years old, having succumbed to overwork. Recalling her employer's relentless demands and the endless overtime, she finally collapsed before the midnight glow of her computer screen. In that fleeting moment of demise, Yumi fervently prayed, "If there's an afterlife, I shall become my own boss and never toil ceaselessly as a mere employee again. If there's a next life, I wish to outlive all others and no longer suffer from short lifespan." Alas, Yumi cannot suppress a sigh, recalling the alert she heard at the moment of her death and the subsequent explanations from the system upon her revival. She realizes she has been reborn and transported to a world beset by an apocalypse teeming with zombies and otherworldly beasts, with her mission being to operate a buffet restaurant. Being reborn is already a significant stroke of fortune, and now she has the opportunity to run her own establishment. How could she not be elated? The apocalypse, while daunting, does not deter her. She hurriedly completes the novice tasks set forth by the system for her buffet restaurant, earning the dazzling neon sign as a reward, along with the store mascot, the black cat now nudging her hand. Yumi scoops up the cat and holds it before her. "Cheshire, when do you think we'll have our first customer? If I don't upgrade the shop soon, I might stink up the place." You'd like to have some dried fish instead of just porridge, wouldn't you? Meow, as if understanding her words. The cat, named Cheshire, lets out a sigh-like meow, its emerald eyes blinking at her. Tang Sahan feels his life slipping away. He senses he can barely hold on. No, he cannot falter. Wanwan is waiting for him to return. If he dies, how will an ordinary woman like her survive in this despairing world? 10 days prior, resources at home had nearly run dry, and the supplies allocated to novice abilities by the base were insufficient for the two of them. Having just awakened his powers a few days earlier, Tang Sahan resolutely decided to join a temporary team from the base in search of supplies. 3 years into the apocalypse, the outside world has been thoroughly scoured for resources, making it exceedingly difficult to find anything in surplus. Following the team, Tang Sahan found little of value after several days. They managed to scavenge a pack of expired biscuits from a residential building. With their own rations depleted, they divided the biscuits among themselves. However, thinking of his wife at home, Tang Sahan resisted the pangs of hunger, carefully wrapping the few remaining biscuits in a handkerchief and placing them in his pocket. Just then, disaster struck. A second-tier zombie lunged at the team. Nearly all members perished, and as one of the two ability users, Tang Sahan barely escaped while his comrades fell. He resolved to return to the base. The vehicle they had arrived in was destroyed during the skirmish, leaving him to make the journey back on foot. Although many abandoned cars lined the roadside, without fuel, they were of no use in this era of scarcity. Tang Sahan is unsure how long he has been walking. His legs feel almost numb. He suspects he may have sustained a bone injury during the fight, causing excruciating pain with every movement, compounded by 3 days without food or water. Finally, overwhelmed, he collapses to the ground, feeling life ebb away. His cheek pressed against the earth, he is nearly prostrate as the scorching sun of the apocalypse beats down on him in the late afternoon. Thinking of his wife awaiting his return, he struggles to rally himself, slowly opening his eyes once more. Is it an illusion? After 3 years of apocalypse, aside from the base's special generator, all other districts have long been without power. Why does he see neon lights flickering in the distance? This unexpected sight jolts Tang Sahan from his stupor. It is not a mirage. The neon lights are indeed shining. Uncertain of what lies beyond, an instinct compels him to investigate. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Tang Sahan trudges toward the neon glow. As he draws closer, the letters on the sign become clearer. Black Cat Buffet. Black Cat Buffet could mean what he thinks it does. Tang Sahan muses. Yet, the nearer he approaches, the more he is enveloped by a tantalizing aroma, the fragrance of rice. His steps quicken involuntarily. Meow. The Cheshire Cat gently tapped the languid Yumi, who was sprawled over the table. What's the matter, Cheshire? Meow, meow, meow. The black cat raised its fluffy head with a knowing look, its emerald eyes gazing out towards the street. Following its gaze, Yumi lifted her head to look outside. Who is it? A guest has arrived? Finally, Yumi, feeling a surge of joy, immediately stood up and stepped outside to greet. Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. May I inquire if you wish to dine with us? Chapter 2. Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. Yumi squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the man standing outside. He appeared to be around 27 or 28. His tattered tank top exposing well-defined deltoids and dark brown scabs marred his chin, remnants of a recent injury. If only he could wash the dust from his face. One might discern the depth of his features, shadowed brow bones framing bloodshot eyes, a fresh bruise gracing his nose, and cracked lips trembling involuntarily. May I dine here? Is there food available? The man's voice, rough and gravelly, was accompanied by the audible movement of his Adam's apple. His calloused fingers gripped the doorframe tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, with suspicious dark matter lodged beneath his fingernails. Indeed, dear guest, our establishment is a buffet. We are currently celebrating our grand opening with a promotional offer. For just 2 points, you can indulge for 3 hours. With that, Yumi pulled the man inside the restaurant. After all, it was not every day that a prize customer walked through the door. How could she let him slip away? Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of savory scents mingled with the aroma of rice. The shards of glass stuck to his shoe scraped against the tiled floor, drawing his gaze to the distant dining tables. Glistening, amber-hued pickles emerald green shreds of snow cabbage scattered across fine porcelain, and the vibrant red and white streaks of pickled mustard greens gleaming like precious jade. The draft from the exhaust fan tousled his hair, revealing an unhealed wound on his brow. "Can I eat all of this?" he asked, his voice trembling as he looked at the enchanting girl before him. She appeared to be in her 20s, with long, glossy black hair tied into a high ponytail that cascaded down her back. Her large, almond-shaped eyes squinted into a smile. "Yes, dear guest. After paying the points, you may feast for 3 hours. You can exchange crystals or jewelry at the vending machine to obtain points." As she spoke, the girl gestured towards a peculiar device resting on a small stool by the door. It resembled a water dispenser, complete with a large opening at the bottom, a glass scanning slot above, and a display screen. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he realized he had nothing of value on him. Sensing his discomfort, the girl's smile widened. "Sir, the ring on your finger should suffice for the exchange." He raised his hand, glancing at the wedding ring adorning his fourth finger. Indeed, this was likely the only valuable item he possessed. In this apocalyptic world, gold and jewels had become worthless, and few would cling to such meaningless trinkets. But this ring symbolized his love for Wan Wan. It was a testament to their union, and he hesitated to part with it. Yet, if he did not eat soon, he would be separated from her forever. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shut his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Please help me exchange for points." With that, he resolutely handed over his wedding ring. The girl, still smiling, guided him to stand in front of the small display screen. She took the ring and dropped it into the device's opening, which emitted a brief flash of white light. The screen lit up, displaying his profile along with a message. Points added: 8 ID, Tang Shirhan membership code, 00000000001 8 points. 8. Tang Shirhan stared in astonishment as the cheerful girl instructed. "Please place the barcode on your right arm against the glass slot to scan and pay for the points." Following her instructions, he rolled up his sleeve, only to gasp in surprise. A barcode had appeared on his arm. "How could this be possible?" "Rest assured, sir, this barcode is solely for scanning and does not pose any harm." Despite her reassurance, Tang Shirhan felt a lingering unease. Everything was far too surreal. Nevertheless, he complied and scanned the barcode on the strange device. A red light swept across the transparent scanning slot, and with a beep, the display changed. Points -2. ID. Tang Shirhan membership code. 00000000001 8 points. 6. Your meal has been successfully paid for, and you may begin dining. The dining time and your stay in the establishment total 3 hours, so please be mindful of the countdown on your arm. The girl gestured invitingly. Her eyes still crinkled in a smile. He glanced at his watch, noting the newly appeared countdown beneath the barcode. Ravaged by hunger, Tang Shirhan's mind momentarily faltered, and he lunged towards the porridge container like a starved beast. The porcelain spoon clinked against the container, and the thick rice porridge cascaded down the sides of his bowl. As he tilted his head back to swallow, he felt the intense motion of his Adam's apple, the creamy rice flowing down his throat, staining his tank top with dark droplets. The temperature of the porridge was just right, not too hot, and its thick, rich texture, combined with the robust aroma of rice, was utterly delightful. Perhaps it was his hunger, but he felt he had never tasted rice so exquisite in his life, not even before the world had changed. This flavor, this fragrance. After consuming 2 bowls, he felt slightly revived. He filled another bowl with porridge and grabbed a new small bowl to heap with pickled vegetables, then settled into a seat at the back, enjoying the simple yet delectable combination of porridge and sides. Watching the man devour his meal, Yumi's eyes sparkled with delight once more. She had tasted the dishes served in the buffet herself, and if the ordinary pickled vegetables were placed in her previous life, they might have been deemed worthy of a Michelin star. Chapter 3. At last, a small bedroom, one bowl after another. Tang Sahan finally set down his chopsticks after finishing his 21st bowl, accompanied by an array of side dishes, releasing a satisfied sigh. As his rationality gradually returned following the feast, he glanced at the time on his arm. There was still just under an hour remaining. He began to leisurely survey his surroundings. The girl from earlier sat comfortably at a table closest to the entrance, with a beautiful black cat perched on the table. Her hand gently stroked the cat's fur, while the feline blissfully squinted its eyes in response. Shifting his gaze to a peculiar points system device nearby, Tang Sahan noticed a large sign hanging on the wall behind it. The sign boldly declared, "Rules of the Black Cat Buffet. 1. This restaurant only accepts personal point payments. 2. Customers may dine only once per day. 3. Dining time must not exceed 3 hours. Note: lingering without dining is strictly prohibited. 4. Violence is strictly forbidden within a restaurant. 5. Food wastage is unacceptable. Takeout is not permitted. 6. Violation of any of the above rules will result in being blacklisted from the restaurant." So many stipulations? Tang Sahan felt incredulous once more. It was astonishing that someone had established a buffet in such a place, and it was evident that the restaurant had a steady power supply. Despite the simplicity of the food, it was a feast in itself, a precious resource in the third year of a world ravaged by scarcity. His gaze wandered outside the restaurant, recalling a zombie that had wandered by while he was eating. He had been startled at first, but the creature seemed oblivious to the diners within and ambled away. Why dwell on such thoughts? After all, merely surviving without starving was already a stroke of incredible luck for Tang Sahan, who sighed deeply. Boss, Tang Sahan initiated a conversation with Yumi. Yumi immediately rose with a beaming smile and approached him. "Dear guest, were you satisfied with your meal?" "Very much so. It was truly a lifesaver. May I ask if this establishment will remain open? I would like to bring my wife here as well," Tang Sahan said, his stubbled face reflecting cautious hope. "The Black Cat Buffet will continue to operate, so you may confidently bring your wife along. However, she must also register as a member," Yumi replied with a smile. "If both of you enjoy our food, we would greatly appreciate your help in spreading the word about our establishment." "Absolutely. I will bring my wife here as soon as I return." Tang Sahan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Noticing the time slipping away, with less than half an hour remaining, Tang Sahan chose to take his leave early, as he was concerned about his wife, Wan Wan, who would surely be anxious. As he departed, Yumi's mind was filled with a series of notification chimes. Ding, first customer served, reward. Unlocking employee dormitory function. Ding, first membership registration completed. Reward. Daily complimentary employee meal. Listening to the system notifications, Yumi entered a virtual interface to review her rewards. Oh, employee meals. How wonderful. No more daily porridge with pickles. She examined the employee meal details, noting that the menu varied throughout the week, consisting of 3 meals a day akin to school lunch trays, featuring 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Of course, it was stipulated that employee meals were exclusively for staff use and could not be served to guests. Considering that Cheshire was also an employee of the Black Cat Buffet, the system had prepared a daily employee meal plan for him, primarily featuring various types of fish. In response, Cheshire let out a satisfied meow. Moreover, an additional door had appeared beside the kitchen, revealing a small bedroom once opened. The cozy room contained a single bed, a desk equipped with writing materials and books, and a wardrobe that housed several sets of clean clothes and undergarments. The bedroom also included a simple bathroom, with supplies of toilet paper and toiletries automatically replenished. The thought of no longer having to use the dilapidated public restrooms nearby nearly brought tears of joy to Yumi and Damp. Appos, his eyes. As darkness fell, contemplating that there likely would be no more guests for the day, Yumi decided to close the restaurant early, looking forward to a comforting shower and a restful night and Amp, Appos, as sleep. Chapter 4. Securing a repeat customer awakening leisurely around 9 a.m. Yomi commenced her ablutions. Alas, such are the privileges of proprietorship. Rising at one's own discretion is a joy unattainable to the employed. Having completed her toilette and donned her attire, Yomi settled at her desk to partake in the delectable staff meal, thoroughly content. The day's repast comprised 2 steamed buns filled with savory vegetables, a tea-infused egg, a fried dough stick, and a bowl of sweetened soybean milk. The flavors, needless to say, were exceptional. The provisions and ingredients at the Black Cat Buffet seemed imbued with an enchantment that heightened their palatability. Beneath the desk, Cheshire was engrossed in a dish of minced broccoli and salmon, relishing every morsel. Finishing the last of her soybean milk, Yomi placed the tray in its designated spot. where the system would automatically retrieve it, obviating the need for manual cleaning. Approaching 10 a.m., Yomi ventured out to open the establishment. Upon reaching the entrance, she observed two individuals, a man and a woman, awaiting her. The man was a familiar face, Mr. Downs, the restaurant and Oppo's inaugural patron. Yomi inverted the closed sign to display open, instantly illuminating the gaudy, kaleidoscopic neon lights above the storefront. Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. Yomi greeted the patrons with her customary amiable smile. Overjoyed at Yomi's arrival, Mr. Downs, accompanied by his wife, had arrived as early as 8 a.m., their hearts filled with trepidation upon finding the doors still shut. Madam, allow me to introduce my wife, Mrs. Lin, Mr. Downs promptly announced. Yomi's gaze shifted to the woman beside Mr. Downs, whose countenance was delicate yet bore the pallor of malnourishment, her frame seemingly frail enough to be swept away by a gust of wind. Greetings, the woman uttered softly. Welcome, welcome. Allow me to register you as a member, Yomi responded, ushering the couple into the restaurant and guiding Mrs. Lin to the device, where she elucidated its operation and regulations. Mrs. Lin hesitantly removed a diamond ring from her finger. The diamond, though modest in size, was uniquely heart-shaped. As she deposited the ring into the slot, Yomi noticed a fleeting hint of reluctance in Mrs. Lin and Oppo's eyes. Sensing his wife and Oppo's hesitation, Mr. Downs embraced her shoulders, offering silent reassurance. The device and Oppo's display altered. Credits added. 11 ID Lin 1. Member code 000000000002A. Credits 11 Yomi and Oppo's eyebrows arched slightly, noting that diamond-adorned rings indeed commanded a higher value. Having completed Mrs. Lin's registration, the couple scanned the barcodes on their arms and proceeded to dine. Mrs. Lin lifted a bowl of plain rice porridge and took a sip, her eyes widening with delight. She then sampled a morsel of pickled vegetables, her eyes once again sparkling with surprise. This is simply exquisite. Mrs. Lin was incredulous. Though merely ordinary rice porridge and pickled vegetables, the flavors were somehow amplified to their utmost potential, offering an unparalleled sensory experience. The previous day, her husband had recounted his near starvation on the road, followed by his encounter with a mysterious buffet. The proprietor, he described, was a young woman, and the food was available in unlimited quantities, its taste beyond compare. Despite her husband's enthusiastic description, she harbored a degree of skepticism. The restaurant, though not far from the base, required a considerable trek on foot. Thus, she and her husband had set out early that morning. Only now, as she savored the fragrant rice porridge, did she fully believe her husband's account. Mrs. Lin gratefully consumed several more mouthfuls of porridge. It had been an age since she and her husband had eaten their fill. Their food supply at home was dwindling, and in recent days, they had been reduced to a single biscuit per meal. Her health had deteriorated, causing her husband great concern. Consequently, he had made the fateful decision to join a foraging expedition, a decision that nearly cost them their lives. The memory sent a shiver down Mrs. Lin's spine. In the 3 years since the apocalypse, the outside world had been largely depleted of resources. While the major bases had established agricultural organizations, the soil was extensively contaminated, necessitating the continuous purification efforts of earth, wood, and water-based ability users. Even with these efforts, crop yields were less than 30% of pre-apocalyptic levels. Food prices at the base were exorbitant. A bowl of watery porridge cost 5 white-grade crystals, and a loaf of bread fetched 15. Mrs. Lin silently mused that if the buffet could remain in operation, their food concerns would be alleviated. Though limited to 3 hours of dining per day, consuming ample portions would sustain them for a full day. After consuming approximately 10 bowls of porridge, Mrs. Lin gently patted her distended stomach, marveling at the sensation of satiety she had not experienced in so long. "Shall I fetch you some more pickled mustard tuber?" Mr. Downs tenderly inquired. Mrs. Lin nodded in assent. 3 hours later, Yomi bade farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Downs. Their faces radiated contentment as they expressed their intention to return on the morrow. The remainder of the afternoon passed without new patrons. Yomi idly amused herself by teasing Cheshire with a long, thin strip of paper. The feline playfully batted at the white ribbon, their shared amusement filling the time. As dusk descended, Yomi retrieved her and Cheshire and Appo's staff meals from the kitchen and settled at the table facing the entrance. The evening's fare was particularly enticing. Sweet and sour pork, a sizable meatloaf with stewed egg, stir-fried yam with ear mushrooms, and a bowl of borscht. The flavors were so exquisite that Yomi nearly bit her tongue in delight. As she savored her meal, the bell above the door chimed, signaling the arrival of a new patron. Chapter 5. A greasy man attempting to seduce me for a free meal? Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. Although she was in the midst of dining, Yumi instinctively uttered her opening line. As the sound of the doorbell faded, a new figure appeared within the restaurant. Yumi's gaze naturally drifted towards the entrance. There stood a tall man clad in a black trench coat, his demeanor somewhat disheveled as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His coat bore numerous marks resembling claw scratches. Yet, despite his ragged appearance, the man's charm remained undeniable. His face seemed to be a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of the divine, with a prominent nose and eyes akin to deep, lustrous obsidian, the corners of which held a hint of cold allure. With broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, he was the very embodiment of raw magnetism. Upon hearing Yumi's voice, the man gradually lifted his exquisitely pale face to look at her. His eyes fell upon her plate. He paused momentarily before striding over with long strides, reaching for her employee meal. "Sir, what are you doing?" Yumi narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice laced with a chilling edge. The man seemed to dismiss the delicate girl before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he picked up the plate and scooped a piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. However, in the next moment, he froze, a flicker of confusion passing through his almond-shaped eyes. He was unable to move. No, it was not that he couldn't oppose to move. Rather, he found himself incapable of bringing the food to his lips, remaining in a state of paralysis. Yumi chuckled softly, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing playfully as she propped her cheek on one hand, her elbow resting on the table, tilting her head to watch the man who dared to snatch her meal. "Sir, stealing is a criminal offense," she remarked, her tone dripping with danger. If the man dared to make any further strange moves, Yumi vowed to throw him out in an instant. At last, the man deigned to spare a glance at the girl before him, noticing her playful smile, which held a frosty mockery. "I apologize for my rudeness," he replied, his previous arrogance dissipating as he chuckled lightly, his enchanting eyes sparkling like stars. "My name is Fu Yishuan. A few days ago, I became separated from my team and encountered several zombies and mutated beasts along the way, sustaining injuries. I haven't eaten in days, so I must admit I was a bit rude upon seeing food." With that, Yumi observed as the man, Fu Yishuan, took a seat across from her, leaning forward with an expression that resembled a lover gazing sweetly at his beloved. Yumi felt a shiver run down her spine, silently mocking. Where did this pompous person come from? Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a charming smile as she addressed Fu Yishuan. "Sir, if you wish to dine, you may register for a membership at the machine by the entrance. After registration, you can accumulate points. This establishment operates as a buffet, and currently, during our grand opening, you can enjoy 3 hours of dining for only 2 points. A buffet? The man appeared momentarily astonished, surveying the mountains of pickled vegetables and sauces piled high on the tables behind him before inquiring, "How does one register?" Though the audacity of this man who attempted to take her food irked Yumi, she swallowed her displeasure for the sake of business and diligently guided him to the machine, explaining the process. "Jewels or crystal cores can be exchanged for points," she clarified. Fu Yishuan looked at the girl before him, an imperceptible glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Then, feigning a sense of helplessness, he said, "I'm afraid I have no jewels on me. I only possess a 4th-tier crystal core obtained from slaying a level 4 mutated beast. However, I am badly injured and need this core to recover." "You see," as he spoke, the man leaned closer to Yumi, his hand resting against the glass beside her head, his perfectly sculpted features drawing near until he whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath sending a tingling sensation through her. "Could you perhaps allow me to redeem it next time?" He murmured, his voice resonating like a deep cello. Miss? What do you mean by miss? Yumi's inner critic scoffed. Am I in a period drama? If only you had prefixed it with little. Furthermore, what was this? A ploy of seduction? A trade-off of food for favors? Although her mind was reeling, her expression remained composed. Yumi gently pushed the man away, smiling like a fortunate cat. I'm sorry, sir, but this establishment does not offer credit. Please refer to our store policies. She gestured towards a sign on the wall behind the machine that detailed the rules of the Black Cat Buffet. Fu Yishuan glanced at the sign, a sense of surprise washing over him at the bizarre stipulations. Moreover, he was astonished that this woman had actually rejected his proposition. It was a rarity for him to encounter a woman who would turn him down. How intriguing she was. Fu Yishuan couldn't help but smile, his eyes glinting with the thrill of discovering a captivating prey as he remarked, "You have successfully caught my attention." Yumi? Her inner critic was in a frenzy. Where on earth did this oil field come from? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, how can I still hear lines straight out of an ancient Mary Sue romance? Chapter 6. The deliciousness that shocked Fu Yishuan. Fu Yishuan possessed great confidence in his natural appearance. However, when he caught sight of the girl before him, regarding him with an expression akin to pity for the feeble-minded, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him. The blatant disdain reflected in her gaze was as if she were scrutinizing some wretched creature from a gutter, making him acutely aware of her contempt. How intriguing! Fu Yishuan mused inwardly, pondering when his once invincible visage had ceased to charm. Regaining his composure, Fu Yishuan seemingly dismissed the earlier awkwardness and unveiled a captivating smile once more. That troublesome young lady assisted me with the exchange, he remarked, producing a level 4 crystal core and extending it towards Yumi. Upon hearing the term young lady, Yumi's eyelids involuntarily twitched, prompting her to respond, "My surname is Yu. You may address me as Boss Yu." After accepting the crystal core, Yumi promptly inserted it into the exchange machine. Watching the crystal core vanish, Fu Yishuan felt a pang of regret. Although a level 4 crystal core was not the most precious of items, it was still rare, and he had initially intended to absorb it to enhance his abilities. With a sigh, he furtively scrutinized the seemingly impenetrable girl beside him, his curiosity deepening. In this apocalyptic world, how could a girl dare to open a shop here? Perhaps her extraordinary powers afforded her such audacity? Recalling the earlier scene where he struggled to bring food to his mouth, and reflecting on the restaurant's peculiar regulations, he sensed that this establishment was indeed unusual. It was simply too suspicious. As if sensing the shift on the display screen, Fu Yishuan and Appo's gaze turned towards it. Points recharged, 15,000. ID. Fu Yishuan membership code, 00000000003. 8 points. 15,000. Upon seeing the figure of 15,000, Yumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A windfall. Truly, the level 4 crystal core was immensely valuable. Observing the substantial points credited to the restaurant, Yumi found herself regarding the man before her with less aversion. "Dear customer, please scan the barcode on your right forearm at the glass slot to deduct your points," Yumi instructed. In response, Fu Yishuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fair and robust arm adorned with a prominent black barcode. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. How could this be? Everything here defied his understanding. This place was utterly bizarre. Concealing his inner turmoil, Fu Yishuan proceeded to follow Yumi's instructions, scanning the code and deducting his points before making his way to the inner dining area to collect his food. Approaching the table, he surveyed the offerings before him. Spotting plain congee, pickled vegetables, and salted cucumbers, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind, and he inquired with a smile, "Boss Yu, this is quite unexpected. I distinctly saw sweet and sour pork and borscht earlier. Why are they not available?" "Ah, so he still yearns for her employee meal." "Regrettably," she replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but that is part of the employee benefits and is not available for public sale." "Employee benefits, you say?" Fu Yishuan murmured, as if pondering. Sensing Yumi's disinterest in further conversation, he wisely chose to remain silent. Casually, he picked up a bowl, filled it with congee, and added a small portion of pickled vegetables. Returning to his table, he began to reflect. though this establishment exuded an air of peculiarity. The food itself was subpar compared to the meals at Aoxiang and Appo's place. Nevertheless, given his current circumstances, he had no choice but to make do. Recalling Aoxiang, the icy and decisive beauty, Fu Yishuan couldn't help but smile fondly. Had he not gotten separated from her and the others, he wouldn't be reduced to this state of hunger, forced to subsist on mere congee and pickles. The thought of the abundant delicacies at Aoxiang's side and the persistent hangers-on made him sigh softly. It seemed he must devise a plan to reunite with them soon. Otherwise, those nuisances would likely revel in the absence of a rival. Lost in thought, his stomach grumbled once more, prompting Fu Yishuan to take a spoonful of congee and place it in his mouth. In that instant, his expression faltered, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. The flavor of this congee was astonishingly delightful. It appeared to be nothing more than ordinary congee. Curious, he added a piece of salted cucumber to his mouth, and the savory brine, combined with the crispness of the cucumber, exploded on his palate. How could this be? Fu Yishuan, who prided himself on having tasted countless delicacies before the apocalypse, recognized that while food had been scarce in the initial days after the world changed, he had never lacked for exquisite cuisine since joining Aoxiang. His palate had grown discerning and fastidious, and he considered himself quite particular about flavors. Yet, how could this seemingly mundane congee and cucumber be so extraordinary? It felt as though the ingredients were imbued with life, desperately releasing their innate, delectable essence. In no time, he had devoured several servings of congee and pickles. Feeling somewhat satiated, Fu Yishuan slowed his pace and began to contemplate. This self-service restaurant was indeed intriguing. Once he reunited with Aoxiang and the others, he would have to share his experiences in detail. After less than 15 minutes, Fu Yishuan had already set down his chopsticks. Yet he remained seated, seemingly unprepared to leave. In truth, he harbored such intentions. He wanted to observe whether Boss Yu would attempt to expel him for overstaying his welcome, seeking to gauge her true capabilities. Although the food here was rather ordinary by pre-apocalypse standards, in a world where resources have been thoroughly depleted after 3 years of desolation, these simple dishes of congee and pickles were indeed a rare find. Yet this girl operated a shop allowing unrestricted dining. From where did her food supply originate? Pondering this, Fu Yishuan cast a deep gaze towards the girl, who appeared to be lost in thought. In truth, Yumi had already sensed Fu Yishuan's furtive glances. She simply couldn't and oppose. TB bothered to engage him. She was not daydreaming, but merely browsing the exchange window of the system interface, which Fu Yishuan could not see, thus giving the impression of her being in a stupor. After a while, noticing the dwindling time and Fu Yishuan's unyielding presence, Yumi spoke up, "Dear customer, according to store regulations, you have 5 minutes remaining for your stay." Hearing her words, Fu Yishuan, with a smile in his enchanting eyes, replied, "What if I say I do not wish to leave just yet?" Fu Yishuan understood that this establishment was shrouded in mystery, and he was aware that acting impulsively before fully grasping Yumi's strength could be perilous. Yet, after careful consideration, he resolved to probe further. He had anticipated that his statement would incite Yumi's ire, prompting her to take action against him. To his surprise, however, Yumi responded with an air of indifference. "As you wish, customer. I merely hope you do not come to regret your decision." Chapter 7. The unaffected system reigned supreme as she mentally counted down 5, 4, 3, 2. In the final second, Yumi flashed a dazzling smile at Fu Yishuan. Fu Yishuan felt a momentary blur before his vision cleared, prompting an exclamation of "damn it." He hurled a ball of lightning and bolted. Flight was imperative, as he found himself abruptly amidst a throng of zombies. Although these zombies were of relatively low rank, mostly second tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Alone, he was no match and could only evade their attacks, desperately seeking an escape, leaving him even more disheveled than before. Recalling Yumi's words, "I hope you won't regret it," the realization dawned upon Fu Yishuan. Meanwhile, inside the diner, Yumi was oblivious to Fu Yishuan's predicament. In truth, she genuinely had no idea. She only knew that violating the diner's rules by overstaying would result in automatic teleportation. As for the destination, it was a matter of sheer luck. A fortunate individual might be dropped off at the entrance or nearby, while an unlucky one could find themselves on the opposite side of the globe or in the Arctic. Thinking of Fu Yishuan, Yumi pondered once more, sensing something peculiar about him. Primarily, the man's appearance was simply too striking. It wasn't mere infatuation, but Fu Yishuan's features approached an unattainable level of perfection, surpassing even the most idolized actors and pop stars from Yumi and Appo's past life. It seemed his visage defied conventional perception. Were he to exist within the realm of animation or an otome game, his appearance would be considered fitting. Yet, Fu Yishuan was undeniably real, not a mere colored illustration. However, from a realistic standpoint, his looks were abnormal. The only way to rationalize it would be to deem him the pinnacle of human attractiveness. In any case, Yumi found the man and Appo's appearance to be unrealistically flawless. This realization sparked an idea, and Yumi summoned the system. You mentioned before that a single flower can contain a world, and every opportunity can contribute to the formation of a world. Could this world and Appo's, and be a novel world? Affirmative, such a possibility exists, but it cannot be verified. The system and Appo's monotonous voice echoed. For instance, if someone host original world wrote a novel, fabricated a story, or an old man had a dream while sleeping, these could all become real worlds due to certain special circumstances. Yumi fell silent, increasingly convinced that she had arrived in a fictional world or someone's imagined world. Moreover, she leaned towards the notion of a novel or fantasy penned by a young woman, as it would explain the existence of Fu Yishuan, a man with heaven-defying looks but prone to overbearing pronouncements. Regardless, it was inconsequential. Her mission was to run a diner and conduct business in the post-apocalyptic world. There is no guarantee that this world would regain its prosperity and abundance within a few centuries or millennia. Yumi intended to continue her business in other post-apocalyptic worlds if it faltered here, as she was immortal and had ample time. Dismissing her doubts about Fu Yishuan, Yumi reopened the system interface. As the diner's level was still low, the available food options were limited to steamed buns, stuffed buns, flatbread, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Now that she had sufficient points, she decided to redeem them all, including the various flavor options. Several steaming delicacies materialized on the sizable dining table. Plain steamed buns, sweet steamed buns, vegetable buns, meat buns, sweet flatbread, sweet soy milk, savory soy milk, and fried dough sticks. After redeeming all the items, Yumi switched to the task page. It was filled with numerous published tasks, densely packed on the screen. However, none of them were mandatory, had time constraints, or carried any penalties. If she happened to complete one, the system would automatically notify her and issue a reward. While these were labeled as tasks, Yumi considered them more like a seasoning to her life, provided by the system to prevent boredom. Speaking of the system, Yumi genuinely believed hers to be an excellent one. It readily provided answers to her questions, as long as it possessed the information. Furthermore, it remained silent and unobtrusive, only speaking when she addressed it or when issuing rewards. It didn't end Appo's, feign innocence or act cute, conceal information under the guise of benefiting the host, force her to complete tasks, threaten her with elimination upon failure, or resort to electric shock therapy at the slightest disagreement. Her new life was truly blessed. This was the true essence of rebirth. Chapter 8. Regarding the local base situation, Yumi discovered that the most easily achievable task at present was to attract the patronage of 10 customers. The current completion rate stood at a mere 30%. Regrettably, her unfamiliarity with the surroundings rendered her incapable of enticing customers. After some contemplation, Yumi resolved to inquire about the locations of nearby bases from the Tongshan couple upon their next visit, while also seeking information about the state of the world. It seemed that for now, she could only continue her daily routine, waiting for customers to arrive of their own accord. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Yumi swiftly returned to her dormitory, retrieved paper and pen, and set to work at her desk. 3 hours later, she finally lifted her head, her pen resting at last. Before her lay dozens of sheets covered in dense writing and illustrations, each adorned with bold lettering proclaiming, "Grand Opening Celebration of the Black Cat Buffet." Below, smaller text detailed the month-long opening celebration, along with enticing descriptions of the all-you-can-eat offerings and various dishes. Furthermore, Yumi had taken the liberty of drawing a chibi version of the restaurant's mascot, Cheshire. With the promotional flyer completed, she planned to ask the next customer to assist in distributing them. Proudly, Yumi flicked the flyer with her finger, grinning as she held it before Cheshire. "Look, how do you like my drawing of you?" Cheshire blinked lazily, appearing barely awake, and paid her no mind, which incited Yumi to playfully ruffle the cat's head in frustration. The following day, around midday, the Tongshin couple returned to the buffet for a meal. To avoid feeling famished later, they had made do with only 2 biscuits for breakfast. Upon entering, they were once again taken aback. The buffet had expanded its offerings. Upon seeing the steaming soy milk, Tongshin could not help but swallow hard. Before the apocalypse, he had particularly enjoyed a breakfast of thick pancakes filled with fried dough sticks. Accompanied by a bowl of hot soy milk, the mere thought made his mouth water. He immediately inquired, "Boss, is the soy milk and fried dough also part of the all-you-can-eat deal?" "Of course. This is a buffet. Everything is self-serve," Yumi explained with a smile. The couple quickly grabbed plates and bowls, eager to indulge. Once seated, Linwan took a sip of the sweet soy milk, the pure aroma of the beans filling her senses, and her eyes began to glisten. How wonderful it is to enjoy such delicious food every day. Tongshin devoured his pancakes and fried dough with remarkable speed, then quickly moved on to meat buns, exclaiming, "This tastes amazing. So delicious," as these steam buns are quite filling. Their pace of eating eventually slowed. At this point, Yumi approached them and said, "These dishes are quite filling. It's still early. You may take a moment to rest and resume eating once you feel a bit more settled." Blushing at her words, the couple paused their eating to take a brief respite. Yumi took the opportunity to sit across from them and initiated a conversation. "May I ask where you are from?" Tongshin replied with a smile, "We currently reside at the origin base. It's not far from here. It takes nearly 2 hours to walk." Yumi's expression remained calm, but internally she gasped. 2 hours is not far. Could you enlighten me about this base?" She inquired, her interest piqued. Tongshin and Appo's face displayed a hint of surprise, mirrored by Lin Wan beside him. Tongshin curiously asked, "Boss, haven't you heard of the origin base?" Yumi shook her head. "I haven't focused on my business in Haven and Amp, Appo's. He kept up with other matters." "Is the origin base quite famous?" Seeing her genuine ignorance, Tongshin began to explain, The origin base was initially established by the local government as a temporary safe zone for those seeking refuge. Over time, as more advanced abilities emerged, it evolved into one of the foremost bases globally. Compared to other smaller bases, the management at the origin base is relatively more organized. Listening to the Tongshin couple's description, Yumi gleaned a general understanding of the world. 3 years ago, a meteor shower had unleashed an unknown virus, leading to a scenario reminiscent of typical apocalypse narratives. Subsequently, the world was beset by zombies and individuals with supernatural abilities, while some flora and fauna underwent transformations. This was followed by widespread resource contamination, power outages, and a complete halt to electricity. Currently, the only means of generating power involved utilizing energy cores through certain devices. Though the costs were exorbitant, food became scarce, and agriculture faced significant challenges, necessitating the purification by various ability users before cultivation could occur. The base was divided into 6 zones: SSS, S, A, B, C, and D. The SSS zone was a special area, entry forbidden without permission and heavily guarded. It was said to house nationally significant researchers and various laboratories containing confidential documents. The S zone was reserved for the base's most important figures, akin to high-ranking officials or top-tier ability users, featuring spacious and luxurious accommodations, primarily in former villa districts. The A zone was inhabited by highly contributing ability users and their families, boasting a similarly favorable environment. The B zone accommodated ordinary ability users and their families, while the C zone housed common folk, characterized by subpar conditions, often resembling makeshift shelters or tents. In stark contrast, the D zone was akin to a hell on Earth. Residents of C zone were required to pay a fee of 2 first-tier energy cores each month. While ordinary individuals might lack abilities, they could still fend off basic zombies. However, the D zone was home to those who could not afford the fee, predominantly the elderly, infirm, or the indolent. In the D zone, violence and theft were commonplace. The conditions were dire, with many lacking proper shelter and surrounded by filth and waste. The environment was exceedingly harsh. The other zones benefited from daily patrols by base personnel to maintain order, yet the D zone was the only area abandoned by the base, rife with murder and robbery. To the base, the inhabitants of D zone were regarded as worthless. Additionally, there was a trading area within the base, accessible to individuals from all zones. Although it was a melting pot of various characters, it was relatively safer due to the presence of high-ranking ability users patrolling the area, unlike the chaotic D zone. Chapter 9. Promoting the restaurant. The Tang family once resided in District C, but after Tang Sahan awakened his abilities, they relocated to District B. However, due to the limited level of his powers, the base allocated them a rather modest dwelling. Nevertheless, with just the two of them, it sufficed. As time passed, the couple shared various anecdotes about the base, interspersed with light refreshments, and before they knew it, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. As they prepared to take their leave, Yumi called out to them, "Could I trouble you with a small favor? As you know, my restaurant has recently opened and the foot traffic is rather sparse. I prepared some flyers. Would you be able to assist me in promoting it within the base?" With that, Yumi presented the flyer she had crafted. Tang Sahan took a glance at the flyer and promptly agreed, saying, "This is a trivial matter, of course. However, once the crowd increases, will you be able to keep up with the demand for food?" Yumi waved her hand dismissively, assuring him, "Rest assured, regardless of how many patrons arrive, we will have ample food to satisfy them. Since the owner has spoken so confidently, I will gladly take on the task of distributing the flyers. And should you find the time, you are always welcome to visit our base. I would be delighted to show you around." Visit the base. It seems I have yet to explore my surroundings since arriving in this world, having remained confined to the restaurant. Previously, the desolation of the area left me with no clear destination, which hindered my desire to venture out. Now that I am aware of the base's proximity, my curiosity is indeed piqued. Very well. Next time, I shall make an effort to explore. Yumi nodded in agreement. Excellent. Then I shall count on you when I next visit the base. After Tang Sahan and Lin Wan departed, they spent over 2 hours reaching the origin base, hindered by an unfortunate encounter with a few zombies, which Tang Sahan took considerable time to eliminate. Upon arriving at the base entrance, they presented their access passes and were subsequently checked for injuries before being allowed entry. Immediately upon entering, they encountered a familiar face. "Brother Sahan, Sister Wan, you've just returned? Where have you been so early in the morning?" The speaker was a young man with a buzz cut, notably distinguished by his large, round eyes, earning him the nickname Big Eyes among the base residents. He was also their neighbor, living in the same building, the Tang family on the 3rd floor and Big Eyes on the 2nd, fostering a close relationship. "It's Big Eyes." Tang Sahan greeted him warmly. Lin Wan smiled at Big Eyes and his companions, asking, "Are you planning to head out?" "Ah, yes," he sighed. "We're preparing to venture out, hoping to encounter some zombies and collect a few crystal cores. The nearby zombies have been significantly reduced, and we intend to explore further afield." Upon hearing that Big Eyes and his group were about to set out, Lin Wan nudged her husband with her elbow. Tang Sahan immediately understood, retrieving a flyer from his backpack and handing it to Big Eyes. "Since you're heading out, why not check this place? It's a newly opened buffet restaurant called Black Cat, where you can enjoy all-you-can-eat food for 3 hours." "What? A buffet? All-you-can-eat?" Big Eyes questioned in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Such terms seemed relics of the pre-apocalypse world. "Brother Sahan, did I hear you correctly? Given the current scarcity of food, how can there be an all-you-can-eat option? Is there truly a restaurant operating outside the base?" "Indeed, Brother Sahan. Is this for real?" echoed several companions behind Big Eyes. Despite the skepticism, Tang Sahan remained unfazed and smiled. "Have I ever deceived you? My wife and I have dined there several times, and I assure you, the food is genuine. The flavors are so exquisite that even in the pre-apocalyptic era, One would be hard-pressed to find such delicious fare. Tang Sahan continued to promote the restaurant, and eventually, Big Eyes and his group, albeit still doubtful, decided to give it a try. After visiting a few more locations, Tang Sahan swiftly distributed all the flyers. Chapter 10. The completion of the customer engagement task. As night fell, Yumi and the Cheshire Cat had finished their staff dinner and were feeling quite bored. Oh, how dull it is. If only there were a television to watch, Yumi sighed. She glanced at the system interface and realized that only upon upgrading to a level 2 store would a television be available. It seemed imperative to attract more customers. Remaining idle was not an option. Just then, the bell above the door jingled, and 4 men entered. One with exceptionally large eyes, a tall and stout individual, a scruffy, bearded man, and another with a small ponytail. "Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet," exclaimed the tall, stout man. "Big Eye, is this the buffet that Tang Sahan mentioned?" The man referred to as Big Eye scanned the restaurant, his gaze landing on a girl standing not far away, who was smiling at them with a twinkle in her eyes. Big Eye recalled Tang Sahan and Appo's words about a perpetually cheerful girl who owned the restaurant. Could this be her? Is this the buffet mentioned in the flyer? Big Eye asked, pulling out a folded paper and revealing the promotional leaflet illustrated by Yumi. "Indeed, dear customers. You may indulge in all our offerings at your leisure," Yumi responded with a smile. "Goodness, it's real. It smells divine," exclaimed one of the men with a scruffy chin, immediately rushing toward the serving area, drooling at the array of delectable food. The other 3 followed suit, their eyes wide with astonishment at the mountain of buns and pastries, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Big Eye swallowed hard, regaining his composure, and politely addressed Yumi. "Could you assist us with recharging our accounts?" After Yumi explained the recharge method and store regulations, the group understood how to proceed. Unlike Tang Sahan and his wife, these men appeared considerably affluent, each producing crystal cores for their transactions. Once they finished, Yumi received an additional 470 points. The 4 men began to devour their food with fervor. "My goodness, Big Eye, and Appo's. I never tasted such exquisite buns in my life. Not even the best shark fin soup can compare," remarked the bearded man. "Indeed, try the soy milk. It's so rich, I can almost swallow my tongue with it." Big Eye replied. "Delicious. Absolutely delectable," the stout man exclaimed, devouring buns with gusto, 1 in each hand. Yumi silently observed the system interface, noting that the task of attracting 10 customers was now 7 out of 10 completed. Victory was within reach. Soon, 2 more groups of customers arrived, all having received flyers from Tang Sahan, totaling 5 additional patrons. Ding task. Attract 10 customers. Completed Ding task rewards. Unlock certain foods. Add self-service beverage function. Upgrade store facilities. Ding, would you like to upgrade now? Without hesitation, she selected no. With customers still present, she decided to wait until closing to upgrade. Yumi surveyed the restaurant. It was the first time it was filled to capacity, with every guest singing the praises of the food. After all the diners departed, Yumi began the upgrade process, which was completed swiftly within a quarter of an hour. While the ambience remained unchanged, the tables and chairs had been upgraded, shedding their outdated and greasy appearance for a fresh, light yellow wooden design. The walls had been freshly painted a pristine white, and the original concrete floor was now adorned with pale yellow wooden flooring. Opening the system interface, Yumi selected all the newly unlocked food items, in addition to adding a self-service beverage machine. The menu expanded to include Yangchun noodles, stir-fried vegetables, egg fried rice, soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, red bean buns, and rice cakes. Among others, a total of 15 new items. The crowning addition was the magnificent self-service beverage machine, featuring 10 spouts for cola, Sprite, Fanta, orange juice, watermelon juice, grape juice, corn juice, milk tea, black tea, and beer. "My restaurant is becoming increasingly wonderful," Yumi exclaimed with pride. Remembering the curious inquiries made by some diners regarding the restaurant and herself, she had met their questions with a smile, retorting, "Are you from the Market Supervision Bureau?" The questioners had simply smiled sheepishly and ceased their prying. However, Yumi found this batch of customers to be quite discerning. They adhered to the store rules, with only one individual, named Fu Yishuan, appearing to stray from decorum. In the following 10 days, the business of the Black Cat buffet flourished. Thanks to word of mouth within the small community, Yumi had just bid farewell to her 18th new customer, and although many were returning patrons, the number of new customers was steadily rising. Meanwhile, Fu Yishuan had finally returned to the origin base. His journey had been fraught with peril. After battling through hordes of zombies, nearly exhausting his abilities to escape, he endured days of trekking without food or water until he encountered a group of survivors seeking refuge at the base. After revealing his status and powers, they readily accepted him into their ranks, sharing their provisions, allowing him to return to the base. He would dare say that he had never been in such a disheveled state in his life, his beard unkempt and his clothing in tatters. Upon his return to the base, Fu Yishuan immediately made his way to Area A. On the top floor of a luxurious duplex in Area A, the disheveled Fu Yishuan knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open to reveal a young boy, no older than 17 or 18. With meticulously styled lemon-colored short hair and a vibrant, cherubic face that radiated energy, making one exclaim, "What a handsome youth!" Upon seeing Fu Yishuan, the boy's teasing expression was unmistakable. "Oh, our vice captain has returned. How did a mid-level 5 ability user end up in such a state? Did someone rob you?" His words dripped with schadenfreude. Fu Yishuan, unfazed by the boy's banter, inquired curtly, "Where is A.O. Shuang?" Without awaiting a response, he strode into the room. The boy, observing Fu Yishuan's demeanor, scoffed, muttering under his breath, "Looking this filthy and still daring to see Sister Shuang." Chapter 11. The Frosty team in the elegant lobby of an apartment. A group of individuals reclined on plush sofas, engaging in light-hearted banter. Before them lay a glass coffee table adorned with an assortment of cookies, which paired exquisitely with the red tea, leaving a lingering aftertaste of delight. Among the 3 occupants of the hall, 1 woman and 2 men, each possessed a distinct style, yet all were strikingly handsome. At the center of the sofa sat a woman with cascading long hair, her beauty as ethereal as a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. The men surrounding her gazed at her with adoration. She took a delicate bite of a cookie, lifted her teacup with slender fingers, and remarked softly, "Anju's culinary skills continue to improve." To her right was a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his slender eyes keen and his tailored suit exuding an air of sophistication. His handsome visage was complemented by a gentle tone as he replied, "If you like it, I shall ask Aunt Zhu to bake more next time." His eyes brimmed with affectionate tenderness. "Though I am not fond of sweets, if Frosty enjoys them, then I shall too," he added, revealing a playful canine tooth in his smile. This tall, athletic man with sun-kissed skin and a neatly cropped head of black hair radiated charm and warmth. Upon hearing the 2 men, a fleeting expression of sweet exasperation crossed the woman's icy countenance. "Frosty," a familiar voice shattered the serene atmosphere. In a disheveled state, Fu Yishuan strode into the lobby, striding directly to the woman before bending down to envelop her in an embrace. "Frosty, I missed you so much." His words dripped with longing. Cold and aloof, she tilted her head to gaze at the man holding her and called out, "Yishuan, you have finally returned?" "Indeed, I have." Not content with just the embrace, Fu Yishuan buried his nose in her neck, inhaling her fragrance. "Hey, what are you doing?" A beautiful youth trailing behind, consumed with jealousy, rushed forward to separate the 2. The elite man and the sunny boy on the sofa quickly intervened, pulling Fu Yishuan away. "Oof. One moment of inattention, and you pounce like a teddy bear. One must remain vigilant." The youthful boy with a doll-like face pouted in displeasure. "Sister Frosty, you are solely for Lin Hao. He does not permit others to touch you." As he spoke, Dong Lin Hao planted a kiss on cold Frosty's cheek. With a sigh of resignation, she turned to the tenacious Dong Lin Hao. Her frosty demeanor softened with a hint of affection as she ruffled his hair. Like an encouraged puppy, he nuzzled against her shoulder. Upon witnessing this scene, the other 3 men's faces darkened, and they swiftly pulled the still pouting Dong Lin Hao away. After a brief commotion, the group settled down to share recent developments. Cold Frosty and her 4 companions were members of the Snow Lotus team from the origin base, having met during the apocalypse, each possessing unique abilities. They formed the Snow Lotus team after establishing themselves at the origin base, with Cold Frosty as their leader. Not long ago, while on a mission, they encountered a peak-level mutated wild boar, sustaining injuries in the fray. Ultimately, Fu Yishuan, in a bid to protect Cold Frosty and the others, diverted the creature's attention, managing to escape but becoming separated from his companions. After a quick freshening up and devouring a hearty bowl of pasta, they began exchanging recent experiences. Fu Yishuan hesitated before revealing, "On my way back to the base, I stumbled upon a peculiar restaurant." "A peculiar restaurant?" The elite man, Lu Zihao, adjusted his glasses and inquired, "What makes it so extraordinary?" "It's a buffet, located near the former city center on Commercial Road." Fu Yishuan recounted his findings. As he rolled up his sleeves, the others noticed something on his arm, their expressions shifting. "What is that? A barcode?" "I want to test the female owner, so I lingered. However, 3 hours later, I was transported away in an instant. Without a moment for my brain to process. One moment I was there, the next amidst a horde of zombies." Each time, Fu Yishuan recalled the radiant smile of Yumi. Her eyes obscured, an eerie sensation washed over him. "Is it truly as miraculous as you claim? Can it even compare to Sister Frosty's resources?" Dong Linhao scoffed. Skepticism etched across his youthful features. Fu Yishuan paid little heed to Dong Linhao's childish remarks, focusing intently on Cold Frosty, awaiting her perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Cold Frosty, resting her chin on her fingertips, spoke in a voice as refreshing as a summer spring. "I believe it is unnecessary to dwell on this restaurant." "But," Fu Yishuan began, only to be interrupted by Cold Frosty. "Yishuan, you mentioned that the establishment only offers lowly dishes of pickled vegetables. Even if the quantity is plentiful and the taste decent, I find it unremarkable. Look at us. We feast on lavish meals daily. Why lower ourselves to consume pickled vegetables and plain porridge?" With a dismissive huff, she continued, "As for your mention of teleportation, I suspect it may be the owner's ability." As they pondered, it became clear just simple pickled vegetables and porridge, even if they uncovered the restaurant's secrets. The benefits would be negligible. Should they conquer it, it would be futile to exert tremendous effort for an endless supply of pickled vegetables. "Frosty, you are right." Fu Yishuan smiled at her, deciding to heed her counsel and cease fixation on the restaurant. Cold Frosty took a sip from her teacup and added, "By the way, Yishuan, our gourmet pavilion has seen a doubling in revenue this month. Of course, there are only 3 major restaurants in the base, but none can rival the variety and flavor of our gourmet pavilion." The sunny boy, Lu Qijuan, chimed in proudly. Doubling again, Fu Yishuan's eyes widened in surprise, casting a grateful glance at Cold Frosty. "It is all thanks to you." At the compliment, Cold Frosty merely offered a faint smile. She silently mused. It was indeed due to her spatial abilities. She felt content that Fu Yishuan and the others, aware of her secret, never pried into it. Her secret lay in a planting space, vast fields, and pastures inherited from a treasured jade bracelet. Half a year ago, she had stumbled and injured her hand, causing the bracelet to shatter. Upon absorbing her blood, the space awakened. Fortunately, she had whimsically purchased various seeds and a pair of each livestock: chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, fish, sheep, and cattle. The space cultivated them automatically, transforming into an expansive ranch within months. While the apocalyptic world faced scarcity, many individuals, including base administrators and advanced abilities users, still acquired crystal cores with relative ease. These individuals valued appearances and often hosted lavish meals, allowing even simple home-style dishes from the gourmet pavilion to fetch exorbitant prices, drawing a steady stream of customers. Currently, 2/3 of her team's crystal core income stemmed from the Endopos, gourmet pavilion, and Oppos, rendering her indifferent to a small, unremarkable restaurant selling simple porridge and pickled vegetables. Chapter 12. Departing for the Radiance base, over a week has passed. One evening, after a refreshing bath, Yumi comfortably reclined on her bed, sipping on a delightful fizzy drink while perusing the system interface. Thanks to the enthusiastic word of mouth from returning customers, the business of the buffet restaurant had been thriving, with points nearly reaching 20,000. However, the restaurant was becoming increasingly crowded. Fortunately, loyal patrons tended to stagger their dining times. It seemed she would need to devise a plan to expand the restaurant space. Upon reviewing the system tasks, Yumi discovered that to upgrade to level 2, she needed to attract 100 new customers, while the current count stood at just 35. Additionally, an expenditure of 10,000 points was required for the upgrade. City S sprawled extensively, housing 3 major bases and countless smaller ones. After some contemplation, Yumi resolved to venture out the following day to promote her restaurant at several nearby small bases. Since the origin base had the Tang and Han couples assisting with publicity, she would focus her efforts elsewhere. Life was considerably tougher in the smaller bases. Surely, if they learned of a buffet restaurant offering unlimited dining, they would be more than willing to visit daily. The next morning, Yumi set out early with a backpack slung over her shoulders. She hung a large sign at the entrance of her restaurant, which read, "The owner is away on business. Please pay for your meals." Initially intending to close for the day, she feared that some customers might arrive only to find the restaurant closed, so she decided to keep it open. Afterward, she casually found a car nearby and was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a BMW. Unfortunately, once inside, she realized it was out of fuel. System, is there gasoline available for exchange? Ding, exclusive gasoline for the Black Cat, available in the boss's special items section. Age coordinate, 322 row. Activation requires 3,000 points. Each barrel contains 2L. Exchange cost is 300 points. Note, for Yumi and Appos, S use only, not for sale or transfer. Must be bound to use, and can be unbound and rebound if damaged. Yumi promptly navigated to the specified coordinates, activated the option, and purchased a barrel. After binding it to the car and refueling, she settled into the driver and damp. Appos, S seat, and the engine roared to life. Having heard from customers about the surroundings, she set her sights eastward toward the small base known as the Radiance Base, which had been transformed from a residential community. Although it seemed quite distant on foot, driving would take only about an hour and a half. With the car's light music playing, Yumi enjoyed a smooth ride, even as zombies in the vicinity instinctively avoided her vehicle, as if it were invisible. Nearly an hour into her journey, a dark figure appeared in the distance. As she drew closer, she realized it was a person. This individual was vigorously waving their arms and hopping on their feet. "Stop! Stop! Oh, someone! I can distribute flyers now." Yumi slowed down, halting her vehicle before the figure, and rolled down the window. Seeing the car come to a stop, the person rushed over, excitement evident on their face. Upon catching sight of the young, beautiful girl inside the car, they momentarily froze, taken aback by her pristine appearance, which starkly contrasted with the post-apocalyptic world around them. Yumi observed the individual, a man appearing to be nearly 40, his unkempt beard making him look older, his attire dusty and disheveled, with a deep blue t-shirt that was almost black with grime. "Miss, where are you headed?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Why is it always an Appos, Miss an Appos? Is everyone in this world afflicted with a historical drama obsession?" Yumi thought, relieved that she did not share the surname Wa. "I'm going to the Radiance Base. Is there something you need?" Yumi inquired with a smile. "Actually, I'm a member of the tiger hunting team from the Origin Base. We were on a mission in the neighboring city of Fengqi when we encountered an unexpected battle on our way back. Now, we've lost our means of transportation, so I was wondering if you could give us a lift." "The Origin Base? ISNT that in the opposite direction?" Yumi replied promptly. "That one T do," she continued, maintaining her gentle smile, which made it difficult for anyone to feel offended. What a joke. She has already driven so far. Turning back now would be absurd. Hearing her swift refusal, the man, Zhao Yu, instantly grew anxious. "Please help us. We have an important researcher in our team. Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun Huiyuan. Have you heard of him? The one who was always in the news before the apocalypse." "Sorry, I don't know him." Yumi shook her head. She was not from this world, so how could she recognize a pre-apocalyptic celebrity? "Oh dear. Miss, let me explain. We came out to escort Dr. Chen's team to the Origin Base, and they made significant breakthroughs in their research. If you help us, we will surely reward you upon our return." Zhao Yu leaned eagerly toward her window. "Zhao Yu, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to flag down a car?" A voice interrupted, cutting into Zhao Yu's persuasive speech. Zhao Yu turned to face the source of the voice, and Yumi also looked sideways. A group of individuals emerged from a nearby building, led by a man with a small braid hairstyle. Following behind were about 10 others, 3 of whom wore lab coats, albeit tattered ones. It was commendable that they still wore lab coats in this post-apocalyptic world. Yumi couldn't help but admire their dedication. But where would they find enough lab coats to replace them? The 3 lab-coated individuals were surrounded by the others as they approached Yumi and Zhao Yu. Among them, the youngest man stood out, forming a stark contrast with the 2 middle-aged men and the elderly gentleman beside him. It was evident that this young man was the core of the trio. As the leading man with the braid stepped forward, Zhao Yu hastily approached him, whispering, "Lu Gu." She asked, refusing to help. Refusing? Why didn't you just take charge? Lu Guifeng's gaze shifted to Yumi, who was a young girl, and he was momentarily taken aback. In these times, a young and beautiful girl, clean and well-kept, could either be under the protection of a powerful individual or be a formidable force herself. He wondered which category she belonged to. If it were the latter, he needed to tread carefully. Although Yumi maintained her smile, it struck him as somewhat artificial, evoking an unsettling feeling. "Miss, we won't ask you for free service. Once we return to the origin base and complete our mission, we will share with you a crystal core. This is a vital task, and the crystal cores will not disappoint you." Lu Guifeng softened his tone. Despite his offer, Yumi shook her head again. She had no use for crystal cores. She could not deposit them into the exchange machine herself, and any core she provided would not be redeemable at a restaurant either. Thus, Lu Guifeng and Zhao Yu continued to plead, to the point where Yumi found it irksome, feeling that they were wasting her time. After all, she needed to reach the Radiance base to promote her buffet restaurant. That was her business. Frustrated, Yumi wished she could step on the gas and flee. Just then, a youthful, melodious voice interjected between Lu Guifeng and Zhao Yu. It belonged to the young man in the lab coat. "Just kill them. Let us get in the car." Chapter 13. The jealousy of the short-haired woman. As soon as the words were spoken, Yumi did not freeze like Zhao Yu and Lu Guifeng. She merely revealed her signature faint smile, albeit this time devoid of warmth and tinged with a hint of danger. "Take action." The young man in the white coat seemed oblivious to Zhao Yu and Lu Guifeng's bewilderment, casually reiterating his command as though ordering the extermination of an ant. Zhao Yu and Lu Guifeng exchanged wary glances, hesitating. Primarily, the girl was too pristine. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding a faint aroma of grapefruit-scented shampoo. Upon closer inspection of her face, her fair and smooth skin clearly indicated she had evaded the ravages of sun and wind. The mint green dress she wore was exquisitely neat, with not a single flaw. In a world ravaged by chaos, encountering someone so meticulously groomed raised questions about her true nature, especially as she traveled alone. Zhao Yu and Lu Guifeng were not dim-witted. The possibility that she was a pampered pet of a powerful individual seemed less likely than the notion that she herself possessed formidable strength. With this in mind, they decided to remain still for the moment. Seeing the two still hesitating, some in the group could no longer contain themselves. 3 individuals stepped forward, 2 men and 1 woman, all with cold, predatory gazes directed at Yumi and Oppo's vehicle. Without hesitation, Yumi opened the car door and stepped out. One of the short-haired women fixated her gaze on Yumi, having noticed the girl and Oppo's striking beauty moments before, which ignited a sense of discontent within her. A tempest of jealousy erupted within the short-haired woman. She had painstakingly evolved her fire-based abilities since the onset of the apocalypse and had now reached mid-level Tier 3. She believed she had earned respect, both within the base and outside of it, though she considered her life at the base to be relatively comfortable. The scarcity of resources in the apocalypse meant that luxury items like skincare and hygiene products were a rarity. Once, she had a beautiful mane of long waves, but the lack of adequate care in the harsh reality had forced her to cut it into a regrettably short bob. Her once delicate skin had become rough and dull due to the relentless sun and wind, lacking daily nourishment, while she was relegated to wearing unattractive athletic attire for practicality. The girl before her glided effortlessly in a flowing dress. How could this be? At that moment, the short-haired woman cast a glance at the still indecisive Lu Guofeng and Zhao Yu, and declared, I understand your hesitation, but look at her delicate appearance. Even if she is indeed powerful, being out here among countless zombies and beasts, she must have some evidence of struggle. She is likely nothing more than a mistress who got separated from her benefactor. Let us make this quick. Noticing the group still hesitating, the young man in the white coat frowned slightly, displaying impatience. Let us all attack together. We are 5 Tier 3 powers. Even if she is exceptional, she won't escape this time. No sooner had the short-haired woman finished speaking than a fireball, the size of a basin, hurtled toward Yumi. Zhao Yu and Lu Guofeng, after a moment of hesitation, found merit in the short-haired woman's reasoning. They needed to return to the base swiftly. It had been this long, and Yumi was the only vehicle they had encountered. They couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. Without delay, they unleashed their abilities toward Yumi. The squad comprised 10 individuals. Aside from the trio in the white coat, 2 others remained behind to protect them, while the remaining 5 directed their attacks at Yumi. Yumi surveyed the unfolding scene, watching the rapid assaults approach her, yet she remained resolute and unmoving. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing an unsettling expression unlike before. Bang! 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 After several resounding explosions, everything dissipated into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Wah! What has happened? The short-haired woman stammered, her voice quivering in disbelief. Not only she, but also the young man in the white coat bore expressions of astonishment. It vanished. Our powers have vanished. They only remembered the moment their abilities were about to strike the girl. A faint blue light had suddenly enveloped her, followed by the echo of the explosive sounds. And then, nothing more. Everyone turned their gaze to the girl in the mint-green dress, who stood unscathed, her graceful figure intact. The ruffled hem of her dress remained undisturbed, and the gentle smile upon her fair face radiated calmness as she regarded them. The short-haired woman found it hard to believe her eyes, her heart filled with resentment, and she raised her hand to unleash her powers once more. Seeing her action, the others followed suit, channeling their abilities with even greater intensity than before. The short-haired woman's fire-based attack surged toward Yumi. Just as it was about to make contact, a faint transparent blue light illuminated before Yumi, encasing her like an eggshell. With a resounding crash, the enormous fireball disintegrated upon contact with the blue glow. Soon after, earth, wooden spikes, wind blades, and water orbs followed suit, all meeting the same fate as the fireball, dissolving into the ether. The onlookers were once again struck by astonishment. You, who on earth are you? Zhao Yu finally spoke up. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's inquiry, Yumi paid no heed, her gaze shifting to the young man in the white coat. The young man, now displaying a mixture of shock and exhilaration, resembled a treasure hunter gazing upon a rare gem, his eyes filled with greed and curiosity. Capture her! We must seize her! He stammered excitedly. Her ability to withstand such a barrage of attacks is extraordinary. She is an unparalleled subject for research. Yes, Professor Chun. The 2 protectors finally sprang into action. Do not use your powers. Simply take her by force. Professor Chun commanded, his face alight with excitement. Wonderful. With this research subject, my work will surely progress to new heights. As Yumi observed the 2 men approaching her with the intent to subdue her, she could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Did Professor Chen truly believe that physical force could succeed where their abilities had failed? Chapter 14. The irresistible employee meal indeed. When a man attempted to reach out for Yumi, he was immediately thwarted by a soft blue glow that prevented him from advancing any further. Observing this, another man struck fiercely at the blue light with his fist. It remained unyielding. Regardless of how fiercely they attacked, they could not harm even a single hair on Yumi's head. Feeling that this charade had dragged on for far too long, Yumi decided to cease indulging their antics. With a gentle smile returning to her face, she addressed them. Have you all had your fun? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and entered her vehicle, revving the engine. After all, they could not harm her, nor could she harm them, so there was no need to prolong the encounter. She was busy. Stop her! As Yumi attempted to drive away, Professor Chen called out anxiously. Upon hearing his command, several individuals in the group immediately surrounded her vehicle, effectively blocking her escape. Undeterred, Yumi pressed the accelerator and the car surged forward. A torrent of supernatural abilities rained down upon her vehicle, but to their astonishment, the blue glow enveloped the car, deflecting all attacks. Helplessly, the crowd could only watch as Yumi sped away. Finally free from their clutches, Yumi could not suppress a smile, feeling a sense of triumph. This blue light served as a protective mechanism. She did not belong to this world, thus rendering its inhabitants incapable of inflicting harm upon her. Such protective mechanisms were not singular. Previously, the zombies and beasts near the buffet restaurant had similarly ignored her presence. While humans could perceive her, they were unable to engage in any violent actions. Otherwise, the protective mechanism would activate automatically. This safeguard was present both at the buffet and within Yumi herself. She had once inquired of the system regarding the strength of this protection. The system had likened it to a scenario where, if Mars were to collide with Earth, everything would be obliterated, yet the restaurant and its host would remain intact. Absurd. If it could withstand the impact of Mars, then the assaults from a few supernatural beings were merely a tickle. Thus, when confronted by Professor Chan and his group, she had felt no fear, merely annoyance. However, it seemed likely that they would remain at the origin base, which was in close proximity to her buffet restaurant. She sensed they would encounter each other again. Putting such thoughts aside, Yumi continued her journey. Perhaps due to her proximity to the light base, the roads were remarkably clear, with few obstacles along the way. Half an hour later, Yumi finally arrived at the light base. The contrast to the origin base, as described by the Tongshin couple, was stark. The entrance exuded an air of disorder and filth. A long queue formed at the entrance, and Yumi joined the line at the very end. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, it was finally her turn. To enter the city for the first time, she was required to submit 2 first-tier crystal cores and surrender 1/3 of her supplies. The guard at the gate spoke with a cold demeanor, not even sparing her a glance. Oh no, it appeared she had neither crystal cores nor supplies. I don't have any, she exclaimed in apparent surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. None? Upon hearing her response, the guard finally directed his gaze toward her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. His brow furrowed. This girl was clean and well-dressed, appearing to have some background, yet she was inexplicably destitute. While she could forego submitting supplies, the crystal cores were mandatory. Without them, she could not obtain a pass. Yumi, feeling troubled, rested her palm against her cheek, ultimately deciding to leave temporarily and return her driver's seat to ponder her next steps. Acquiring crystal cores should be manageable. Although the system had stated that her primary objective was to embark on a second life running a buffet and that she could not subjectively interfere with the natural development of this world, eliminating a few zombies nearby did not constitute subjective interference. Resolute, Yumi pressed the accelerator to search for zombies, quickly locating a few straggling ones. She charged toward them, reassured by the protective mechanism that her vehicle would remain unscathed. With a series of thuds, several zombies were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Yumi pressed the accelerator again, running over them. In less than half an hour, she had crushed 5 or 6 zombies, securing 3 crystal cores. Among them was even a second-tier crystal core. No wonder one of the zombies had been so resilient. It took several runs to shatter its head. Crushing zombies was rather inconvenient, especially those with tough exteriors. It appeared she needed to upgrade soon, perhaps to exchange for suitable tools in the system's boss-exclusive zone. After collecting the crystal cores, Yumi made her way back to the entrance of the light base. This time, she successfully submitted 2 crystal cores and was permitted entry. Inside, several tents awaited, and all individuals entering the tents were required to disrobe for inspection. Yumi felt no qualms. After the inspection, she officially entered the light base. The atmosphere within the base was bustling, a quintessential representation of the post-apocalyptic world, where most appeared gaunt and disheveled. Without seeking directions, Yumi strode directly towards the main thoroughfare. Swiftly arriving at the task hall, the hall was abuzz with activity, numerous individuals and teams exchanging tasks. Such a crowded environment was perfect for promotion. Yumi pulled out a large stack of flyers from her bag and cheerfully handed one to anyone she encountered. Black Cat Buffet. Enjoy 3 hours of unlimited dining at the center of Shanyu Road. Feel free to come and savor our offerings. She even handed a flyer to a young woman with a ponytail. Startled at the sudden interruption, the woman paused momentarily before glancing at the flyer, her eyes widening in surprise. Is what it says true? Unlimited dining? With a warm smile, Yumi reassured her, rest assured, it ain't Oppo's. S genuine. I'm the owner of this buffet. If you look at the bottom of the flyer, you'll find our latest specialty dishes. The long-haired woman glanced down, and indeed, she spotted a list of menu items. Steamed buns, mantou noodles, rice, side dishes, and soda? In an era where resources were scarce, even water was a rarity. How could they possibly offer beverages? The long-haired woman remained skeptical, yet the majority of people were inclined to entertain a glimmer of hope. What if it were true? I an amp. Amp, Oppos. LL come by tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the long-haired woman, Yumi continued distributing flyers, and nearly everyone responded with the same mixture of disbelief and curiosity. However, enticed by Yumi's promotions, they could not resist the temptation, each expressing their intent to visit later. As the afternoon approached 1 o'clock, she had successfully distributed more than half of her flyers. Yumi decided to take a short break, finding an empty step to sit upon, where she retrieved her employee meal. This was a meal she had specifically prepared and brought along that morning. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for lunch options. The system's specially designed lunchbox remained warm upon opening. The aroma wafted through the air, captivating passers-by. A growing crowd gathered around her, drawn in by the delectable scent. Some stood in rapt attention, gazing at her as she savored her meal. Unfazed, Yumi continued to enjoy her food. Today's lunch featured 3 dishes and a soup, with the main course being perfectly steamed white rice, glistening and pristine. Accompanying it were stir-fried pork with green peppers, cola chicken wings, stir-fried mushrooms with greens, and seaweed egg drop soup, the latter contained in a separate sealed lunchbox. Yumi picked up a cola chicken wing and took a bite. The meat was succulent and juicy, glistening under the sunlight, with the caramelized aroma from the cola giving it a delightful crispness. The system's offerings never failed to impress. The crowd around her continued to swell, their interest piqued by the irresistible fragrance. 3 years after the apocalypse, where can one still encounter dishes prepared with such lavish oils? Now, the sustenance that fills our bellies is primarily composed of dry rations. Unbeknownst to many, some individuals have begun to stir restlessly, harboring unsavory intentions. Yet there are others, equally famished, who still retain a semblance of rationality, hesitating to provoke those adorned with the allure of beauty. Chapter 15. A collective rush for food. Yumi relished her meal with evident enjoyment, devoid of any pretense. Indeed, the fare at the Black Cat Buffet was so delectably exquisite that it could make one forget their own tongue. Initially, she merely intended to have a simple lunch, yet she was astounded by the number of onlookers that gathered around her, which inadvertently served to promote her dining experience further. After taking another hearty sip of soup, Yumi picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with green peppers. The aroma of the pork enveloped in the vibrant peppers was a harmonious delight to those nearby. Just as Yumi was about to savor the morsel, it slipped from her chopsticks. The stir-fried pork tumbled down her chest, leaving a greasy stain, before finally landing on the floor. Alas, Yumi silently lamented, but it was too late. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the sight, but in the next instant, several gaunt individuals lunged toward the fallen morsel. Among them, one man, presumably a speed-type enhancer, swiftly dove to the ground and snatched the piece of meat, shoving it into his mouth. He chewed twice before his Adam and Amp, Oppos, apple-bobbed, preparing to swallow. The second fastest individual, witnessing the snatching, promptly abandoned the meat and lunged for the green peppers, stuffing them into his mouth in a frantic attempt to swallow. Damn it! Too late! Damn it! Spit it out! Those who failed to seize the food began to curse, while others attempted to pry open the mouths of the successful snatchers. Upon prying open their mouths, they found nothing. Everyone assumed they had swallowed their prizes in haste. Yet, the 2 men were perplexed, feeling as if their mouths were empty despite having stuffed their cheeks moments ago. Yumi, Surprised by the uproar her single dropped bite had caused, Truly had not intended to create such a scene. It had simply slipped from her grasp. However, the stolen morsel was of no use to them. It was merely staff food. One of the unsuccessful snatchers, his eyes bloodshot, shifted his focus to Yumi. Little sister, it's quite selfish to eat alone, you know? I've been starving for ages. How about treating your older brother to a meal today? I promise to repay you next time. Upon hearing someone address her, Yumi paused and lifted her gaze to the speaker. He was a man with a sallow complexion, clearly malnourished. Most striking was his skin, which hung loosely from his arms and cheeks. It was evident that he had once been quite overweight, but a sudden drastic weight loss had left him gaunt yet with sagging skin, resembling a tattered sack. Around this man gathered several others from the earlier crowd. Yumi smiled at the man, her eyes curving like a beckoning cat, and said, "I'm truly sorry, but this is my staff meal, and you wouldn't be able to eat it." While her words were sincere, they sounded to the man like a lack of awareness. "Don't be so ignorant. I am an enhancer. I advise you to share your food with your older brother, if you choose not to." The man leered at Yumi, his gaze unsettling. "If you refuse, then I might have to resort to more forceful means. And take good care of you, my delicate flower." The man's lewd laughter caused Yumi to narrow her eyes dangerously, though her smile remained benevolent. "Oh, and if I choose not to cooperate, what will you do?" Upon hearing her response, the man's expression hardened. Although the bright base forbade killing on a whim, robbery was permissible as long as one did not end a life. With a loud cry, he rallied the crowd, seeking death. "Let us all charge at her. We'll share the food amongst ourselves." The man incited those around him, reminded of the enticing aroma of the food, swallowed hard, and followed him into a frenzied rush toward Yumi. There was little choice. In these trying times, a few meager biscuits were hardly sufficient. It had been ages since they had savored anything beyond dry rations. The temptation was overwhelming. A portion of the crowd remained spectators, primarily the elderly, women, and children, along with a few clear-headed individuals who recognized Yumi's pristine appearance as a warning not to provoke her. As Yumi observed the horde of fierce individuals charging towards her, she remained motionless and unconcerned, maintaining her gentle smile, radiating an aura of warmth akin to a spring breeze. How did their combat prowess compare to that of Martians? Clearly, they paled in comparison. Perhaps you might reconsider your impulsive actions? Yumi rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head with an air of helplessness. Yet, no one heeded her caution. 2 or 3 individuals with abilities unleashed their powers, while those without simply barreled towards her. Yumi surveyed the abilities being unleashed and felt a wave of disbelief. Their powers were vastly inferior to those of the short-haired woman-S group from earlier. It was evident that their abilities were weak and small, likely possessed by low-tier enhancers or those newly awakening to their powers. How audacious of them to flaunt such ineffectual displays. As the blue protective shield shimmered into existence, those charging forward felt as though their noses would break upon impact. One speed-type enhancer, in his haste, collided with a solid object and was knocked out cold. A cacophony of cries erupted. Yumi rose, still smiling, and brushed off the dust from her dress. The onlookers who had refrained from engaging and merely sought excitement instinctively took a step back. They had all witnessed the recent scene, realizing that this seemingly gentle girl was far from a pushover. "Oh dear, I warned you all against rashness," Yumi said, her hand forming a fist near her lips, her expression one of feigned concern. The spectators fell silent, recognizing the cunning nature of this woman. Her cheerful demeanor was surely a for something far more sinister. Chapter 16. The first successful promotion in truth. Everyone merely desires to savor delectable meals, without the need for violence or conflict. With a beaming smile, Yumi retrieved the remaining promotional flyers from her bag, placing one on each of the fallen individuals. She then approached the onlookers, distributing flyers to them one by one. The elderly, women, and children, upon seeing Yumi approach, felt a twinge of fear, yet were apprehensive that turning away might provoke this formidable young lady. Thus, they nervously extended their hands to accept the flyers. Upon glancing at the contents, they were taken aback. What was written on this flyer? A buffet restaurant? Such a thing still exists in this day and age. The crowd couldn't and oppose to help but recall their own base. Their bright base, while merely a small establishment, was the pinnacle among such bases. However, even within this small base, there was only one restaurant, named Bright Restaurant, where the prices were exorbitant. Only occasionally would high-ranking officials from a base dine there, along with the rare high-level powers passing through the base. Yet, no one had the means to frequent such places daily, not to mention restaurants. There were merely 2 food stalls within Bright Base. One sold vegetable porridge, with both vegetables and porridge being pitifully scarce, and a small bowl cost several crystal cores. The other offered steamed buns, which were miniature in size, comparable to a baby in Oppo's, as fist, and the price was similar to that of the porridge. In any case, they couldn't afford even these small stalls. It was said that the renowned Origin Base was far superior to their small establishment, most famously known for the Feast Pavilion, which opened 6 months ago. Occasionally, high-level abilities passing through Origin Base spoke of the pavilion's exquisite flavors. Although lacking in extravagant delicacies, it authentically replicated the flavors of well-known home-cooked dishes from before the apocalypse. When compared to the Feast Pavilion, Bright Restaurant was merely a joke, a laughingstock. But what was this buffet restaurant on Shanyu Road? How could it exist outside any base? It is well known that Shanyu Road was once a bustling city center, teeming with people, and of course, after the apocalypse, swarming with zombies. Yet, due to the abundance of resources in the area, teams frequently organized expeditions to collect supplies there. After several years, the zombie population in that area had been largely cleared. However, largely does not equate to none. Opening a store outside was truly nonsensical. Bases are far safer. With more people, why venture into a place infested with zombies? Indeed, someone voiced a question that lingered in many minds. It was a frail woman in her 50s, her appearance resembling that of skin stretched over bones. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Young lady, why not open your restaurant within the base? It's dangerous out here with zombies wandering about." Yumi pondered for a moment before responding, "Annie, the feng shui is better over there." But it was not simply about feng shui. When the system inquired where to establish the buffet, Yumi had simply suggested selecting a prosperous location. Consequently, the system chose the area on Shanyu Road. The elderly woman looked puzzled at Yumi's answer, wondering how one could still concern themselves with feng shui in the apocalypse. She then asked, "Is what you wrote here true? Do you really have the same dishes you just ate at your buffet?" Recalling the enticing aroma of the green pepper stir-fried pork and chicken wings that Yumi had just enjoyed, the woman couldn't help but feel her stomach rumble. Yumi smiled apologetically, explaining, "Currently, the buffet is still in the process of upgrading. The dishes I just had will be available in the future. While most of the existing options are already listed on the flyer, and I guarantee the flavors will be exceptional. Primarily, our buffet offers affordable prices." Yumi then proceeded to advertise the prices to the crowd, and their excitement was palpable. It was astonishingly economical. One could enjoy several days' worth of meals for the price of a single first-level crystal core. Those useless pieces of jewelry could finally be put to good use. The elderly woman examined the menu and was quite pleased. All the offerings were filling and remarkably affordable. Although there were currently no stir-fried dishes like the pork, the fried rice, meat buns, and soup dumplings were already culinary delights unattainable in the apocalypse. Furthermore, dining in this establishment guarantees personal safety. There will be no zombies, and no one would dare to cause trouble within the restaurant, ensuring a 100% secure dining experience. Yumi declared with a smile, her hands clasped before her. Everyone had witnessed Yumi's abilities, and while doubts lingered, the majority placed their trust in her strength. However, such generous offers for food and drink made them wonder what she stood to gain. Wooden and Amp, Oppos, would it be better to hoard food for themselves in these dire times? Despite their lingering suspicions, the enticing descriptions on the flyer made their stomachs growl audibly. At this moment, the elderly woman spoke up, "Forget it. I'm already skin and bones. Whether I'm devoured by zombies or starved to death, I'd rather die with a full belly." Her gaze turned to Yumi as she firmly stated, "Young lady, I believe in you. Tomorrow, I will bring my grandson along." Upon hearing the elderly woman's words, others began to chime in. "That and Oppos, that's right. We're bound to starve soon enough." As an ordinary person without any skills, starvation is inevitable. It's better to trust this girl and see for ourselves. Absolutely. I'll go tomorrow too. Me too. Let's just go see. If we can truly eat our fill, that would be wonderful. The crowd exchanged words, solidifying their plans. Observing the throng, Yumi realized that at least 30 people were gathered, which constituted a significant business opportunity. A satisfied smile graced her face. Chapter 17. The exorbitant price of mushroom and choice on the clock had struck around 3 in the afternoon. Yumi had distributed all the flyers she held in her hands and contemplated wandering aimlessly before embarking on her journey home. She had overheard the elderly ladies speaking of a quaint eatery within the Guangming base, known as the Guangming Restaurant. Intrigued, she made her way to the entrance, only to be met with a sign detailing the day and Oppos as specials. Mushroom and choy sum, 25 second-tier crystal nuclei, spicy pork ribs, 80 second-tier crystal nuclei, braised pork chop, 1/3 tier crystal nucleus. Yumi, having familiarized herself with the current exchange rates of crystal nuclei, gasped in astonishment at the sheer profit margins. By comparison, her own self-service restaurant could be deemed a charitable endeavor. At present, first-tier and second-tier crystal nuclei were relatively abundant, while third-tier and higher nuclei were scarce. The exchange rate stood thus: 50 first-tier nuclei equated to 1 second-tier nucleus, 100 second-tier nuclei to 1 third-tier nucleus, and 100 third-tier nuclei to 1 fourth-tier nucleus. The rates for even higher-tier nuclei escalated further, and typically, individuals would refrain from exchanging high-tier nuclei for lower-tier ones due to the lack of value in such transactions. To think that a mere plate of mushroom and choy sum would demand 25 second-tier nuclei? Yumi patted the solitary second-tier nucleus in her pocket and sighed. Consequently, she opted to purchase a mini-steamed bun and a bowl of thin vegetable porridge from a nearby vendor, spending 45 first-tier nuclei and receiving a few back in change. As she took a sip of the porridge, she found it sparse in vegetables, rice, and even water. The rice itself was of inferior quality, leading Yumi to believe that even the plain rice she had consumed in her previous life far surpassed this. Perhaps the contamination of the land in this post-apocalyptic world had led to the subpar quality of the rice, even after purification efforts. The porridge possessed a bland flavor, likely due to the absence of salt. The bun and Oppos' taste was similarly lackluster. It was no larger than a newborn and Oppos' fist and could be devoured in a single bite. Its texture hard and unyielding. Ultimately, Yumi found it difficult to swallow, resorting to a sip of orange juice she had packed to wash it down. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, at that moment, Zhang Tian was engaged in flirtation with a delicate beauty nestled in his arms. Zhang Tian, one of the administrators of the Guangming base, had been a minor official prior to the apocalypse. Following the outbreak, he awakened his supernatural abilities and, alongside several other nearby ability users, established a temporary refuge, the precursor to the Guangming base. As more individuals sought sanctuary, the refuge grew increasingly substantial. Zhang Tian and a few other ability users resolved to form a base, aptly naming it Guangming. By then, global systems had collapsed, including military structures. Subsequently, numerous soldiers began to flock to their cause, leading to the establishment of a dedicated military force for the Guangming base. Though several ability users originally held the highest administrative positions, many perished, becoming zombies, until only Zhang Tian and another administrator named Zhu Xiao remained. Eventually, the two began to operate independently, each vying for the top position in the Guangming base, their rivalry intensifying. The beauty perched on Zhang Tian and Oppos' lap playfully wiggled, hoping to persuade him to take her to the Guangming restaurant for a meal. A lecherous grin crept across Zhang Tian's greasy face as he seized her ample dairy, responding, "All right, we shall dine there for dinner. Have them prepare dessert for you." As he spoke, his hand ventured beneath the hem of her short skirt, eliciting a flustered reaction from the woman. At that moment, a tall man clad in camouflage strode into Zhang Tian and Oppos' office. "Manager Zhang, I have matters to report." Zhang Tian cast a displeased glance at the man, feeling his enjoyment interrupted, yet still inquired, "What is the urgency?" "It concerns an incident that just occurred a few hundred meters from the task hall." The camouflaged man recounted the recent events within the base and presented a flyer he had acquired from others. Black Cat Buffet. All you can eat, Zhang Tian murmured, examining the promotional material. Such audacity to open a buffet in non-base territory. Truly audacious. It must be some young girl, flaunting her resources. The beauty on his lap interjected. Why not send someone to seize her supplies? Hesitating, the camouflaged man replied. However, those present claimed that several ability users, including Lu Jiao, attacked her but failed to land a hit, leaving them in a rather disheveled state. Those are just the useless newcomers to the ability user ranks. Any slightly more competent individual could easily overpower them, Zhang Tian scoffed, dismissing the camouflaged man and Oppo's as concerns while aligning with the beauty and Oppo's as suggestion. He gently squeezed her chin, affectionately stating, My dear Mei Xiang is right. Just a young girl, emboldened by a bit of talent. I shall send troops to reclaim her supplies. After a few more affectionate gestures towards Shun Mei Xiang, who playfully protested, You're so annoying, he addressed the camouflaged man, dispatched several teams to that young girl's restaurant. If they possess resources, eliminate her and bring everything back. Understood. Chapter 18. Violating the rules with free shocks around 7 p.m., Yumi finally returned to the self-service restaurant. Chai Chuan greeted her joyfully at the entrance, meowing incessantly and rubbing his dark head against her leg. After closing the shop and completing her evening routine, Yumi opened the system panel to check the day's business performance. It had been an exceptionally busy day, leaving her with no time to glance at the reports. The store issued an anomaly notification. At 4:26 p.m., a customer named Lu Mingchong, with membership code 0000000029, violated the takeout policy by attempting to leave with food. After 3 warnings went unheeded, he faced a 30-second electric shock penalty and was automatically added to the store's blacklist. So there are indeed individuals who engage in underhanded tactics when she is not around. Who would dare to pack food to take away from a self-service restaurant? Surely, such behavior would have been unheard of even before the apocalypse. Yumi instructed the system to display the surveillance footage from the restaurant at that time. The screen revealed a middle-aged man, Lu Mingchong, brazenly pulling out a large plastic bag to pack dumplings before leaving. Other patrons nearby watched in astonishment, with one even attempting to intervene, only to be silenced by Lu Mingchong's menacing glare. Others lingered, perhaps contemplating whether they, too, could partake in such audacity. As Lu Mingchong prepared to exit, a voice resembling an announcement echoed through the restaurant. Ding, taking food and beverages out of the Black Cat self-service restaurant is prohibited. First warning. The patrons looked around in confusion, unable to locate the source of the sound, as no loudspeaker was visible. Lu Mingchong heard the warning, but merely furrowed his brows in irritation, dismissing the announcement as he pushed the door, only to find it unyielding. Ding, taking food and beverages out of the Black Cat self-service restaurant is prohibited. Second warning. Angered by the situation, Lu Mingchong and Oppo's expression darkened further. He clenched his fists, channeling his strength enhancement ability, and struck the glass door with force. Yet, despite his violent attempts, the door remained impervious, showing no signs of damage. Ding, taking food and beverages out of the Black Cat self-service restaurant is prohibited. Third warning. With each successive warning, Lu Mingchong's fury escalated. He began to pound on the door with fists and feet, even throwing his body against it. The surrounding customers watched in stunned silence. Ding, customer. Lu Mingchong. Membership code 0000000029A has repeatedly violated the rules of the Black Cat self-service restaurant. Electric shock for 30 seconds, added to the restaurant's blacklist. As the announcement concluded, Lu Mingchong trembled violently, his eyes wide, as electrical currents coursed through him. 30 seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, only to vanish from sight, having been randomly transported by the system. How foolish to resort to such tricks. The system in Oppo's electric shock was unlike any ordinary jolt. While it did not threaten his life, the pain was 100-fold that of high-voltage electricity. Yumi sighed, reflecting on the unpredictability of human nature. With an empty restaurant inviting customers to enter freely, it was no surprise that someone would entertain inappropriate thoughts. She wondered where Lu Mingchong had been transported, given his behavior, perhaps to the Arctic or a volcano. Witnessing Lu Mingchong's fate, The other patrons became more subdued, abandoning any mischievous thoughts, and quietly resumed their meals. After shutting off the surveillance video, Yumi stretched languidly. Today had truly exhausted her, ever since her rebirth from a life of overwork that led to her untimely demise. She had embraced a life of leisure. However, the workload today had been overwhelming. Yumi resolved that she must not exert herself so rigorously in the future. A return to her leisurely ways was essential. Cocooned in her blankets, she comfortably drifted into slumber. Having worn herself out the previous day, Yumi awoke just before 9 a.m. After completing her morning rituals, she descended to open the restaurant. Upon stepping outside, she was met with a throng of eager patrons. Upon closer inspection, she recognized several regulars among the unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar faces. Wasn't it Appos, that the group from the Bright Base yesterday? Including the elderly lady from before. The elderly lady, upon seeing Yumi, was overcome with excitement. You scared me half to death, young lady. We arrived at 8 a.m. and knocked for ages, thinking we were being played with. Yumi, apologetic, replied, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I overslept and made you wait. We told you not to worry. Ha! Boss, you often oversleeps, and the opening hours are rarely punctual. But we know you will open eventually. We've grown accustomed to it. Just look at how startled you've made us, laughed one of the loyal customers. Yumi felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed her tardiness had indeed become notorious. It's not our first visit. We found it hard to believe such a wonderful place existed. Upon seeing the closed door, we couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, remarked a young man from the group accompanying the elderly lady. Yumi smiled and assured them, as the owner, I will certainly heed your valuable feedback and adjust the opening hours accordingly. As for when that will be, she mused, deciding to postpone that consideration, as she had just resolved to continue her leisurely lifestyle. Chapter 19. The temptation of soup dumplings as the guests entered. Yumi briefly explained the membership registration process and redemption method, reminding everyone to review the regulations displayed on the large board. Without her needing to elaborate further, several regular patrons eagerly assisted in introducing the procedures, saving her considerable effort. Observing the guests continuously placing their crystal cores and jewels into the redemption machine. The points within the system surged upward, igniting a smile that she could not suppress. A total of 23 new customers had arrived, bringing the total to 58, drawing her ever closer to the milestone of 100 customers. Due to the influx of new patrons, along with 6 or 7 returning customers, the once cozy establishment felt overwhelmingly crowded, with insufficient seating available. Yet, the guests seemed unconcerned, with some even willing to stand while dining. Elderly Ms. Li Hua settled at a table with her 6-year-old grandson, allowing him to sit alone while she fetched food. Upon entering the self-service restaurant, the guests were met with a chorus of astonishment. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible, awakening appetites with its tantalizing allure. Before them lay an array of dishes, beautifully arranged on the tables. Ms. Li Hua hurriedly grabbed a plate and rushed to the serving station, while another group of newcomers squeezed in to partake. Everyone was anxious that the food might run out, despite it being a buffet, as no one could guarantee there would be replenishments. Dishes such as pan-fried buns and soup dumplings, which were particularly coveted, were small and quickly disappeared within moments. However, the regulars merely chuckled and reassured the newcomers, there's no need to rush. They will replenish. One tea they, boss you? Yumi nodded and smiled. No need to scramble. There's plenty for everyone. As she spoke, Yumi collected an empty large plate and a stack of steaming baskets. Retreating into the kitchen, she discarded the used items in the recycling area and replaced them with fresh supplies, ensuring the restaurant was restocked. Emerging with an impressive mountain of soup dumplings and pan-fried buns, the new guests could hardly believe their eyes. The owner's promise of plenty was indeed true. Everyone filled their plates generously and began to indulge with delight. Grandma, this soup dumpling is so delicious. It's the best I've ever had, exclaimed little Zhao Fan, his youthful voice ringing with joy. If you like it, eat more. Ms. Li Hua tenderly stroked her grandson and Appos' head, her heart swelling with affection. It had been years since Fan had enjoyed such delicacies, as his parents had transformed into zombies at the onset of the apocalypse, leaving them as the sole survivors. They relied on sporadic cleaning jobs for ability users, earning just enough for a half-pack of biscuits. Fan's malnourishment had rendered him looking 2 years younger than his actual age. Seeing her grandson relish the food brought immense comfort to Lilihua. "This is so delicious. Grandma wants some too," said Zhao Fan, offering a dumpling to her. Lilihua's heart swelled with pride as she watched him, then turned her gaze to the lovely dumpling before her. With approximately 18 delicate folds, she took a gentle bite, and instantly hot broth erupted forth. Quickly, she lifted a spoon to catch the golden, glossy liquid that flowed into it. Savoring the broth, she found it perfectly seasoned, rich yet not greasy, leaving an unforgettable taste on her palate. Once she had absorbed enough of the broth, she swallowed the entire dumpling, her taste buds captivated by the exquisite balance of flavors. The proportions of the fresh meat and gelatinous skin were impeccable, exceeding her expectations. "This is truly delightful," she thought, her aged eyes shimmering with joy. Such an endlessly replenished buffet was already a rarity, and the flavors were astonishingly exquisite. The new customers relished their chosen dishes, showering praises upon the establishment. As nearly 3 hours passed, each guest left, their bellies full and content, promising to return the next day and vowing to spread the word about Yumi's restaurant. Throughout the afternoon, several more patrons trickled in, bringing the customer count to 64 out of the target of 100. Yumi gazed at the number with satisfaction. Days passed, and thanks to the enthusiastic promotion by returning customers, new guests continued to arrive. The completion rate of her task climbed to 89 out of 100. She was on the brink of achieving her goal of upgrading to a level 2 restaurant. Meanwhile, on another front, report, Commander Sun. The team is assembled and awaiting your orders. A young soldier stood at attention, saluting as he conveyed the current situation. The individual known as Commander Sun, Sun O, was the overall leader of this mission. He surveyed the 5 squads of soldiers clad in military uniforms, each armed and ready. Nodding, he said, "Let us move out." Assigned by Zhang Tian, one of the base's administrators, Sun O was leading the exclusive military unit from the Guangming base toward the Shangyu Road. Chapter 20. The Army's occupation of the buffet restaurant. "Oh my goodness. I could devour another 10 bowls of this fried rice. Is this truly fried rice? It's simply divine," exclaimed Customer A. "This Yanshan noodles are exceptionally delicious. The scallions within are so fragrant," added Customer B. "Oh, this ice-cold beer is utterly delightful. How fortunate I am to indulge in beer like this. In these times, alcohol and cigarettes are indeed rare commodities," remarked Customer C. "Given such high temperatures, nothing beats a chilled cola. It's refreshing," chimed in Customer D. The buffet restaurant was abuzz with excitement, with new patrons continually arriving, and Yumi was happily accumulating points. As noon approached, around 12 p.m., Yumi decided to grab her employee meal from the kitchen. She preferred to eat in the kitchen due to the lavish offerings of the employee meals, which far surpassed the buffet spread. If the outside customers caught a glimpse, it would surely tempt them. Just as Yumi was savoring her meal, a tremendous commotion erupted outside, the noise reaching even her ears in the kitchen. Furrowing her brow, she set down her unfinished meal and stepped out of the kitchen. In the restaurant's dining area, everyone had ceased their meals, collectively gazing towards the entrance, their expressions tense and grave. "Is that our base's army?" one person inquired. Yes. The one at the forefront looks like Commander Sun," another responded. "What? Why are they here? And with such a grand display?" Listening to the patrons' discussions, Yumi craned her neck to peer through the glass door. Just outside, several military trucks were parked, for which soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with weapons were disembarking, their faces stern and unapproachable. Soldiers? Yumi couldn't help but think. The soldiers swiftly surrounded the Black Cat buffet restaurant, weapons aimed directly at it. Witnessing this, the customers inside were horrified, retreating en masse to the farthest corner of the establishment. In moments, dozens of individuals huddled together, feeling a strange sense of security in their crowding. Anxiety painted the faces of all present. The youngest among them, Fan, buried his head in his grandmother's embrace out of fear. Lilihua continuously comforted her grandson. Yet her own eyes mirrored the same anxiety and tension. Everyone, please remain calm. I will step outside to assess the situation. Stay inside. The restaurant guarantees your absolute safety. Yumi reassured the patrons, her face adorned with a gentle, persuasive smile. After soothing the crowd, she pushed open the door and stepped out of the buffet restaurant, her professional smile unwavering. Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet Restaurant. Are you guests in need of a meal? Seeing her emerge, Sun O stepped forward and asked, "Is this buffet restaurant yours?" He scrutinized the smiling girl before him. As expected from prior intelligence, she appeared to be around 20, a delicate young woman. "Indeed, I'm the owner of the Black Cat Buffet Restaurant. My surname is Yu," Yumi replied with a gentle smile. Sun O, displaying politeness, stood at attention and saluted Yumi. "We are the army from the Guangming base. Mr. Zhang, the base administrator, has taken a liking to this establishment and has requisitioned your restaurant. You are required to vacate the premises today." Feigning ignorance, Yumi tilted her head and said, "Oh dear, that is quite unfortunate. My business was just beginning to flourish, and I have no intention of relinquishing my restaurant. However, if Mr. Zhang is willing to offer 100,000 fourth-tier crystal cores, I might consider relocating. After all, this is a prime piece of real estate." Observing Sun O's perplexed expression, she continued, "If this is too much, I can assure you, I am not leaving without my supplies." Upon hearing this, Sun O furrowed his brow. "Owner, you has misunderstood my intent. You may leave, but you cannot take any supplies from the buffet, and you must disclose your supply sources." Realization dawned on Yumi. They coveted her restaurant's food resources and intended to seize them. Sun O had been observing the girl, aware of her capability to withstand several initial-level ability users' attacks, recognizing her strength. However, as she responded to his demand with an even softer smile, he felt an unsettling apprehension. "So you want me to pack up and leave? But on what grounds?" Yumi narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Owner, you should be a wise individual. You are alone, without any backing. You must understand the consequences of opposing a base. Do you truly wish to remain obstinate? I advise you to relinquish this restaurant. It's better than facing death." Sun O warned, his tone laced with menace, growing colder by the moment. "I understand you possess some skill, but even a hero cannot withstand a torrent of blows. Can you truly withstand so many bullets alone? Our soldiers are all above third-tier ability users." Taking a step closer, he loomed over Yumi, his stature imposing. Sun O was quite tall, while Yumi barely reached his shoulders. Each time he looked down upon others, he instilled a profound sense of pressure. He fixed his gaze on Yumi, determined not to miss any flicker of emotion on her face. If she displayed even a hint of panic, he would claim victory. Yet, he was disappointed. A minute passed, and the girl maintained her smile, unwavering, as if her fade were flawless, an unsettling mask of cheerfulness. This demeanor stirred doubt within Sun O, and as he recognized his own wavering resolve, he steadied himself and spoke again. "Owner, you, why remain so stubborn? Why not take a step back? While I am unaware of your restaurant's resources, as a girl, how long can you protect them? Why not ally with the Guangming base? With the base as your support, you would need to surrender 99 of your resources each month. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the girl's smile vanish, replaced by a blank expression. "I'm not interested. Since you don't require a meal, I shall take my leave," she stated flatly, turning to re-enter the buffet restaurant. "Stop." Seeing Yumi turn away without a care for their numbers ignited Sun O's fury. "Don't be foolish," he shouted. Yumi continued on her path, ignoring their words entirely. Seeing her obstinacy, Sun O's eyes glinted with coldness as he raised his hand to signal the surrounding soldiers. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers aimed their weapons at the retreating Yumi. With a swift motion, Sun O commanded, "Fire!" Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted, smoke billowing, shaking the very heavens. Chapter 21. The army's attempt to seize the buffet restaurant. The echoes of gunfire reverberated in the surroundings, causing the patrons within the restaurant to tremble in fear. The interior of the establishment was modest, allowing for a clear view of the chaos outside. Even as they huddled in corners, the scene unfolded before their eyes. So many soldiers, an overwhelming array of weapons, in stark contrast to the fragile beauty of the girl present. Voices rose in panic, urging the owner, you, to be cautious. At the moment the gunshots erupted, Sun O remained composed. However, the instant the firing ceased, shock coursed through him. The girl stood resolute, her blue floral dress fluttering gently in the breeze, revealing her straight, alabaster calves. Beneath those delicate limbs rested her floral sandals, surrounded by a scattered array of bullets. They lay haphazardly at her feet, each one a testament to the turmoil outside. Sun O's pupils dilated involuntarily as he beheld this sight. The surrounding soldiers mirrored his astonishment. As the crowd remained engulfed in disbelief, the girl slowly turned to face them. Sun O caught a glimpse of an indescribable smile gracing her lips. His heart raced, an unsettling rhythm. Despite being a man of experience, well-versed in the ways of the world, he found himself unable to restrain his instinctive reaction. Tremors seized him. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand once more. The soldiers around him quickly followed suit, aiming their weapons at Yumi. A sense of disorientation washed over the soldiers. The girl's peculiar smile coiled around their souls like a venomous serpent. Gunfire erupted again. Bullets hurtled forth, their trajectories too swift for the naked eye to grasp. The girl, still adorned with that enigmatic smile, stood motionless before the restaurant. A brilliant blue light erupted. An oval, translucent shield enveloped Yumi. As the bullets struck the blue barrier, they clattered to the ground with a delicate chime. Sun O, seizing the moment, shouted, "Unleash your abilities." The soldiers reacted swiftly, holstering their guns and activating their powers. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the space, outshining even the garish neon sign of the Black Cat Buffet. A torrent of formidable energy surged toward Yumi. The combined might of 65 third-tier ability users unleashed simultaneously was nothing short of terrifying. The patrons within the restaurant were momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the energies. Yet, in that fleeting moment, their thoughts spiraled in myriad directions. The vibrant display of abilities paled in comparison to the soft blue radiance enveloping Yumi. Upon impact, the blue shield merely emitted a series of muffled thuds, and then fell silent. The overwhelming force of the third-tier abilities failed to breach the barrier, leaving the girl unscathed within. Witnessing this, Sun O's fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. How could this be? How was it possible? They were all seasoned third-tier users, far from the likes of Lu Fan, who had only just awakened his powers. Sun O understood the immense strength of their collective assault, yet still, they could not budge the girl an inch. What was this ethereal blue shield? Was it her ability? What kind of power could withstand such a concerted effort? Just how formidable was this girl? A half-smile, half-mocking expression graced Yumi's face as she languidly remarked, "Commander Sun, I advise you to spare your efforts. You cannot move me. What to do? What could be done?" Their abilities proved futile against her. Previous attempts at close combat had likewise failed, and now even bullets were ineffectual. What other options remained? Sun O and Amp, Oppo's grip tightened, his molars grinding audibly. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. Yumi, puzzled by this sudden shift, wondered how the man who had seemed on the brink of explosion could now be in fits of laughter. Had she driven him to madness? Ha ha ha! Sun O gasped for breath between bursts of laughter, eventually donning a look of satisfaction. "You are indeed formidable, Yumi, I concede, although we cannot harm you. My sole objective is to seize this buffet restaurant. Once I have claimed it, your fate is of no consequence." Chapter 22. Is she a high-level psychic abilities user? No wonder Sun O appeared so jubilant. He thought he had devised a brilliant plan. To strike directly at the restaurant? He might as well attempt to pluck stars from the sky. At least that would seem more promising. Yumi was at a loss for words. Yet she could not be bothered to engage further, dismissing Sun O entirely and turning back towards the buffet restaurant. Observing her retreating figure, Sun O refrained from calling out this time, simply stating, "Team 1 and Team 2, follow me inside. The rest of you continue to surround this place." With that, he stepped forward into the restaurant. At that moment, Yumi had already pushed the door open and entered the establishment, with Sun O trailing closely behind. However, to their astonishment, As Sun Oh and his entourage approached within half a meter of the restaurant, they encountered an invisible barrier that thwarted their advance. Sun Oh pushed against the air before him with all his might, but his hands could not penetrate the ethereal obstruction. The soldiers found themselves in the same predicament. This unseen wall segregated them from the interior of the buffet, creating two distinct realms. Despite their relentless attempts, striking and attacking with weapons, they could not breach the transparent barrier. This impediment had been established moments earlier when Yumi added this group to the restaurant's blacklist, rendering them unable to approach within half a meter. Yumi reasoned that since this group would likely not patronize her business in the future, it was better to maintain the separation, preventing any disturbance to other guests. You wanted to cause trouble? Well, you shan't enjoy any delicacies. Inside the restaurant, Yumi endeavored to reassure the remaining patrons, who were still visibly unsettled. Rest assured, they cannot harm you. Feel free to enjoy your meal, she said. Observing that Yumi emerged unscathed, the guests expressed their admiration for her prowess. You are incredible. Boss you. I just witnessed how those soldiers were utterly helpless against you, exclaimed a young girl, the same one who had forcibly handed Yumi a flyer at the Bright Base's task hall. In response to the praise, Yumi merely smiled gently. To be frank, their attempts today were nothing more than child's play. Even if a more formidable presence were to arrive at this restaurant, I can guarantee the safety of everyone inside. You may all relax. Upon hearing Yumi's reassuring words, the patrons genuinely felt at ease, marveling at the restaurant's mysterious nature. They had just witnessed how that group of soldiers seemed to be thwarted by a transparent wall, unable to approach even a fraction closer. How extraordinary could it be that Boss Yu possessed high-level psychic abilities? If so, to what extent? Surely at least level 7 or 8. Moreover, her assertion that even if a more powerful entity were to arrive, the safety of those inside would be assured ignited thoughts among the guests. If they could remain within the restaurant indefinitely, would they no longer need to fear the formidable zombies? It was even safer than the base. After all, the base occasionally fell victim to zombie hordes, yet the Black Cat Buffet was different. Since entering the restaurant just a few hours ago, they observed that any wandering zombies or mutant beasts seemed oblivious to the restaurant's existence, instinctively steering clear of it. Once again, the patrons marveled at the wonders of the Black Cat Buffet. They wondered about Boss Yu's true origins. Consequently, someone inquired if they could extend their stay at the buffet, hoping to utilize it as a refuge. Yumi, however, firmly declined. Not only was her restaurant still relatively small, but the regulations were also not something she could amend at will. This was part of the agreement that allowed her to operate the establishment for free. Furthermore, she had come to this world to enjoy a joyful second life. If refugees were to take up residence, how could she maintain her happiness? She had no desire to play the caretaker. She was merely a visitor from another world, capable of leaving at any moment. She could not afford to sacrifice her rare second chance for the sake of others. Upon hearing Yumi's refusal, the guests felt a twinge of disappointment, though they had not held high hopes to begin with. After all, with such an abundance of delicious food, it was unrealistic to expect unlimited time. Having reconciled their thoughts, they resumed their seating, eating, and drinking. After all the commotion caused by Sun Oh and his group, they had wasted considerable time and were now nearing 3 hours. They needed to make the most of their meal. Meanwhile, Sun Oh and his companions lingered at the entrance, frustrated by their inability to find a solution, and eventually departed in anger. As Sun Oh sat in the vehicle, he reflected on the earlier events. Though he was not exceptionally clever, he was no fool either. He realized that Yumi was certainly not someone they could provoke. Was that formidable barrier indeed a manifestation of high-level psychic abilities? Closing his eyes, Sun Oh contemplated how to persuade manager Zhang upon their return. He knew that Zhang was not someone easy to deal with. He regretted aligning himself with Zhang Tian from the very outset. Chapter 23. Prohibition Notice for the Black Cat Buffet Restaurant, Bright Base Villa District. Having returned early, Sun Oh had already waited for several hours, and by the time the sky darkened, Zhang Tian finally descended from the second floor, leisurely wrapped in a bathrobe. How outrageous! After receiving a report, Zhang Tian violently shattered the coffee cup in his hand, the fragments scattering while the rich aroma of dark coffee spilled onto the floor. Observing Zhang's actions, Sun O suppressed the glint of malice in his eyes and remarked, I believe it is unwise for us to confront that buffet restaurant directly, given our current strength at the base. If we truly provoke them, we cannot predict what countermeasures they might employ. Upon hearing Sun O's words, a sinister expression twisted across Zhang Tian's pudgy face. Useless. You are all utterly worthless. What do you think I am sustaining you for? A group of inept fools cannot handle a mere girl. Hearing Zhang's harsh words, Sun O simply lowered his gaze in silence. Zhang could hardly believe that so many armed individuals, all of considerable ability, were rendered powerless against the young girl. How could they not approach the restaurant? Was Sun O not capable of devising strategy? The audacity to return empty-handed. Useless. Truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. I initially recruited these soldiers for their capabilities, yet they fail even at this trivial matter. A collection of worthless lackeys. Now, even a girl of unknown origins dares to defy him. Whatever Zhang Tian desired, no one would dare to refuse upon hearing his name. Just because they possessed some skills, they thought they could oppose the base? Ridiculous. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. Ah, a protective barrier, is it? High-level psychics, huh? Give me the order. Starting tomorrow, no one from Bright Base is permitted to patronize that buffet restaurant. Those who defy this order will be expelled from the base. However, as for Manager Zhu, Sun O's words remained unspoken, yet the implication was clear. The power within Bright Base was currently divided, with two managers equally matched. The other manager, Zhu Xiao, was not one to be trifled with, and most significant decisions required mutual consent before execution. What? Is my word no longer effective? It's merely a prohibition, and I must still report to that hypocrite Zhu Xiao. Zhang Tian's temper flared further at the mere mention of Zhu Xiao, a man who consistently opposed him. Yet he could never find a way to eliminate him. Seeing that Zhang was unyielding, Sun O reluctantly proceeded to convey the order. As for how Zhu would respond upon learning of Zhang and Appo's unilateral decision, well, he had already offered his counsel in vain. Zhang and Appo's command was swiftly disseminated, and the following day, the base's public address system repeatedly announced in populous areas, with similar notices posted in places like the mission hall. The message was unequivocal. Any resident of Bright Base was forbidden from visiting the Black Cat Buffet restaurant. Violators would be expelled from the base and barred from reentry. Upon hearing this decree, the populace of Bright Base erupted in complaints. They had just heard a group of base members who had dined at the Black Cat Buffet share their experiences. After returning from the buffet, this group began to spread the word. The notion of unlimited feasting was simply irresistible, with so many people promoting it. Even Lilihua dragged her grandson Fan around to share the news, while the round-bellied Fan boasted about drinking 6 cups of cola. Thus, the word spread rapidly, and within mere hours, a significant portion of Bright Base was aware of the existence of the Black Cat Buffet and marveled at its wonders. Everyone was eager to indulge the following morning. Yet suddenly, this prohibition emerged. Why the refusal? I heard from my neighbor that there are many delicious dishes available for all to enjoy. Why are we not allowed to go? One irate citizen protested to the soldiers who had just delivered the notice. Exactly. The base provides insufficient food, and now that we have a means to fill our stomachs, you still deny us access? Are you trying to starve us? The food at Black Cat Buffet is exquisite. I've never tasted anything so delightful in my life, let alone all you can eat. You won't show compassion, but you won't allow the owner to do so either. This was voiced by a satisfied customer who had visited the buffet. Yes, indeed. Why are we being prohibited from going? Protested another. This is outrageous. If you wish for us not to go, then at least provide us with enough food to satisfy our hunger. Before long, the number of protesters grew, comprising both ordinary citizens and those with abilities. Life had become difficult for everyone in this post-apocalyptic world, and having finally found a place where they could satisfy their hunger, they were not willing to accept such an arbitrary prohibition without explanation. I went to the Black Cat Buffet just yesterday morning. I witnessed Commander Sun leading several teams to commandeer the restaurant, demanding the owner vacate, only to retreat in defeat. This is merely a case of embarrassment turned into anger, isn't it? Unable to win, Now they wish to prevent others from enjoying it, one customer exclaimed. Is Commander Sun truly so unreasonable? Another citizen echoed. What a disgrace. This must be Zhang's doing. He likely covets the restaurant's resources and seeks to monopolize them. Is this even fair? Do we not deserve to have enough to eat? Must these managers leave us with no means of survival? The crowd erupted in renewed anger, their protests growing louder. The soldiers who had posted the notices, witnessing the swelling crowd and escalating dissent, sensed trouble and turned to report back. As the soldiers retreated, the crowd's anger intensified, and they resolved to march towards Zhang Tian's villa district to protest. A diverse throng, consisting of men, women, and children, made their way to the villa district, with more joining along the way. The villa district, home to Zhang Tian, was a highly restricted area within Bright Base, heavily guarded by soldiers. The crowd found themselves unable to gain entry, resorting to gathering at the entrance to voice their discontent. Meanwhile, several hours earlier, report to Manager Zhu. What is the urgency? Zhu Xiao, engrossed in reviewing documents, inquired as his subordinate, Commander Wang, rushed in. Upon hearing Zhu and Appo's question, Wang leaned closer, whispering in Zhu's ear. After a moment, Zhu Xiao set down his pen, rubbed his nose, and chuckled softly. Old Zhang is truly becoming more unhinged by the day. Manager, what should we do next? Commander Wang asked. Zhu Xiao straightened in his chair, stretching his sore neck in contemplation before responding. Given the widespread discontent among the populace towards old Zhang, let us stoke the flames further. It is time for Bright Base to bid farewell to one of its managers. With that, he revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 24. The great conflict in front of the villa district seated in his home. Zhang Tian received news that a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the villa district, protesting against him, igniting a furious blaze within him. These treacherous subjects, how dare they rebel? Drive them out. Expel them all. Yes. The messenger, a young soldier, turned to leave upon receiving the command. Wait. Zhang Tian called out to the departing soldier, his expression dark as he pondered for a moment before declaring, Bring 2 squads with you. Anyone who dares utter another word shall be executed without mercy. Dispose of the bodies outside the base. The soldier, having received the order, hurried away. Zhang Tian's countenance remained grim. He harbored resentment that these insignificant insects dared to challenge the supreme authority of the base. Did they wish to forsake their lives? Since he ascended to the highest leadership position, he had never endured such an affront. Damn it! He could not allow that hypocrite, Zhu Xiao, to revel in his humiliation. With this thought, Zhang Tian cast a sinister glance out the window toward Zhu Xiao and Appo's villa. Unbeknownst to him, the crowd at the villa district and Appo's entrance was swelling. Voices raised in a cacophony of shouts, some even shoving against the soldiers guarding the entrance. The captain of the guard was in a state of disarray, urging his men to hold the line. At that moment, the young soldier returned, whispering hurriedly into the captain's ear. Upon hearing the order, the captain's brow furrowed, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding to comply with his superior and Appo's command. He strode forward boldly, taking a loudspeaker in hand, and addressed the agitated crowd. Manager Zhang has issued an order. Everyone disperse at once. Those who remain obstinate will face immediate action. Execute without mercy, life or death. Throw them out of the base. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in anguished cries. On what grounds? This is inhumane. There is no justice. The captain paid no heed to the increasingly agitated masses, directing his soldiers, guard team, stand ready. Anyone who approaches will be executed without mercy. Upon receiving the captain's command, all soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the crowd before them. The people, frightened, retreated a step, ceasing their advance, yet their lamentations persisted. Manager Zhang has gone too far. We merely wish to eat our fill at the buffet. What wrong have we committed to warrant this? A young man shouted. A tearful young woman added, My family of 4 relies solely on my husband, who is an ability user. We barely survive on a thin bowl of porridge each day. Today, we learn of a place where we could finally eat our fill, yet before we could even go, it was prohibited. Must we suffer because Manager Zhang has grievances against the restaurant? Indeed, We just want to fill our stomachs. Why must they turn against us? The base's army should be exterminating the zombies, not aiming their weapons at their own people. Another voice chimed in. Absolutely. This is tyranny. As the crowd voiced their grievances, several individuals exchanged glances, and one among them shouted, "We're all facing death anyway, whether by your hands or by starvation. Don't think we're unaware that Zhang Tian feasts daily, indulging at the bright restaurant every few days. Why must we suffer hunger?" The man's indignation grew as he turned to the surrounding crowd. "I'm ready to risk it all today. Either we defeat this old bastard Zhang Tian, or we starve to death together. Let us fight back and seize that buffet filled with meat." Another man, who had shared a glance earlier, immediately chimed in. "Well said. I'm an ability user. I'll take the lead. Zhang Tian is unworthy of being the base's leader. Today it's either him or us." The speaker, a middle-aged man, waved his hand, and a massive earthen wall sprang up, shielding the crowd. "I am a Tier 3 Earth ability user. I'll protect you all. Now let us move. Yes, charge. He wants us to starve. Let him perish first." The crowd roared their agreement, emboldened by the middle-aged man's actions. Even those without abilities joined the fray. In a world fraught with danger from zombies and robbery, ordinary people carried knives and clubs whenever they ventured out. Now, under the cover of the middle-aged man's earthen wall, they surged forward. "Indeed, let us confront Zhang Tian. He wants us to starve. He shall die first," they cried. "Zhang Tian, the vampire. He feasts while we suffer." Fueled by unbridled fury, the crowd surged forward, unafraid of the soldiers' bullets. The middle-aged man darted with remarkable agility, utilizing the earthen wall to shield many from harm. Yet, despite their efforts, some ordinary individuals were injured, their eyes blazing with determination as they pressed on, wielding their makeshift weapons against the guard team. 3 years had passed, 3 years of hunger and fear, and now, with a glimmer of hope for sustenance, they could not allow Zhang Tian to extinguish it. In this moment, all the pent-up hunger, grievances, and exhaustion from the past 3 years erupted, and Zhang Tian became the focal point of their fury. Chapter 25. The People's Rebellion Against the Tyrant. The fall of Zhang Tian as the guards began to falter. The anticipated reinforcements inexplicably delayed their arrival. Just as the crowd was on the verge of storming the guards to breach the villa area, an unexpected scene unfolded. Zhang Tian was dragged out, bound hand and foot by several soldiers clad in camouflage. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa district, he was ruthlessly kicked to the ground by Commander Wang, kneeling facing the gate. After executing this act, Commander Wang turned sharply and saluted, exclaiming, "Manager Zhu." A tall, middle-aged man approached the entrance with a benevolent smile upon his face. Upon reaching Commander Wang, he accepted the megaphone that was handed to him and addressed the crowd, who were vociferously cursing Zhang Tian. "Dear citizens of the Guangming base, please remain calm. I am Zhu Xiao, one of the base's administrators. Today, due to the personal errors of Manager Zhang, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to you all. I am truly sorry." With that, he performed a formal 90-degree bow, prompting the previously outraged crowd to gradually cease their tumult and observe the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to me until now, Manager Zhang had egregiously disregarded the rules of the Guangming base, unilaterally issuing prohibitions that have severely hindered the development of the base and diminished the quality of life for our citizens. This has resulted in grave repercussions for the base. Therefore, I hereby announce the dismissal of Zhang Tian from his position as the base manager and his incarceration in the base's dungeon. Zhu Xiao continued, "As a representative of the Guangming base, I assure you that the prohibition against visiting the Black Cat Buffet is rendered null and void. You are free to dine as you wish. The base shall impose no restrictions, nor shall we inflict any harm upon you. Rest assured." Upon hearing Zhu Xiao's assurances, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Yet upon the announcement of his dismissal, Zhang Tian erupted in outrage, shouting, "Zhu Xiao, how dare you?" At that moment, a faction within the crowd, who had been orchestrating the uproar, suddenly cried out in unison, "Long live Manager Zhu! Down with Manager Zhang!" Initially, it was but a few voices, but soon the fervor spread, and the throng began to chant, "Long live Manager Zhu! Down with Manager Zhang!" Zhang Tian's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the gaunt figures before him, incredulous that they would dare to align themselves with Zhu Xiao against him. And that wretched woman, Mei Xiang, how dare she betray him? Had it not been for her, how could he, a peak-tier, third-level ability user, have faced such defeat? Reflecting on the recent incident where Zhu Xiao had encircled his villa with troops, Zhang Tian felt a surge of rage. Yet, no matter how deep his hatred, he could only be led away to the dungeon amidst the crowd and amp oppos as cries for his downfall. Commander Sun, are we truly leaving? Why not align ourselves with Manager Zhu? Zhu is not like Zhang. This is a golden opportunity for defection, spoke a trusted soldier of Sun O. Upon hearing this, Sun O shook his head. When one of his spies inadvertently learned of Zhu Zhao's plans and discreetly informed him, he pondered deeply but ultimately chose not to disclose this information to Zhang Tian. Instead, he promptly led his troops away from the Guangming base. He understood all too well that Zhang Tian could never contend with the cunning of Zhu Xiao, the old fox. If there were to be blame, it would rest on his own past folly for having chosen to side with Zhang Tian. With a sigh, Sun O remarked, "We are, after all, subordinates of Zhang Tian. Even if we were to betray him now, an ally with Zhu Xiao, how much regard do you think Zhu would have for us? A betrayal today could easily lead to another tomorrow. We would forever remain beneath Commander Wang and oppos, as forces never earning his trust." The soldier, in agreement with Sun O, nodded in understanding. Sun O continued, "Rather than endure perpetual subjugation under the other military factions at Guangming base, we might as well venture forth to seek new opportunities elsewhere. Our military strength is formidable, the world is vast, and surely there exists a base that can be our new home." Thus, he departed with the majority of his forces, his soldiers convinced by Sun O's analysis of the situation, willingly choosing to leave with him. From that day forth, the Guangming base was left with but a single administrator. Chapter 26. The long-awaited moment. The Black Cat Buffet restaurant has reached level 2. A tumultuous riot erupted at the Bright base, yet Yumi remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. She had anticipated a significant influx of patrons following the promises made by the individuals from the Bright base to promote her establishment, but instead, only a few familiar faces trickled in, loyal customers from days gone by. While Yumi found this somewhat perplexing, she dismissed the thought. Nevertheless, the returning customers had sufficed to fulfill the requirement of accumulating 100 patrons, surpassing the target with a total of 102. With the completion of her upgrade mission, Yumi promptly elevated her buffet restaurant to the next level. Standing within the newly transformed Level 2 restaurant, she felt a wave of satisfaction despite the considerable deduction of her points. The once cramped space had morphed into a bright and spacious area, with the number of tables and chairs tripling. The previously outdated furnishings, the counter, tables, and entrance had all been revitalized. The walls and floor tiles had undergone a remarkable transformation. The dull gray-white walls had been repainted to a pristine white, adorned with decorative elements and a 50-inch wall-mounted television. The ceiling boasted 3 air conditioning units, while the cracked, greenish floor tiles were replaced with brand-new, white porcelain tiles, embellished with unique spade and heart patterns of the joints. Upon entering the kitchen, Yumi marveled at the stark contrast from its previous state. Once grimy and covered in grease, it now sparkled with cleanliness and housed brand-new equipment, offering ample space devoid of congestion. Additionally, a new restroom for each gender had been added at the corner, featuring 3 stalls for women and a combination of a stall and 2 urinals for men, along with a wash basin. While modest in size, these facilities were a significant improvement over the absence of restrooms before. If one were to inquire about Yumi and Appo's greatest delight, it would undoubtedly be the neon lights. The gaudy, blinding neon sign atop the restaurant had been replaced with an elegant black and white flowing neon display, eschewing the garishness for a minimalist black cat silhouette that artfully captured the feline's lithe form. Below the cat's image, the words Black Cat Buffet Restaurant shimmered in a matching black and white glow. What was once an inconspicuous little eatery now boasted a light gray imitation tile roof, complemented by a cool white exterior and several floor-to-ceiling glass windows that exuded an air of sophistication. Atop the light gray roof, a whimsical rabbit-shaped weather vane gently rotated, while the charming restaurant mascot, the Cheshire Cat, curiously pawed at the weather vane. Upon upgrading to level 2, the system had unlocked a plethora of new items, including several stir-fry dishes and almost the entire range of Chinese breakfast options. Last night, Yumi had exchanged all her points, leaving her with a balance of 765 points. The new dishes included sweet and sour fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green peppers with potatoes, and mushrooms with vegetables. As for the selection of Chinese breakfast items, there were simply too many to enumerate. Today, Yumi arose early, rising at 6 o'clock. After completing her morning routine and savoring breakfast, she took a leisurely stroll around her newly revamped restaurant, noting that it was nearly 7. She felt it was time to prepare the dishes. Currently, the self-service tables were still quite bare. Clapping her hands together, she called out, "Ding ding, ling ling, meow meow." It's time to set up the dishes. Just as she finished speaking, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a pair of large, dark paws. A cat's? Out stepped a colossal black cat. Or rather, it resembled an individual dressed in a black cat costume. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the costume lacked a zipper. The first to emerge was a dapper black cat clad in a tailcoat, complete with a bow tie and white gloves, both gentlemanly and adorable. Following this sophisticated feline were 2 others, distinct in gender, both donned in black and white maid outfits, their oversized cat heads adorned with white frilled headbands. Yumi beamed at the trio of costumed black cats. The tuxedo-clad cat was named Ding Ding, while the 2 in maid outfits were Ling Ling and Meow Meow. They were her rewards for achieving the level 2 upgrade, Black Cat Waitstaff. Watching the trio efficiently arrange the self-service dining tables, Yumi Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but marvel at their dexterity. With the assistance of the Black Cat Waitstaff, she would no longer need to serve dishes or clear tables. A welcome relief, especially after the exhausting task she had endured when a large crowd visited 2 days prior. With everything in place, Yumi felt particularly elated and decided to open her doors early. At 8 o'clock sharp, she hung the "Open for Business" sign at the entrance. Within just 15 minutes, a customer arrived. His name was Chun Dong Dong, a youth in his 20s and a neighbor of Tang Sahan. Through him, Yumi had learned about the Black Cat Buffet restaurant. Chun Dong Dong had become a regular patron, visiting almost daily apart from when he was on a task. Recently, he had completed a minor mission and had been away for nearly 5 days, yearning for the culinary delights of the Black Cat Buffet restaurant. Yet there he stood, 3 meters away from the restaurant, utterly stunned. Was this truly the Black Cat Buffet restaurant? Had he taken a wrong turn? Yet the black and white neon sign clearly proclaimed that this was indeed the Black Cat Buffet restaurant. Chapter 27. The Black Cat restaurant is truly a paradise. Chun Dong Dong hesitated for a few steps before he slowly pushed open the door. The moment he entered, a refreshing chill enveloped him, making him feel as though his pores were breathing. How delightful! In this apocalyptic era, the weather was erratic, although it was already October. The temperature soared to 43 degrees, expected to reach at least 48 by noon. Each day was a struggle against sweat, and, at home, he could only use a fan to cool himself. Air conditioning? Fans? Those would cost a fortune in crystal cores. Electricity was scarce, and generating power required special devices that consumed crystal energy. Trading crystal cores for food was already a challenge, and who could afford to waste them just for comfort? Only a handful of powerful individuals and high-ranking officials had that luxury. As Chun Dong Dong fully stepped into the restaurant, the coolness intensified. Looking up, he was stunned to find air conditioning units on the ceiling, 3 of them, visibly whirring. How many crystal cores were being consumed for this luxury? Amidst his astonishment, Chun Dong Dong redirected his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. The walls were new, the floor tiles immaculate, the tables and chairs pristine, the counter gleaming, and a brand new television adorned the space. Everything radiated freshness. "Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. Are you dining with us today?" The familiar greeting echoed, one he had heard on every visit. Chun Dong Dong turned to see Yumi emerging from the kitchen, exclaiming in surprise, "Boss you, it's really you. I thought I had entered the wrong place." The transformation is astonishing. Yumi smiled, explaining the Black Cat Buffet was just renovated last night, hence the significant change. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Not at all. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively. How can anyone mind this? With air conditioning installed, it's incredibly comfortable. But how could such a massive renovation be completed in just one night? Noticing Chen Dong's lingering confusion, Yumi continued, I must apologize to our guests. Due to the conclusion of last month and Oppo's as promotional period, each meal now requires a payment of 6 points. In reality, the promotional price was 2 points, and the standard rate should have been 4 points, but with the upgrade, the meal price had increased to 6 points. However, we have introduced many new dishes. 6 points? That's quite reasonable. Chen Dong had no complaints whatsoever. Even at 6 points, it was still a bargain. After scanning the barcode on his arm to deduct his points, he confidently approached the food station. The food area had undergone a significant transformation. Its size had increased by more than half. There were additional serving tables, and every dining table was adorned with pristine white tablecloths, elegantly edged with lace. Previously, the tables had been cluttered with dull silver trays haphazardly piled with food. Now, the food was neatly arranged in large, round ceramic vessels, each topped with intricately designed golden lids. The lids were propped open, and the tantalizing aromas of various dishes wafted through the air, making one salivate. The variety of dishes was overwhelming. At a glance, Chen Dong noticed an abundance of breakfast items, many of which he had never tasted even before the apocalypse, their names escaping him entirely. He suspected that every traditional breakfast dish from his country was now represented. Ecstatic, he eagerly piled 2 servings of each. Next, he arrived at the hot dish section. Hot dishes. There were hot dishes. Though the Black Cat Buffet had previously focused on snacks, he had been quite satisfied. Now, there were stir-fried dishes as well. Quickly, he grabbed a pair of tongs and selected an entire sweet and sour fish to place on his white porcelain plate. Feeling it insufficient, he fetched another plate and took another. With 2 plates of sweet and sour fish and 1 filled with assorted snacks, Chen Dong hurried back to his seat, only to turn around and dash back to the food station once more. He retrieved 3 new plates, one filled entirely with tomato scrambled eggs, another with fish-flavored shredded pork, and the last brimming with various snacks, including shrimp dumplings, abalone pastries, and caviar siumai, until he was finally satisfied and ready to eat. Chen Dong scooped a hefty portion of tomato scrambled eggs into his mouth, and before he could chew, he took another bite. It was merely tomato scrambled eggs. Yet, the red and yellow danced upon his tongue, the tomatoes sweet and tangy, the eggs golden and fluffy, their combined aroma an incredible delight. After devouring a whole plate of tomato scrambled eggs, he poured himself a glass of beer, relishing its crispness with a satisfied sigh. In the sweltering heat of 43 degrees, within the beautiful buffet, enjoying the refreshing air conditioning and delectable food, complemented by a glass of cold beer, it was nothing short of paradise. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, familiar patrons began to arrive one after another. The moment they beheld the newly renovated Black Cat Buffet, astonishment spread across their faces. Some had visited just the day before, unable to fathom how such a transformation could occur overnight. Yumi informed each guest about the price increase, but they all understood, as even with the increase, it was still an absolute steal. Guests took their seats, praising the new hot dishes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not enjoyed anything stir-fried. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as if a crowd was chattering noisily outside. Is this the place? Didn't you say the buffet was a shabby little shop? How strange. It was nothing like this just 2 days ago. You must have taken a wrong turn. After walking for hours and battling a few zombies, I'm starving. No way. We're a group. How could we all go wrong? Wow, look at this place. They must be wealthy. They even have neon lights. Such a waste of crystal cores. Look, that sign clearly says Black Cat Buffet. In disbelief, the throng of people surged forward, their voices mingling, and upon closer inspection, there were at least 100 individuals. Someone led the way into the restaurant, and soon, the crowd followed suit. As they pushed open the buffet doors, the bell jingled cheerfully. Yumi could only watch as a massive crowd flooded into the restaurant. Chapter 28. The Black Cat Restaurant's booming business. Wow. It is real. The aroma of food is so enticing. My heavens, this establishment is truly exquisite. It rivals the quaint bistros of the pre-apocalyptic era. What is it called? The Black Cat Restaurant. Indeed, it's fortunate that Mr. Zhang has stepped down. Otherwise, I would have regretted not being able to visit such a place. Everyone, please do not jostle. Do you all remember the rules of this restaurant that I shared with you? Please refrain from making a ruckus, or you might find yourselves ejected. The patrons are none other than the citizens of the Bright Base. In a flash, the once spacious buffet restaurant appeared somewhat congested. After all, there was nearly 100-strong queue. Ever since the downfall of Zhang Tian yesterday, the people of the Bright Base decided to gather here to satiate their hunger. They had heard from Li Hua and a few previous patrons about this place, and now they were well acquainted with the restaurant and Oppo's regulations. Although most were first-time visitors, they seamlessly followed the lead of seasoned customers to the registration machine to sign up for membership and recharge their points. Each individual patiently formed an orderly line. Some retrieved necklaces, others pulled out jade pendants, and some presented rings, while an occasional crystal core made an appearance. All the while, Yumi could only observe her system interface as points continuously refreshed. At that moment, the elderly lady Li Hua spotted Yumi and hurriedly approached with her grandson Fan, her face brimming with excitement. "Owner Yu, we brought many people this time. We have spread the word around the base, and now the suffering citizens of the Bright Base see a flicker of hope in your restaurant. No one shall go hungry any longer." Fan is overjoyed. The little boy beside her beamed with excitement, clapping his hands. Through Li Hua and another ponytail girl, Yumi learned about the recent events at the Bright Base. She never anticipated that her unawareness had inadvertently led to a managerial downfall at the base. However, it was well-deserved, for they dared to covet her buffet restaurant. This establishment was her lifeline. Her second chance at happiness depended entirely upon it. Thinking of those who plotted against her restaurant, now facing ruin, Yumi unconsciously revealed what appeared to be a gentle smile, though those who beheld it shivered. That smile was truly chilling. "Ha! The jade pendant I bought before the apocalypse cost over 6,000, and now it's worthless. Yet I never imagined it could be exchanged for over 130 points. Now I can eat," exclaimed a gaunt young woman. "Come quickly. There's fish-flavored shredded pork. It's delicious." An elderly man with graying hair stood at the serving area, filling a plate to the brim with fish-flavored shredded pork, refusing to leave, directly consuming it right there. "Ouch! This pan-fried bun is so juicy." A man clad in a grimy tank top lost a patch of skin from his lip. The person beside him teased, You know it's hot, yet you still can't eat slowly. What do you know? This is called a slow mouth." The tank top man replied dismissively, continuing to devour the pan-fried bun, indifferent to the repeated burns. "Oh, how long has it been since I last savored freshly squeezed orange juice? I used to have a glass every morning." A girl, around 17 or 18, wept as she drank her orange juice. Tang Sahan and his wife, along with Big Eye and others, had also arrived. Upon hearing snippets of conversations about the previous riots at the Bright Base, they were taken aback. They also learned that there had been disturbances at the buffet restaurant prior. Although Big Eye and his companions held no significant status at the origin base and were considered average in capability, they were astute enough to deduce some underlying motives. It was evident that the higher-ups of the Bright Base were envious of the Black Cat Buffet. Big Eye and his group refrained from voicing opinions, quietly heading to collect their meals. Despite the restaurant and Oppo's upgrades, there were still not enough tables and chairs. Only about 30 could be seated, leaving the remaining 60-some patrons standing, balancing their plates while eating. Although dining while standing was somewhat inconvenient, no one complained. Instead, smiles of happiness graced every face as they heartily consumed their meals. With so many people arriving, certain dishes quickly ran low, particularly the meat dishes. "Oh no, the sweet and sour fish is gone." A girl lamented upon discovering that not a single piece remained, her face falling as she had only eaten one. An old customer, noticing her distress, consoled her, "Little girl, it's your first time here, so do not be disheartened. When the dishes run out, owner you will replenish them." Speaking this, the old patron glanced towards Yumi, urging, "Owner you, there are many patrons today, and several dishes are nearly depleted. Please add more." Typically, upon hearing such requests, Yumi would immediately dash to the kitchen to bring out more dishes. However, today, she remained motionless. The old customer found this peculiar. Was owner Yu not planning to replenish the food today, merely standing there smiling? Just as he was about to inquire further, Yumi raised her hands and clapped. With a creaking sound, the kitchen door swung open. 3 figures clad in pitch-black cat costumes emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed 3 individuals dressed as black cats. Each cat gracefully carried a large platter, evidently filled with sweet and sour fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, and other dishes. The crowd was left in stunned silence. What? What is this? It feels like we have entered an amusement park. The 3 figures, one sharply dressed in a suit and 2 in flowing skirts, were utterly adorable yet eerily captivating. The trio of black cats elegantly approached the serving table, beginning to refill the empty bowls with food. Their movements were extraordinarily graceful, devoid of the clumsiness typically associated with individuals in costumes. This scene sparked a collective curiosity. Were there truly people inside, or did the costumes themselves possess a soul? A little girl excitedly exclaimed, "Kitties, big kitties," and attempted to rush forward to embrace them. The girl's mother anxiously pulled her back, urging her to remain quiet. "Fear not, everyone. These 3 are my staff members at the Black Cat Buffet. Ding Ding, Ling Ling, and Meow Meow. They will handle the replenishment of dishes from now on," Yumi announced. As Yumi introduced them, the 3 black cats bowed in unison. Ding Ding placed one paw over its heart and performed a gentlemanly western bow, while Ling Ling and Meow Meow lifted their black and white ruffled skirts and half-curtsied, crossing their cat legs. At that moment, a singular thought resonated among the crowd. This establishment truly exuded an air of enchantment. At first glance, they appear to be merely 3 individuals in black cat costumes, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were no visible zippers. Each movement was flawless, devoid of any flaws. Chapter 29. The first visit of the Storm Squad. Yumi offered little explanation regarding the 3 black cat waitstaff. Sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery serves as an effective promotional strategy. The patrons, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the trio as they moved with fluid grace, refilling dishes, clearing plates, and wiping tables. Even when a guest accidentally dropped a piece of vegetable on the floor, the waitstaff swiftly produced a broom and dustpan to tidy up immediately. The general consensus was that no ordinary human server could exhibit such agility. However, the diners soon redirected their focus to the meal at hand, for that was their primary purpose for being there. As the clock approached 11:30, the guests had already been dining for nearly 2 hours. Yumi couldn't help but marvel at the voracious appetites of these individuals in a post-apocalyptic world. They devoured their food as if they were competitive eaters, continuously shoveling morsels into their mouths. Meanwhile, the sounds of clattering plates and ringing bells indicated that Mia had been replenishing the dishes countless times. In truth, their appetites had been rather ordinary before the apocalypse, but the scarcity of food and water had magnified their cravings to an insatiable extent. As the saying goes, psychology influences physiology. As long as they felt unsatisfied, they would continue to eat until their stomachs could hold no more. Not far from the Black Cat Buffet, an off-road vehicle drew near. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a team of 3 men and 2 women, their appearances somewhat disheveled, yet still exuding vitality. They were the renowned Storm Squad from the Origin Base, and the prowess of each member, regardless of gender, was not to be underestimated. Even the least skilled among them had reached the mid-tier of the 4th stage, while the captain, Feng Junjie, boasted the strength of an early 5th stage. The 5-member team had just completed a mission and was en route back to the Origin Base, bearing significant spoils from their endeavor. Suddenly, Wang Tao, one of the team members, spoke up. "Look over there. ISNT something glowing ahead." He pointed towards a distant spot. The others turned their gazes in that direction, and, indeed, something was shimmering in the distance. Captain Feng Junjie frowned momentarily, contemplating the situation before stating, "Let us go investigate." As they drove closer to the source of the light, Feng Yini whispered to her brother, "Could it be some treasure?" Uncertain, Feng Junjie replied nonchalantly. Hearing the siblings and Oppos exchange, team member Zheng Qian interjected, Regardless of whether it's treasure, we should check it out. It could just be the lights from a house. What are you joking about? In this day and age, who still lives outside and uses crystal cores for electricity? Feng Yini entirely disagreed with Zhang Qian's assumption. The vehicle sped along, and within minutes, they reached a point where the Black Cat buffet became visible. All team members instinctively disembarked, their faces painted with disbelief. "Captain, what is this?" Wang Tao stammered, tugging at his leader's sleeve. Feng Yini rolled her eyes at Wang Tao, exclaiming, "You fool! It clearly says Black Cat buffet. Can you not read?" It then dawned on the group that the light they had observed was not a treasure, but rather the illuminated sign of the buffet. A minimalist design featuring a black cat. "When did this buffet open? How come we haven't seen it before?" asked Zhang Lan, one of the two female members of the storm squad. Zhang Qian responded, "Perhaps it opened while we were away for 3 months." Their mission had indeed lasted over 3 months, and upon returning, they were astonished to find this new establishment. The youngest member, Feng Yini, sprinted ahead, her curiosity piqued. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Brother, come look. There seem to be people inside. Many of them are moving." The team hurried to her side and, to their astonishment, glimpsed numerous figures bustling within. "Captain, what should we do? Should we go in and take a look?" Wang Tao inquired once more. However, the peculiar aura of the restaurant raised concerns. In this era, such establishments seemed like traps, perhaps illusions conjured by high-level psychic abilities. Zhang Lan felt a wave of unease wash over her. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Captain Feng Junjie addressed his team. "I will go in alone to scout. You all wait here." "No way." The others protested in unison. It was absurd to let their captain face potential danger alone when they had pledged to stand together through thick and thin. After a prolonged debate, Feng Junjie ultimately relented, and they all proceeded to investigate together. The bell above the door jingled once more as Yumi recited her familiar greeting. "Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet. May I inquire if you are here to dine?" The storm squad stood frozen at the entrance. "How refreshing," exclaimed Feng Yini. "Is there air conditioning here?" She tugged at her brother's sleeve in delight. "Yes, the restaurant is equipped with central air conditioning," came a response from a voice unfamiliar to Feng Yini. Intrigued, she turned to find a smiling young lady before her. The girl was clad in a white fitted t-shirt and a pale purple skirt. Exquisitely beautiful. Feng Yini dashed over to Yumi, her excitement palpable. "Are you one of the staff here? Your outfit is so lovely." Yumi replied with a smile. "I'm the owner of the Black Cat Buffet. My surname is Yu, and everyone calls me Boss Yu. You must be new patrons visiting for the first time?" Yes. Feng Yini nodded vigorously. "How did you open a restaurant in a place like this, especially with air conditioning? How many crystal cores does it take to power this place?" She clutched her heart at the thought of the energy costs. "Yini, come here and stop causing a ruckus," Feng Junjie said, feeling exasperated by his sister's exuberance. Hearing her brother's call, Feng Yini pouted but returned to his side, observing his sister's antics. Feng Junjie shook his head in resignation and stepped forward to address Yumi directly. "Hello, Boss Yu. I see your establishment is a buffet. Is it, as I understand, a self-service format?" "Indeed, esteemed guest. Here, one may indulge in 3 hours of unlimited dining for just 6 points." Chapter 30. The disappearance of superpowers. Upon hearing Yumi's words and observing the individuals inside indulging in their meals, the Storm team members harbored doubts that remained unspoken. In truth, they all yearned to inquire about the origin of the copious dishes that filled the room. However, the peculiar ambience of the buffet restaurant seemed utterly incongruous with the apocalyptic world outside, hinting at an underlying complexity. Their team was not composed of fools. Thus, they refrained from recklessly probing into others' secrets. The moment they entered, a medley of enticing aromas wafted through the air. Although their group was not lacking in resources and typically dined quite well, for some inexplicable reason, the enticing scent from this establishment stirred their appetites. With a rumble, Feng Yini's stomach betrayed her. Zhang Qian teased her. "Did you not consume 2 large pieces of bread just an hour ago? Are you hungry again?" The young girl, slightly embarrassed, pouted in retort. "It's merely the irresistible fragrance of the dishes here. It's a natural, physiological response." "Oh, don't mock Yini. My own cravings are stirring as well. Wang Tao sheepishly admitted, patting his own belly. Observing the similar reactions among his team, Feng Junjie utilized his psychic abilities to scan the restaurant for safety. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to exert his powers. In an instant, shock etched itself on a Feng Junjie's face. How could this be possible? As a level 5 psychic ability user, scanning the environment was trivial for him. How could he be rendered powerless? He attempted once more to activate his powers, but to no avail, and his expression darkened considerably. The team members, noticing their usually stoic leader's sudden silence and grave demeanor, exchanged wary glances, pondering what anomaly he might have detected. Even the typically lively Feng Yini regarded Yumi with suspicion, yet the girl remained unfazed, her smile intact despite their apprehensive expressions. "Captain, what's wrong?" Wang Tao inquired cautiously. Feng Junjie shut his eyes momentarily, trembling as he whispered, "I cannot use my abilities." "What?" the others exclaimed in unison. As soon as the words left his lips, they all immediately attempted to activate their powers, but within moments, terror spread across the faces of the storm team members. Their abilities gone. They could not even sense a hint of energy. They had become entirely ordinary. "What on earth is happening? What did you do?" Zheng Qian demanded, his voice laced with anger as he confronted Yumi, seemingly oblivious to the ire directed at her. Yumi continued to smile serenely. "Dear guests, please do not panic. For your safety while dining in our establishment, all forms of violence are strictly prohibited." She gestured towards the rules displayed on the wall. Of course, utilizing abilities within the restaurant also constitutes an act of violence and is therefore not permitted. "But does that mean our powers are permanently lost?" Zhang asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Rest assured, your inability to use your powers is confined solely to this buffet restaurant. Once you exit its premises, you will regain your abilities." Yumi reassured them. Upon hearing her words, the group swiftly retreated from the restaurant and walked a distance away. Indeed, upon leaving the confines of the buffet, their powers returned. "This is so bizarre. This restaurant can actually suppress our abilities. How is that possible?" Wang Tao marveled. "This black cat buffet seems far from ordinary." Feng Junjie observed, a discerning glint in his eyes. Beside him, Feng Yini hesitated. "So, should we go back in for a meal? The food inside smells divine." Seeing his sister drooling with desire, Feng Junjie nodded. "Let us head back in. It should be fine." Encouraged by his affirmation, Feng Yini dashed into the restaurant first. Yumi, we all want to eat here. You mentioned point for payment. How do we acquire them?" The other team members followed her lead, re-entering the buffet. As Yumi noticed their return, she began to explain the rules of engagement and the method for acquiring points. "What happens if we violate the rules?" Feng Yini inquired curiously, finding the regulations rather peculiar, especially given the dire state of the world. Yumi flashed an enigmatic smile, sending a shiver down Feng Yini's spine. "Dear guest, I believe you would not wish to uncover that information. Violating the rules is not a trivial matter." Chapter 31. The avocado green grape tea is delightfully refreshing. Yumi's body was positioned at an angle, casting half of her face in shadow, revealing only the lower part of her visage, which bore an enigmatic smile. Feng Junjie interjected, interrupting Feng Yini's inquiries, sensing that ignorance might be preferable. After all, they were merely transient visitors, and their future interactions with this enigmatic restaurant remained uncertain. It was wiser not to stir up trouble. The bond between the Feng siblings was palpable. With just a glance, Feng Yini understood her brother's intent. She obediently refrained from prodding further into sensitive matters and instead began urging Yumi to assist with the recharging process. Yumi led the members of the storm squad to the exchange machine, offering a brief explanation. The group swiftly completed their transactions, revealing that they were far from impoverished. The items they presented for recharging were all crystal cores of considerable quality. Most of them were mid-level 3 cores, while Feng Junjie even produced a peak level 3 core. The system's points surged dramatically. A mid-level 3 core could yield 4,000 points in the exchange machine, while a peak level 3 core could reach up to 9,000 points. Each member contributed at least 7 or 8 cores, amassing enough points for a lifetime of sustenance. This also translated to Yumi earning around 100,000 points. Wealth was pouring in, though her exterior remained composed. Inside, a miniature version of herself was jubilantly rolling about, exclaiming in glee. Once the last member of the Storm Squad finished recharging, a system notification chimed in her mind. Ding, 200 customers have visited, task completed. Ding, task rewards. Unlocking a selection of special beverages, earning 50,000 points. Unlocking the boss exclusive skill, identification, reflecting on the system and Oppo's generosity. Yumi noted that it offered thousands of tasks without imposing any obligations upon her. Tasks were completed inadvertently, with automatic notifications ensuring a stress-free experience. But, wait, what? Unbeknownst to her, she had already welcomed 200 members. She had only opened her establishment a little over a month ago. After ushering the Storm Squad into the dining area, Yumi returned to her station behind the counter. Though she appeared lost in thought, she was meticulously perusing her system rewards. This time, the rewards were quite bountiful. Yumi diligently examined the so-called special beverages, which resembled those found in milk tea shops, including variations like mango pomelo sago, strawberry milk, crazy crystal grapes, and passion fruit lemon tea. Due to partial unlocking, only about 10 varieties were illuminated and available for exchange, while a lengthy list of others remained grayed out, yet to be unlocked. With such an abundance of points at her disposal, Yumi swiftly exchanged for all 10 beverages. Ding, exchange completed. Avocado green grape tea, grape cheese ice, taro sago, mango pomelo sago, strawberry milk, crazy crystal grapes, passion fruit lemon tea, fresh milk coconut, peach oolong, pineapple slushy. Just as she completed the exchange, the kitchen door swung open once more. 3 plush black cat mascots emerged, bearing a grand platter filled with the newly unlocked beverages, their vibrant colors captivating all who beheld them. Wow, what is this? I didn't amp. Oppo's tea, see it before. Is it new drink? A customer immediately inquired. Indeed, we haven't seen these in days. Yumi stepped out from behind the counter to explain, ladies and gentlemen, these are our restaurant's new beverage offerings, which will be consistently available. There are a total of 10 varieties, so feel free to help yourselves. The members of the Storm Squad, who had only just secured a table, were quick to notice. Brother, ISN and Oppo's tea, that the avocado green grape tea? I used to love it before the apocalypse. Feng Yini exclaimed excitedly. Prior to the apocalypse, she scarcely drank water, favoring beverages from milk tea shops. Since the world had changed, even water had become a rarity, let alone drinks, and she had been deprived of her favorites. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yini dashed forward, racing ahead of the crowd to the table laden with drinks. Swiftly, she grabbed a clean tray and, with remarkable speed, collected 8 cups of various beverages, also seizing a handful of straws nearby, before turning and sprinting back to her seat. Why 8 cups, you ask? Simply put, she intended to indulge in 3 for herself. Each member of the Storm Squad held a cup as they inserted straws and took a sip. In that instant, they were all rendered petrified, exchanging astonished glances. It was Feng Yini, breaking the spell, who exclaimed, "This is unbelievably delicious." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. It truly is exquisite. I've had these before in the past, but the taste is entirely different. Different indeed. I was a VIP customer at milk tea shops before the apocalypse. I consumed them daily and sampled every brand and new flavor. But I can assure you, with my title as an Oppo's beverage scholar and Oppo's, none compare to this. Feng Yini and Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she set down her avocado green grape tea and took sips from the strawberry milk and crazy crystal grapes, her face lighting up with sheer bliss, her eyes narrowing in delight. Chapter 32. The disc action like a locust swarm in the blink of an eye. A large cup of avocado green tea vanished into Feng Yini and Oppo's stomach. Even the ice cubes were into Oppo's, crunched into Oppo's away. Undeterred, she continued to down the remaining 2 cups. Those 3 individuals clad in mascot costumes. Are they even human? Upon closer inspection, I noticed a lack of zippers. It was Zheng Qian who spoke up. Wang Tao interjected. I took a brief glance earlier. While this establishment may not boast as diverse a menu as the Gourmet Pavilion, their beverages certainly elevate the experience significantly. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I dined at the Gourmet Pavilion, and I find myself yearning for it. Zheng Qian swallowed hard, reminiscing about the delectable dishes that rivaled those from the pre-apocalyptic era. In this day and age, all farmland is tainted. Even after purification, the yield remains alarmingly meager, and the taste pales in comparison to the produce of a bygone world. Yet the Gourmet Pavilion stands apart, with flavors reminiscent of the past. Rumor has it that the head chef there once worked in a 6-star hotel before the world changed. Upon hearing this, Feng Yinyi was visibly displeased. She immediately retorted, "How can you be so certain that the food here pales in comparison to that of the Gourmet Pavilion? Their drinks are far superior to those from the pre-apocalyptic days, so their food must be equally delightful." All right, young lady. If you insist that the food here is good, I shall take your word for it," Zheng Qian replied helplessly. Feng Junjie looked on at his sister with a mix of affection and exasperation, shaking his head. She is wonderful in every way, but her temperament has hardly changed since childhood, even in this new world. To prevent Feng Yinyi from continuing to tease Zheng Qian, Feng Junjie interjected, "Let us just taste it and see. Go and get the dishes." The others remained in their seats, while the responsibility of fetching the food fell to the two girls in the group, Feng Yinyi and Zhonglan. Upon reaching the serving area, the two were entranced by the enticing aroma of the dishes, which wafted through the air, making their mouths water, and it was tea just the smell. The vibrant colors of the food ignited their appetites. The presentation was simple yet appealing, making each dish look utterly delightful. They filled several plates, sampling a bit of each dish, for each one appeared to be a culinary delight. After returning to their seats with plates piled high, the two promptly turned back to fetch more, as their plates were insufficient to hold all they desired. As Feng Junjie furrowed his brow at the sight of the abundant food, he voiced his concern. "Is this too much? With food being so scarce nowadays, we shouldn't take more than we can eat, lest we trouble the establishment." Upon hearing this, both Feng Yinyi and the usually composed Zhonglan flushed with embarrassment. Despite their accustomed tastes in the wasteland, they felt a bit overzealous in their selections this time. Yet, the dishes looked so delectable that it was hard to resist. Without waiting for Zhonglan to speak, Feng Yinyi immediately defended herself. "But it smells so good. Each dish looks so appetizing. So I just had to take a bit of everything." She patted her chest reassuringly. "Don't worry. If you can't finish, I will gladly consume the leftovers." Feng Junjie shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "If it comes to that, I might as well encourage her to eat more. We certainly cannot allow her to overindulge or cause trouble for the owner." Once the members of the storm team were seated, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks to commence their meal. Naturally, Feng Yinyi was first, scooping a generous portion of fish-flavored shredded pork in her mouth, savoring every bite. The others followed suit, each taking their turn to indulge. In an instant, the harmonious blend of sour, sweet, and spicy flavors burst forth, filling their mouths with delight. The sweetness of the carrots, the mild heat of the green peppers, and the tender pork intertwined to create a beautiful symphony of taste. If given 3 bowls of rice, they could easily finish them alongside this dish. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious," Feng Yinyi exclaimed, immediately reaching for another hefty portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, stuffing her cheeks full. The others were equally eager, their chopsticks darting rapidly across the plates. In less than half a minute, the entire plate of fish-flavored shredded pork had been devoured. Zheng Qian, still chewing the morsels in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Why is it gone?" "Humph. You all snatched it up so quickly, of course it's gone," Feng Yinyi retorted, feeling slighted. "I haven't even finished savoring it yet, and yet you all claimed it was surely not as good as the Gourmet Pavilion. Look at you now. Your chopsticks have practically sprouted eyes." Chapter 33. Behind the gastronomic pavilion, Feng Junjie felt a twinge of embarrassment. He too had lost his composure. However, he was astounded that this simple dish of sweet and sour pork could taste so exquisite. What was the gastronomic pavilion compared to this plate of culinary delight? Despite his astonishment, he calmly remarked, "The flavor is indeed remarkable. Let us sample the other dishes as well." Upon hearing his words, The members of the Storm Squad finally shifted their gazes from the empty plate of sweet and sour pork and began to scrutinize the other offerings. Stir-fried vegetables, soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, and stir-fried mushrooms with greens. All plates were swiftly being ravaged by chopsticks. Wang Tao eagerly scooped a generous portion of stir-fried mushrooms and greens into his mouth, chewing with delight before swallowing. It was utterly delicious. Even a simple dish like stir-fried mushrooms and greens tasted as if it were soaring to new heights. In no time, everyone was feasting with abandon, akin to a swarm of locusts. Initially, they feared there would be leftovers. Yet soon every plate was stripped bare. There's nothing left. Appos. I'll go get more. Feng Yini immediately sprang to her feet and dashed toward the dining area. I'll go too. Zheng Qian quickly followed her. As the dishes returned to the table, another whirlwind of consumption ensued. 2 hours later, the members of the Storm Squad finally set down their chopsticks, each one caressing their pleasantly full bellies. Of course, Feng Yini was still sipping her beverage. After a brief repose, Wang Tao spoke up. I feel as though my 32 years have been in vain. How have I never tasted such exquisite cuisine before? Zhang responded in confusion. I wonder where this boss Yu procures her ingredients. They surpass even the quality of those before the apocalypse. That's simple. Just ask the owner. Feng Yini exclaimed, raising her hand to summon Yumi from behind the counter. Seeing this, Feng Junjie attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yumi had already approached at Feng Yini and Appos, beckoning, smiling as she asked, Dear guests, are you satisfied with the flavors of our dishes? Absolutely. I couldn't and Appos. To be more satisfied. Feng Yini replied enthusiastically. Did you summon me for any inquiries? Yumi inquired. Boss Yu, your dishes are simply too delicious. They are completely different from the produce we have in the base. Even the gastronomic pavilion pales in comparison. The gastronomic pavilion? Yumi had heard this name before, often mentioned by some of her regular customers. They spoke of it as a restaurant comparable to grand establishments from the pre-apocalypse era, boasting a plethora of exquisite dishes. She smiled and replied, Our ingredients are all of premium quality, cultivated exclusively for our establishment, which is why they possess such superior flavor. As for the Appos, gastronomic pavilion Appos. She paused before continuing, I have never dined there, so I cannot comment on its taste. Upon hearing her words, the members of the Storm Squad eagerly engaged in conversation. Yumi took a seat to listen to their tales. The gastronomic pavilion opened at the Origin base over 6 months ago, and its proprietor is a woman named Lung Aoshang, who is also the captain of the Snow Lotus Squad. According to the Storm Squad, half a year ago, the Origin base suddenly launched a restaurant called the Gastronomic Pavilion. Although it offered many delicacies that could only be savored before the apocalypse, primarily home-style dishes in this food-scarce world, they were considered culinary masterpieces. The dishes at the Gastronomic Pavilion were sold at exorbitant prices, making them unaffordable for ordinary individuals. However, for powerful squads like the Storm Squad, who were among the elite in the base, it was common for them to visit 2 to 3 times a month. After all, they lacked for nothing in terms of crystal cores. The owner of this establishment, Lung Aoshang, had a team composed entirely of formidable fighters. There were even whispers among the Storm Squad that the strength of Lung Aoshang and Appos' team might surpass their own, with her companions being enigmatically powerful. Furthermore, it seemed that Lung Aoshang had established connections with the higher-ups of the base, which provided the Gastronomic Pavilion with a formidable backing. Hence, no one dared to cause trouble or covet the resources within. As for the origins of the ingredients at the Gastronomic Pavilion, no one truly knew. Many had attempted to inquire discreetly, but to no avail. No one had ever witnessed where she sourced such high-quality provisions. Given that the Gastronomic Pavilion was supported by the Origin base, no one dared to investigate further. However, we have speculated in hushed tones that perhaps Lung Aoshang possesses spatial abilities. While such powers are rare, they are not non-existent. Perhaps she activated her spatial abilities early on, stockpiling vast amounts of supplies when the apocalypse first began, suggested Feng Yini. Then why would the higher-ups of the Origin base be willing to assist her? Isn't she a tempting target? Yumi wondered, perplexed. After all, She had previously attracted the attention of Zhang Tian from the light base, not because of her own resources, but due to the principle of possessing a jewel brings trouble. Zhang Qian interjected, that is precisely because the Snow Lotus squad is incredibly powerful. It is said that Lung Aoshang is the strongest in her group, and rumors suggest she may even be the most formidable in the entire origin base. The base has no reason to antagonize someone whose depths are unknown. However, we suspect that the gastronomic pavilion may be sharing profits with the base. Perhaps a 3-7 or 4-6 split. Otherwise, the base wouldn't be so eager to protect the gastronomic pavilion. Chapter 34. Feng Yini critiques Lung Aoshang anyway. Tao Tai Pavilion is a veritable fountain of wealth. This succinct observation was made by Zhang Qian. Oh dear, Bossio. How splendid it would be if your restaurant could be established at the origin base. I would certainly dine there daily. It's both affordable and delectable. To not go would be sheer folly. Feng Yini pouted, murmuring. Even the typically taciturn Feng Junjie concurred with his sister, saying, indeed, if the Black Cat Buffet were to open at the origin base, it would effectively eclipse Tao Tai Pavilion. Yumi merely offered a regretful smile, apologizing, I truly apologize, but I have no current plans to relocate. Of course, where else could one find such a prime location for profit? Sighing deeply, Feng Yini lamented. It is such a pity you cannot establish a branch at the origin base. If you did, you would undoubtedly siphon off all of Tao Tai Pavilion's business. Just wait and see how Lung Aoshang would maintain her haughty demeanor. Feng Yini thought to herself, were it not for her reluctance to compromise her delicate appetite, she would not be the one delivering crystal cores to that woman at Tao Tai Pavilion. Oh, it seems you harbor a dislike for this Lung Aoshang? Naturally. Who could possibly appreciate that promiscuous woman? Yini, do refrain from speaking so recklessly. Feng Junjie interjected once more, his eyes brimming with exasperation. Immediately chastised by her elder brother. The proud Feng Yini bristled. What is the matter? I am merely stating the truth. Lung Aoshang is always surrounded by numerous men, maintaining ambiguous relationships with each of them. Many have witnessed her being affectionate with various men from her team in different locations. Yet she parades around with an air of superiority, regarding others with disdain, as if they were mere ants. Does she truly believe herself to be exceptional? Those men must be blind to be enamored by such a cold-hearted woman. Her words rendered not only Feng Junjie speechless, but even the other members of the Storm Squad fell into silence. For as Feng Yini described, that was indeed their collective impression of Lung Aoshang. The perception of her was far from favorable. How intriguing! With an abundance of ingredients and a restaurant of her own, did Lung Aoshang not seem to possess some form of extraordinary advantage? Was it possible, as speculated by the Storm Squad, that she had spatial abilities or some sort of spatial treasure? Hearing the praises of this formidable boss Lung piqued her curiosity. She wished to sample the dishes from such an impressive establishment. Feng Yini scoffed. What prowess does she possess? Her promiscuity is certainly notable. Just as she spoke, she caught her brother's disapproving gaze and promptly diverted the topic. By the way, Bossio, would you be interested in visiting Tao Tai Pavilion? We would treat you to a meal. Dining at Tao Tai Pavilion? I must admit, I am quite intrigued. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Although many claim that the Black Cat Buffet and Appo's cuisine surpassed that of Tao Tai Pavilion, experiencing it firsthand was invaluable. Now that someone was offering a treat, how could she refuse? After all, she could hardly afford the prices at Tao Tai Pavilion. Moreover, she had yet to visit the origin base, purportedly the strongest of the 3 major bases in the country. She was eager to witness it for herself. Previously, she had refrained from visiting due to the promotional efforts of Tang Sahan and his companions at the origin base. Reflecting on the incident involving that Professor Chun in a white coat who had tried to capture her, it seemed he was also headed to the origin base. Despite their intentions to do business with her, she had perceived a rather negative impression of that group, and, feeling it would be a hassle, had deliberately declined to accompany them. However, she was now more than willing to go with the Storm Squad. Although Yumi had made up her mind, she still feigned hesitation. Wouldn't this be too much of a burden for you all? Not at all. We frequently dine together. It's merely a matter of sharing the table. Feng Yini immediately replied. The other members of the Storm Squad nodded in agreement, warmly welcoming Yumi's presence. Thus, they settled on the plan for Yumi to visit the origin base in 3 days. Initially, it was suggested that Wang Tao and Zheng Qian would come to pick her up, but she declined, expressing her desire to go alone. Ultimately, it was arranged for the members of the Storm Squad to meet her at the entrance. Chapter 35 Departure. The origin base 3 days later. At 9 o'clock today, Yumi rose from her slumber, tidied up her affairs, and ventured out to open her shop. Several loyal customers were already waiting eagerly at the entrance. After graciously welcoming them inside, Yumi informed her patrons of her impending departure, allowing them to use their points for their meals. Shortly after 10, she set off in her BMW towards the origin base, arriving in approximately 40 minutes. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the origin base, Yumi was filled with awe at its magnificence. This origin base was indeed incomparable to the modest light base. The entrance alone was heavily guarded, with an abundance of sentinels standing watch. Not to mention the various protective measures surrounding the area, the towering walls were so high that one could scarcely see the top. Yumi parked her car a short distance away and proceeded towards the entrance. The entrance to the origin base was bustling with a throng of people, with a continuous stream of individuals entering and exiting, including both residents and newcomers seeking refuge. The line to enter the base was exceedingly long. Yumi stood at the end of the queue, speculating that even a 2-hour wait might not guarantee her entry. Just as she hesitated, a familiar voice called out to her. "Yumi! Yumi! Over here!" Following the sound, she spotted a young girl bounding towards her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Yini. With great enthusiasm, Feng Yini approached, followed closely by Feng Junjie and Zheng Qian. Upon seeing them, Yumi hurried forward and said, "I thought you were waiting for me inside." Feng Yini replied, "We anticipated that the line outside would be exceedingly long, so we came specifically to escort you in. My brother is quite familiar with the guards at the entrance. A few words from him, and you can skip the line for your inspection." With that, Feng Yini took Yumi's hand and led her toward the entrance guard. Feng Junjie quickly moved ahead to exchange a few words with the guard, who glanced in Yumi and Appo's direction and nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Junjie waved to Yumi, saying, "You can proceed for your inspection first. First-time entrants must surrender 1/3 of their supplies, but if the total weight does not exceed 1 pound, no submission is necessary. After you pass the inspection, you can head to the tent for a health check." Unlike the light base, entry into the origin base did not require the surrender of a core crystal, but the rent within the base was rather steep, even for tents. Those unwilling to pay for housing would have to reside in the chaotic D-zone. Many believed that living in the D-zone was less desirable than dwelling in the wild. "I haven't brought any food." As Yumi opened her small backpack, it was indeed devoid of provisions. Naturally, today, she had come seeking to indulge in the offerings, not to bring her own supplies. After the guard inspected Yumi's bag and confirmed the absence of materials, she was allowed to enter for her health check. Upon exiting the tent after the examination, the members of the Storm Squad awaited her outside. As soon as Yumi emerged, Feng Yini exclaimed excitedly, "Let us go. I'll show you around." Feng Junjie could only smile wryly at his sister's eager demeanor. In truth, the origin base was quite vibrant in this post-apocalyptic world. At times, one could almost feel as if they were living in a time before the chaos. Trees lined the streets, offering a gentle shade that was becoming more pronounced, a testament to the abilities of water and wood elemental practitioners. Most planned from a world before had either succumbed to pollution or mutated, with 80% of Earth's flora withered away. Yet, the origin base had managed to cultivate such a picturesque walkway, a clear indication of its exceptional nature. Although this scenery could not rival the pre-apocalyptic era, it was a remarkable contrast to the smaller bases. The streets were clean and tidy, the cobblestones still showing signs of maintenance, and one frequently encountered patrols ensuring safety and order. Originally, all 5 of us intended to come to welcome you, but Zhang Jie and Wang Tao were assigned urgent tasks at the last moment. Feng Yini said cheerfully, "What do you think of our origin base?" "It's quite prosperous," Yumi replied candidly. "Indeed, after all, it ranks among the top bases globally, Feng Yinyi said, a hint of pride in her voice, for it was her home base. Zhang Qian added, once we enter the commercial district, it will be even more bustling. The Feast Pavilion is located there. The commercial district, also known as the trading zone, was the area with the highest foot traffic in the entire Origin base, aside from the mission hall. It hosted various shops, most operated by the base, with a few private enterprises, such as the Feast Pavilion. The trading zone not only offered a plethora of goods, but even those who could not afford a shop or were less fortunate would set up stalls, creating a dazzling array of small vendors. This commercial district was the only place where residents from the D-Zone were permitted to enter. However, the security in the trading zone was exceptionally strict. Even the most reckless individuals from the D-Zone would think twice before causing trouble there, while entry from other zones was strictly prohibited. Chapter 36. Seeing is Believing. The legendary Taotai Pavilion, the origin base of the renowned Taotai Pavilion, was indeed vast. The group did not move swiftly, taking nearly a quarter of an hour to reach the commercial district. As they had described, the commercial area was exceptionally prosperous, filled with a myriad of small shops and stalls, bustling with an unceasing flow of people. Feng Junjia suddenly remarked, after we walk a little further, we will arrive at Taotai Pavilion. It's getting late. Let us dine first and then explore these stalls afterward. Yumi simply nodded in acquiescence, not voicing any objections. As a guest today, she felt it was best to relish the hospitality of her hosts without complaint. After walking for about 6 or 7 minutes, they finally beheld the legendary Taotai Pavilion in its full glory. It was a restaurant that exuded an aura of opulence, styled in an elegant retro Chinese aesthetic. The exterior was painted a striking vermilion, adorned with gray tiles, resembling a pagoda with its 4 stories neatly lined and beautifully angular. Beneath the eaves of the lowest level hung a sign inscribed in a flamboyant script, proclaiming Taotai Pavilion. This Taotai Pavilion appears truly luxurious, brimming with design sensibility. It seems the owner possesses quite a taste, Yumi commented. Feng Yinyi, however, scoffed, taste? This Taotai Pavilion was originally a well-known grand restaurant before the apocalypse. After the owner perished, it fell into neglect. The aloof Shuang merely renovated it. This design is hardly her merit. Yumi pondered that, at present, the opulence of the Black Cat Buffet still paled in comparison to Taotai Pavilion, which was rather disheartening. It appeared that an upgrade was essential to enhance the restaurant and Oppo's appearance. Nonetheless, she held great confidence in the flavor of her own dishes. She merely wondered how the culinary offerings of Taotai Pavilion fared. According to the Storm Squad, its cuisine ranked among the best in this post-apocalyptic world, owing to the quality of its ingredients. Thinking of the enigmatic Shuang, who might possess some hidden advantage, Yumi felt an unusual surge of curiosity. However, it was not so much about Shuang as a person. Rather, she was merely intrigued about whether or not she truly had a hidden talent, just a flicker of idle curiosity. Let's hurry inside. We made reservations a few days ago. Feng Yinyi urged. It's customary to book several days in advance to dine here. Regrettably, due to the tight schedule, we could only secure a spot in the main hall, not a private room. Feng Yinyi ushered Yumi into Taotai Pavilion, with Feng Junjia and Zhang Qian closely following. After announcing their reservation at the front desk to a staff member clad in a qipao, they were escorted to their table. The interior of Taotai Pavilion was equally lavishly decorated. While it could not replicate the grandeur of pre-apocalyptic times, it came remarkably close. In the central area, there was a miniature artificial fountain, which, due to the need for crystal cores to operate, was currently inactive. However, the small pool beneath it contained water adorned with colorful artificial aquatic plants, creating a pleasing aesthetic. As Yumi entered, she immediately noticed that it was slightly cooler inside, although still rather warm. She glanced up to see numerous ceiling fans hanging from the walls, each table equipped with one. Most were turned off, save for the large fan at the entrance and a few tables occupied by guests. Sensing Yumi's gaze, Feng Yinyi explained, these fans are only activated when someone is seated. They remain off when unoccupied. The electricity for the fans consumes a considerable amount of crystal cores. In these times, being able to enjoy a fan is quite a luxury. Not everyone can afford to run air conditioning as you do. Once seated, the overhead fans began to whirl, stirring a gentle warmth. Yumi furrowed her brow. It was nearing noon, and the outside temperature was at least 48 degrees Celsius. Although the fan's breeze was not insignificant, it was merely hot air, offering little relief from the sweltering heat. Zhang Qian lamented, "Ah, it's sweltering. What a pity we couldn't secure a private room. Only the private rooms have air conditioning." To clarify Zhang Qian's remark, Feng Junjie informed Yumi, the second floor consists entirely of private rooms, which require at least a week's advance booking. However, those rooms come at an additional charge, as they are private and equipped with air conditioning. The cost of a private room can be comparable to running air conditioning at home for 2 days using crystal cores. As they conversed, a waiter presented the menu. It was quite simple, crafted from paper, listing only the basic dish names without the elaborate plastic-covered visuals typical of the pre-apocalyptic era. Yumi was taken aback by the variety of dishes and their prices. In comparison, she realized that she was indeed and Oppos, remarkable philanthropist and Oppos, as running a restaurant felt akin to charitable work. Once again, she marveled at the wealth of the Storm Squad, who were rumored to visit several times a month. Chapter 37. Yumi's first dining experience at the Feast Pavilion. The menu featured an array of dishes priced at astonishing amounts. Tomato braised ribs, 75 mid-tier crystal cores. Mushroom and greens, 30 mid-tier crystal cores. Spicy boiled beef, 99 mid-tier crystal cores. And pine nut perch, 1 high-tier crystal core. Finally, Yumi and Amp, Oppos, gaze fell upon the signature dish, the cheesy baked lobster, which left her astounded by its price of 3 high-tier crystal cores. This was a 100-fold increase compared to the modest prices of the previous Bright Base's small eatery. Feng Yini explained that crystal cores are categorized into initial, mid, and peak stages, yet the Feast Pavilion only accepts mid and peak stage cores for payment. For instance, the mushroom and greens, priced at 30 mid-tier crystal cores, requires payment of either 30 mid-tier or 30 peak-tier crystal cores. Attempting to settle the bill with initial tier cores? No chance. Moreover, the prices at Feast Pavilion are subject to fluctuation with market trends. What costs 30 mid-tier cores today could be 30 high-tier cores a year from now. The 4 of them ordered 6 dishes, along with 4 bowls of rice and a glass of lemonade each, totaling an impressive expenditure of 5 high-tier and 64 mid-tier crystal cores. Such prices are beyond the means of ordinary base members. Only formidable teams like Storm Squad can afford such indulgences. Yumi thought that in her restaurant, those crystal cores could garner countless points. A pang of regret struck her. The service was remarkably swift. In a short while, all the dishes were served. Pine nut perch, sot eel, crystal shrimp, roast duck, spicy bullfrog, blanched romaine, and rice. The generous portions were quite satisfying, a stark contrast to the meager servings rumored about the Bright restaurant. The dishes were visually appealing as well, adorned with a small flower for decoration. Yet, Yumi mused, despite this, the presentation was still vastly different from that of her own buffet restaurant, where every dish gleamed with an irresistible allure. She knew that anyone accustomed to her restaurant would likely find this place lacking in flavor. However, she decided to give it a try. Feng Yini, with a pair of chopsticks, placed a piece of the pine nut perch into Yumi's bowl. "Thank you," Yumi said, not hesitating to take a bite. Not bad. If she were to describe the taste, it resembled the comforting home-cooked meals she had enjoyed before her journey here. Previously, the porridge and steamed buns made from purified grains and vegetables at Bright Base were indescribably bland. Yet, the food at Feast Pavilion, both the rice and the dishes, lacked that peculiar unpalatability, proving to be quite decent. Indeed, for those surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, such flavors were akin to paradise. However, this paradise was only for those who had never dined at the Black Cat Buffet. For them, it would seem more like a mere little alley. For instance, Storm Squad. After a few bites, Feng Yini put down her chopsticks and remarked to Yumi, "Ever since I dined at your buffet the day before yesterday, nothing else seems to have any flavor. If I weren't so busy these past few days, I would want to eat at your place every day. Indeed, I used to think this was delicious. But after dining at your establishment, I find it less appealing." Zhang Qian concurred. Only Feng Junjie, with a resigned expression, looked at the two. "Even if you don't enjoy it, we must finish. We cannot waste so much food that others would long to savor." The two reluctantly agreed and slowly resumed eating. Yumi, however, was thoroughly enjoying herself, sampling a bit of each dish, not merely for the sake of satisfaction or hunger, but to discern her restaurant's strengths. Each bite of food paired with the refreshing lemonade was a delight. As Feng Nianyi sarcastically noted, the lemonade also cost a considerable number of crystal cores, although it was merely lemon slices steeped in water. If one desired cola, that was a luxury requiring advance reservations. Before long, the dishes were half consumed, with each person taking turns. Brother Yuan said, "This was the restaurant he reserved for us, right? Wow, it's beautiful inside, just like the restaurants before the apocalypse." A clear, melodious voice rang from the entrance, its clarity catching the attention of Yumi and the others seated inside. Feng Nianyi was the first to respond, looking up. They saw a server leading a group of newcomers in, 3 men and 1 woman. The girl speaking was surrounded by the 3 men, who gazed at her with affectionate eyes. Unfortunately, Brother Zhou Yuan arranged the reservation in haste and couldn't secure a private room, so we must dine in the hall. Poor Qian, one of the men, fair-skinned and handsome, lamented, tenderly ruffling the girl's hair. "It's all right, the hall is quite nice," the girl replied sweetly. Hearing the exchange, Yumi instinctively looked up, her heart racing as she spotted the 3 men entering. Here they come again. This time, 3 faces sculpted by divine hands, akin to Fu Yishuan's beauty. What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter 38. Zhou, the Virgin Mary, and Qian, 3 men, each with their distinct styles, share one striking similarity: their extraordinary handsomeness, as if they had just stepped out of shoujo manga as protagonists. Yet, it is precisely this exceptional beauty that accentuates the ordinariness of the girl surrounded by them. The young girl, affectionately called Qian by one of the men, appears to be no older than a high school student. She is petite, with a delicate face that, while charming, can only be described as merely pretty. She embodies the typical girl found in peaceful times, lacking any extraordinary beauty or figure. However, the 3 men, akin to masterpieces crafted by a divine creator, gaze upon her with an unmistakable tenderness and affection, highlighting her undeniable allure. The 4 are seated at a table near Yumi, with an empty table separating them from another group. A graceful waitress in a cheongsam politely presents them with the menu. The 3 men, smiling, hand the menu to the girl named Qian, encouraging her to order whatever she desires. "Oh, there's so many dishes here, just like the restaurants before the apocalypse," she exclaims, her small face brimming with delight. The sight of Qian's adorable expression stirs the hearts of the 3 men, their smiles growing even sweeter. Zhou Yuan had previously mentioned that in this world, only the Tianxiao Pavilion offers the delectable flavors reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. One of the exceptionally handsome men speaks up, his voice gentle and cool, resonating like a clear spring flowing down the Alps. "Dozen and appos. Qian love oyster sauce beef? How about we order that?" The man with fair skin, whose demeanor is gentle and whose appearance is softly radiant like moonlight, suggests this. "All right, that sounds wonderful. I'll listen to Senior Tong." Qian responds eagerly. "Huh." A man seated next to the beautiful one, dressed in a black long-sleeved shirt, scoffs. With sharp features and deep, striking eyes, he exudes an air of superiority. "Pathetic woman, you're this thrilled over some home-cooked dishes. If you like it so much, why not come here every day to eat with me?" "Umph. Wang Zifei, you call me a pathetic woman again. My name is Zhou Qian, not pathetic woman. If you keep calling me that, I won't talk to you anymore," she retorts, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. "Don't argue with me so easily, understand?" Wang Zifei says, his tone mocking as he gently pinches her chin and tilts her head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, let go of me. I'm not one of your employees from before the apocalypse. I want to listen to you." Qian protests, pouting defiantly. Yumi internally rolls her eyes at the absurdity of the situation. How can this man wear a long-sleeve shirt in such weather? And button it all the way to the top? Is he trying to avoid a rash? She isn't the only one pondering this. Feng Nianyi's expression mirrors her incredulity, nearly betraying her thoughts. Feng Jr. notices his sister's bemused expression and gently tugs at her, pulling her back to reality. prompting her to compose herself. Zhang Qian exchanges a glance with Feng Junjie before quietly returning to his meal. Observing Yumi's calm demeanor, Feng Junjie can't help but wish his sister could be as untroubled in her heart and speech as Yumi. At this moment, Yumi, appearing to wear a gentle smile, is discreetly observing the three men, seeking connections to Fu Yishuan. Through their conversations, rich with information, she discerns that the girl is named Zhou Qian. The fair-skinned, gentle-voiced man she refers to as Senior Tong is named Tong Junlong. The man in the black shirt with a sharp tongue is called Wang Zifei, rumored to be a CEO before the apocalypse. The exquisitely handsome man with a clean demeanor is named Tang Zhu, a doctor in the previous world. Amidst their playful banter, they successfully place their orders, and soon after, the dishes arrive. Just as Zhou Qian picks up her chopsticks, each of the three men swiftly adds food to her bowl. Qian Qian, eat the oyster sauce beef. Broccoli is nutritious. You should have more. Woman, I detest chicken legs. You should eat them for me. Zhou Qian accepts without hesitation, savoring each bite. This restaurant's food is truly delicious. It tastes completely different from the purified dishes and mutated beast meats outside. Indeed, the owner of this establishment possesses remarkable skills, managing to procure such ingredients. Zhou Yuan had mentioned that this owner seems to have an inexhaustible supply of food. Wang Zifei's eyes flicker with curiosity. Tong Junlong nods in agreement, adding, but no one has figured out where the owner sources these ingredients. Moreover, this owner is incredibly powerful. At least according to Zhou Yuan, no one at the origin base can match her. Suddenly, the contemplative atmosphere is pierced by the sound of sobbing. The three men turn to see Zhou Qian in tears. Why is Qian Qian crying? Is something wrong? Tong Junlong, the gentle senior, immediately shows concern, reaching out to caress her tear-stained cheek. And no, I'm just, hick. Seeing all this delicious food made me think of the hungry survivors I saw along the way, and it hurts my heart. Zhou Qian breathes out, her sobs interrupting her words. Relieved that her distress is not from illness, the three men simultaneously exhaled deeply, their hearts swelling with admiration for Zhou Qian's kindness. Truly the darling of their hearts. Really, you silly girl, you were the one sharing our supplies with those ordinary people all along, weren't you? You even gave each of them a crystal core when we parted. How can you still feel sad? Wang Zifei sighs, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting embrace. Wang Zifei thinks to himself, having encountered countless beauties before the apocalypse and being a formidable figure after, yet he finds himself inexplicably drawn to this troublesome, weeping woman, perhaps enamored by her pure heart. Tang Zhu, the exceptionally handsome doctor, shares in the sentiment, his face reflecting concern as he gently runs his fingers through Zhou Qian's hair, though he remains silent. Given that this restaurant owner has so many resources, why not give them freely to the starving survivors? They could help so many people. Zhou Qian pouts, continuing, just like us. Even after sharing most of our food and crystal cores, we are still doing well. Listening to her words, Tong Junlong gently shakes his head, his eyes filled with resignation. Qian Qian, you must understand, not every girl in this world is as kind-hearted as you. The three men are once again touched by Zhou Qian's innocent and compassionate remarks. They are all powerful figures, possessing plenty of crystal cores, yet they have nearly exhausted their resources in helping others along the way. Fortunately, they arrived at Zhou Yuan's before completely running out. It is this angelic nature of Zhou Qian, willing to sacrifice her own comfort to aid the unfortunate survivors, that captivates them. Wiping away her tears, Zhou Qian suddenly brightens with an idea. Doesn't Brother Yuan know the owner of this place? Let us ask him to help persuade the owner to donate all the supplies. Chapter 39. The persuasion plan of the innocent little white rabbit donated? Tong Junlong initially expressed some confusion, then gazed tenderly at Zhou Qian, shaking his head gently as he said, Qian Qian, your idea is admirable, but it may not be feasible. Why not? Zhou Qian's innocent doe-like eyes widened, filled with bewilderment. I believe the owner of this establishment will surely agree. This could save numerous lives. Why would anyone refuse such a meaningful gesture? I am confident I can persuade her. With that, Zhou Qian confidently patted her small chest. Foolish woman, You really are naive. How many kind-hearted individuals like you exist in this world? Wang Zifei remarked coldly. As if wounded by Wang Zifei's frigid tone, Zhou Qian's eyes began to redden slightly, and her nose bore a hint of pink. I just hope that in this apocalyptic world, we can help each other. Woo. Everyone should selflessly contribute. Only then can this world become a better place. Woo, why do you bully me? Woo. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zifei felt an urge to slap himself. Had he been too harsh, causing distress to this delicate little rabbit? A wave of compassion surged within him. Wang Zifei immediately softened his voice, enveloping Zhou Qian in his embrace, whispering soothingly, all right, it was my fault for speaking too harshly. Tang Jie also took Zhou Qian's hand, offering comfort. Do not be upset, Qian. Dr. Tang will always support you. It is our fault, Qian. Be good now. Do not cry. How about we think of a way to persuade the owner to donate the supplies? Tong Junlong leaned closer to Zhou Qian and gently reassured her. Woo. Dr. Tang, Senior Tong, you're the only ones who treat me kindly. If I will ignore you, you bad person. With that, she pushed away from Wang Zifei's chest, puffing up in indignation. The trio watched as their little angel transformed into a pufferfish. Their hearts softened. Meanwhile, Yao Mi, maintaining her benevolent smile, observed the four with a sense of amusement, while Feng Junjie inwardly marveled at Yao Mi's composure. This dialogue, this content, even he, who considered himself a paragon of calmness, felt his resolve wavering. On the side, Feng Yinyi had long since contorted her face in suppressed laughter. If it were not for her desire to avoid lectures from her brother, she would have burst into laughter. Ultimately, she could not contain herself, mouthing to the others, White Lotus. Immediately after, she lowered her head, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Alas, Feng Yinyi feared she might perish from laughter in this perilous apocalypse. How utterly saintly! Forgive her, for in her 18 years of life, she had never encountered such a type of person. No, not a saint. It must be a lack of intelligence. And what is this? A romantic circle of one woman and three men? Or perhaps a shared girlfriend, each treating this little fool as if she were a treasure? Are all the handsome men these days lacking in discernment? How could she not perceive any charm in this little simpleton? Wait, why does this scene seem so familiar? It appears this type of dynamic has been witnessed before in a few individuals. The entire storm squad at the table found their hearts in turmoil. Yet, Zhou Qian and her companions remained oblivious to the situation at the adjacent table. They continued their conversation. Weren't we told by Zhou Yuan that he would join us here once he settled his matters? We could ask him to introduce us to the owner of this restaurant. No, Senior Tong. That would be too late. The sooner we donate, the sooner we can help others. Let in Amp, Appo's, find Brother Yuan now and have him introduce us to the owner. Zhou Qian gently tugged at Tong Junlong and Amp, Appo's shirt, swaying playfully. It was Tang Jue who spoke next. We have just arrived at the origin base, and we are unfamiliar with our surroundings. Perhaps we should wait here a little longer. His voice was cool and soothing, calming Zhou Qian's anxious spirit. Although she still felt a tinge of urgency, she acquiesced, muttering, then I will listen to Dr. Tang. Ultimately, they called over a waitress to inquire about meeting the owner, explaining their purpose. Zhou Qian grasped the waitress and Amp, Appo's hand, beginning her plea. Sister, you are so kind. You must agree with my thoughts, right? Those survivors without food are truly pitiable. Could you please help us persuade the owner to donate all the supplies for free to assist others? The waitress, caught in an awkward position, could only respond occasionally. I'm truly sorry. I'm just a server and cannot make decisions. After several exchanges, Zhou Qian, sensing the waitress's reluctance, felt disheartened. She had exerted such effort in her appeal. Why could this waitress not show a little empathy? So many lives depended on it. Lost in thought, her small mouth unconsciously pouted, her face reflecting disappointment. Seeing Zhou Qian's distress, the three men's demeanor shifted. Tong Junlong's gentle expression turned slightly distant. Tang Jue grew even cooler, and Wang Zifei cast a direct, cold glance at the waitress. The men's attitudes towards the waitress became noticeably frosty, feeling she lacked the ability to communicate effectively. Such bluntness, With Chantian and Apos, sensitive and tender heart, how could she endure this? Chapter 40. The impressive cold captain eventually. The waitress awkwardly departed, her heart still racing with anxiety. After all, those three handsome men were clearly not ordinary individuals. The girl of unremarkable appearance was evidently their cherished companion. She could sense their dissatisfaction towards her, and she feared they might resort to violence. Although no one dared to cause a stir in the trading area of the origin base, particularly at the Taotai Pavilion, it appeared that these individuals were newcomers. Should they remain unaware of the pavilion and Apos' esteemed status, the consequences could be dire. She dreaded the thought of facing repercussions before her employer could arrive. It would be an utter injustice. After some contemplation, the waitress resolved to inform her boss. These men were formidable, and it would be prudent for her employer to be forewarned. With this in mind, she gestured to an elderly cleaning lady in the kitchen, relayed her message, and sent her to find the boss. The elderly woman nodded and exited through the back door. The waitress watched the old lady's retreating figure, then glanced once more at the table where Zhou Qian and the others sat. Sighing, she hoped they would not truly contemplate any ill intentions against her employer. Otherwise, even the strongest among them would face a grim fate. If there would be a supreme ruler in this world, it could only be her boss. On another front, Lung Aoshang and her companions had just completed their task at the mission hall and received a substantial reward. The resonant and melodious voice of Captain Lung called out to them as they were heading towards the exit. Turning back, Lung Aoshang recognized the familiar figure and offered a faint, indifferent smile, saying, "Commander Zhou, thank you for your hard work." The man addressed as Commander Zhou was tall and imposing, standing at 190 centimeters, with a stern visage that commanded respect. His strikingly handsome features and athletic build exuded the distinct charm of a soldier. Despite his typically aloof demeanor, which might have detracted from others, it instead enhanced his enigmatic allure, inviting curiosity. His voice possessed a magnetic quality akin to a siren and Apos' call, drawing one into an abyss. Yet, his tone remained cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation. The collaboration during the Lingnan village mission had been exceedingly pleasant, and he hoped for future opportunities to work alongside the Snow Lotus team. Lung Aoshang sensed a hint of gratitude beneath Zhou Yuan's typically frigid voice. She understood that her prowess in handling a pinnacle-level 5-tier zombie had garnered his admiration. The strength she exhibited had astonished everyone present. How many could genuinely contend with a 5-tier pinnacle zombie? Although it was merely a fledgling of the 5th tier, who else could confront it one-on-one? Lung Aoshang had previously collaborated with Zhou Yuan, and the stability of the Taotai Pavilion within the origin base was, in part, due to his influential connections. While this was not their first joint endeavor with the Snow Lotus team, Zhou Yuan found himself once again captivated by Lung Aoshang's formidable abilities. Despite having recognized her strength in past collaborations, her capabilities had only grown in the short span of 6 months. He held a deep respect for Strong. He could not help but acknowledge his increasing admiration for this woman. Lung Aoshang also regarded Zhou Yuan with kindness. She relished interactions with powerful individuals, especially those possessing intelligence. After all, it was individuals like her and Zhou Yuan who truly inhabited this world. The weak were akin to ants, undeserving of existence. As they exchanged glances, mutual appreciation for each other's strength flickered in their minds. Meanwhile, Dong Linhao observed the palpable chemistry between them and quickly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lung Aoshang, using his stature to shield her. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Why stand so close while conversing?" Not only Dong Linhao, but also Fu Yishuan, Lu Qijuan, and Lu Zihao accompanied Lung Aoshang today. As they noted the shared gaze between Zhou Yuan and Lung Aoshang, a sense of vigilance arose among them. No one desired additional rivals. Fu Yishuan quipped with a knowing smile. "It seems we are all invisible, then?" Zhou Yuan maintained his stoic expression, casting a brief glance at Dong Linhao before responding without emotion. "Captain Lung, I have some official matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further." Lung Aoshang nodded in acknowledgement. After Zhou Yuan departed, the group exited the mission hall. At that moment, a somewhat familiar yet not well-acquainted individual intercepted them. The newcomer was a plump, middle-aged woman who rushed toward Lung Aoshang, exclaiming before even reaching her boss, "It's me, Aunt Lee, the dishwasher. Tang Tian sent me to relay a message." Chapter 41. Dealing with the mischievous little insects, Aunt Lee spoke with remarkable clarity, succinctly summarizing the situation. Upon hearing her account, Lung Aoshang frowned in displeasure, her already frosty demeanor growing even colder. Huh, to demand that she donate all her food supplies? What sort of lunatic is this? She despised the thought of her possessions being coveted by others. They were her fortune, and those who dared to covet them must perish. Reflecting on her breeding space, her thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the time before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, she had been an orphan in her previous life, taken in by an elderly woman who raised her. When she was 5, the old woman passed away, leaving her a family heirloom bracelet before she was sent to an orphanage. Within a few months, she was taken from the orphanage and brought into an organization, the world-renowned assassin group, the Dark Blood Alliance. She became the top assassin of the Dark Blood Alliance. The organization had only 10 members, each an elite among elites, and she was the 10th member, the most formidable, known by the codename Snow Lotus. Half a year prior to the apocalypse, during a mission, she was ambushed and fell down a slope, injuring herself. The bracelet absorbed her blood, resulting in the unlocking of her breeding space. Unexpectedly, just half a year later, the apocalypse struck. The space allowed for cultivation and breeding, with all products able to exist within it, yet external items could not be preserved there. However, it did accelerate growth. Thus, she meticulously calculated each harvest and planting to avoid spoilage, having previously faced the unfortunate waste of excess vegetables that rotted before consumption. She vividly recalled the day the apocalypse began. The 10 members of the Appos, Dark Blood Alliance and Appos, were gathered in their base for a meeting when suddenly everyone collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself under attack by several monsters. It turned out that all 9 others had transformed into zombies, while she had awakened a peculiar ability, becoming a dual elemental supernatural being, mastering both ice and fire. After activating her powers, her physique changed, allowing her to dispatch the remaining 9 with nothing more than a dagger, severing their heads. In this world, even in times of peace, it was a survival of the fittest, and the apocalypse was even more brutal. Trust only in oneself. The weak had no right to exist, and she aspired to become the strongest in this realm. Her breeding space was filled with food, but so what? To think of using her resources to nourish the useless was sheer folly. Only those she deemed worthy, strong allies, were deserving of her aid. A cold smile crept across Lung Aoshang and Appos' face as she contemplated the audacity of those daring to wreak havoc in her territory. Huh, let us have some fun with you this time. With this thought, a playful smile graced her lips. Indeed, she preferred this brutal apocalypse to the mundane world of peace. In the end, Fu Yishuan had to prioritize subsequent tasks and took his leave. She, however, accompanied Dong Linhao, Lu Qijuan, Lu Ziheo, and Aunt Lee towards the Taotai Pavilion. Yumi maintained her smile as she observed the melodramatic antics of the performers. The absurdity of the plot resembled that of a soap opera. Zhou Qian cried. Zhou Qian laughed. Zhou Qian felt wronged. Zhou Qian was angry. Zhou Qian was filled with compassion. The 3 men were busy either persuading, comforting, or openly declaring their affections. This captivating display made Yumi nostalgic for the days of indulging in melodramatic dramas, recalling the pristine television in the restaurant that she had yet to watch. Upon returning, she was determined to find a few melodramatic series to enjoy. My goodness, I can't end Appos. Take it any longer. Shall we pack the food to go? This is ruining my appetite. Feng Niani whispered discreetly to the others. Feng Junjia glanced at his sister and then at Yumi, noticing that she seemed unbothered. He nodded. I had intended to treat boss you to a nice meal. I hadn't expected this. Zheng Qian chimed in, equally struggling to swallow. Indeed, who could have anticipated this? After 3 years of the apocalypse, this is the first time I've lost my appetite. Just as Feng Junjia was about to call over a waiter to package their meal, he paused, noticing a few individuals entering the hall, and was momentarily taken aback. It was Lung Aoshang. Lung Aoshang? Feng Yini exclaimed. Wasn't she the one rumored to possess extraordinary abilities, the owner of the Taotai Pavilion? Yumi's curiosity was piqued, and she turned her gaze toward the newcomers. Among them was an elderly lady, accompanied by the waiter from earlier, who was now bowing respectfully while speaking to the leading woman. At the forefront were 3 men and 1 woman. TSK, 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 what striking looks. The 3 men beside Zhou Qian were already breathtaking. And now there were 4 more equally captivating individuals entering. Was the goddess Nuwa particularly adept at showcasing beauty in this world? Yumi scrutinized the 4 newcomers. The leading woman sported a high ponytail, her forehead flawlessly exposed, dressed in a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her skin was an immaculate pale white, devoid of blemishes, reminiscent of freshly shelled egg whites, smooth and delicate. What drew the most attention was her aura, reminiscent of a cold plum blossom in winter, proud and pure. Undoubtedly, her beauty was exquisite, seamlessly intertwined with her frosty demeanor. Chapter 42. Handsome men versus handsome men. Beside a stunningly beautiful woman stood 2 men. Among these 3 gentlemen, one was clad in a sharply tailored suit, wearing glasses that exuded an air of sophistication. Another donned a casual hoodie, his cherubic face strikingly handsome and endearing. The last was tall, with a sun-kissed complexion and a charming smile that revealed his dimples. Each man possessed remarkable looks and charisma, their collective presence a captivating sight that drew the eye. Yumi found herself wondering if the man in the suit was feeling hot. Just the sight of his formal attire made her back feel warm and itchy. Soon, Zhou Qian's table noticed the commotion. Zhou Qian had just been provoked by Wang Zifei and Appo's sharp tongue, her eyes now red and glistening with unshed tears. Initially comforted by Tong Junlong and Tang Zhuyan, Zhou Qian, noticing their silence, curiously lifted her gaze. She saw both men, along with Wang Zifei, staring in the same direction. Zhou Qian followed their gaze and was taken aback. Her previously tear-streaked face transformed into a radiant smile. With a spring in her step, she dashed towards Lung Aoshang and her companions, leaving Tong Junlong and the others unable to intercept her in time. Tong Junlong and his companions had sensed something unusual about Lung Aoshang's group the moment they entered the hall, unlike Zhou Qian, who acted impulsively and dashed forward when they were distracted. The trio had no choice but to rise and follow suit. Zhou Qian halted before Lung Aoshang, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she took in the beauty of the 4 men before her, her cheeks flushing with color. "You all are truly stunning," she exclaimed, her gaze filled with a dreamy infatuation for their good looks. She felt no embarrassment. After all, she had always adored handsome individuals. When she first encountered Zhou Yuan, Tong Xuezhang, Wang Zifei, and Tang Zhuyan, she had expressed similar sentiments. Meanwhile, Lung Aoshang regarded Zhou Qian with a frosty demeanor, displeased by the girl and Appo's boldness in approaching her. Had she sensed any malice from Zhou Qian, she would have kicked her away without hesitation. Seemingly oblivious to Lung Aoshang's disdain, Zhou Qian took a step closer, eager to admire the beautiful, fairy-like figure. However, she was abruptly blocked by someone who hissed, "Stay away from Sister Aoshang, you ugly creature." The individual waved his hand forcefully. "Qian Qian," cried Tong, Wang, and Tang in unison. Wang Zifei reacted swiftly, rushing to catch Zhou Qian, but he only grazed her clothing, failing to grasp her firmly. With a thud, Zhou Qian fell backward, landing hard on the ground. The men immediately crouched beside her. Wang Zifei scooped Zhou Qian into his arms, while Tong Junlong expressed concern, checking on her well-being, and Tang Zhuyan assisted by gently rubbing her bruised backside. "Ouch, my rear. Am I going to die?" she whimpered. "Woman, don't say such nonsense. How could you die? Keep talking like that, and I'll kiss you," Wang Zifei declared, his expression suggesting he was serious. Startled and still tearful, Zhou Qian quickly stifled her sobs. "No, you rogue. All right. I want an Appo's. Say anything more." Zhou Qian thought to herself that if he kissed her in front of everyone like before, she would surely be mortified. As she squirmed shyly, she inadvertently aggravated her pain, causing her to tear up again. Tang Juyan assessed Zhou Qian, relieved to confirm she was unharmed, and nodded to Wang Zifei and Tong Junlong, indicating all was well. The other two finally relaxed, then turned their steely gazes toward the culprit who had pushed Zhou Qian. Dong Linhao felt no remorse for his earlier actions. This infatuated girl dared to gaze at his face with such admiration, igniting his desire to kick her aside. He detested mindless women who swooned over handsome men, having encountered too many of them before the apocalypse. This ugly girl was not only enamored with him, but also dared to fawn over Sister Aoshang. How dare she? He saw himself as justified, convinced that had it not been for the base's rules against violence, he would have eliminated her with ease. Noticing the fierce expressions on the faces of the three men surrounding Zhou Qian, Dong Linhao felt nothing but contempt, returning a look that clearly said, "What do you do about it?" His cute features were marred by a mocking expression that only intensified their anger. "What do you want?" Wang Zifei, still cradling Zhou Qian, asked coldly, his eyes shimmering with barely contained fury, clearly ready to kill for daring to touch her. Dong Linhao chuckled derisively. "How amusing! You lot aren't even a match for Sister Aoshang's abilities. Truly lacking in self-awareness." He couldn't fathom why these men treated such an unattractive girl like a treasure. After observing their actions and glancing at Zhou Qian, still being held in Wang Zifei's arms, he taunted, "Do any of you have a problem with your eyesight? Or is your sense of aesthetics fundamentally flawed?" Chapter 43. Is Tang Jue the White Moonlight? Upon hearing Dong Linhao's derogatory remarks, three men advanced with indignation, poised to engage in conflict. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian was cautiously shielded behind them. Wang Zifei exuded an aura of danger. He would not allow anyone to insult his little rabbit. How dare this child speak ill of her? Zhou Qian, feeling wronged, hid behind Wang Zifei, her heart heavy as she gazed at the irresistibly charming boy before her. She could not comprehend why he would act against her or utter such words. All she wished was to commend their striking looks. Why could one not appreciate beauty? She was truly fond of them. Though perplexed, she tugged at Wang Zifei's sleeve and softly implored, "Please, don't let this escalate into a quarrel." Wang Zifei and the others did not relent at Zhou Qian's plea. Instead, he turned slightly, asserting dominantly, "Allow me to protect you, my lady." Tears welled in Zhou Qian's eyes as she lamented, "I don't want you all to fight because of me." Zhou Qian felt utterly baffled. Why could they not coexist in harmony? Cold and aloof, Lung Aoshang observed with growing dissatisfaction. The waitress, Tang Tian, had just recounted the events to her, and she recognized this group as troublemakers. She regarded them with disdain, having barely acknowledged their presence until now. It was only upon observing the weeping girl before her that she realized this was the one who had claimed she would make a donation without charge. A cold smile twisted Lung Aoshang's lips. She had expected something grand, only to be confronted with such a disappointment. She had always detested women who cried incessantly since the time before the apocalypse. Had she encountered this woman outside the base, she would have long since met her demise. Her frigid gaze swept over Zhou Qian, then shifted to the three men before her, scrutinizing each of their faces. In the next moment, a jolt coursed through Lung Aoshang. How could it be? Her attention fixated on the elegant and refined figure of Tang Jue, unable to look away. Dong Linhao, facing away from her, remained unaware of her reaction. However, Lu Zihao and Lu Qijuan, standing beside Lung Aoshang, noticed the unprecedented expression on her face. They exchanged glances, each reading only confusion in the other's eyes. At that moment, Lung Aoshang and Appo's eyes brimmed with astonishment, a complex amalgamation of shock, joy, nostalgia, and a myriad of unnameable emotions. Her gaze lingered on Tang Jue's face, simply observing. Tang Jue sensed her intense stare, perplexed by why this woman regarded him as if they were old acquaintances. Yet, he was certain he did not know her. The rest present witnessed this scene, their expressions awash with curiosity as they looked between Tang Jue and Lung Aoshang. Unable to contain her racing heart, Lung Aoshang fought to maintain her composure. Ruan Runju. Ruan Runju. This name pounded against her heart, carving deep wounds into her already shattered spirit. She closed her eyes, steadied her breath, and upon reopening them, they sparkled like stars, imbued with a softness reminiscent of moonlight, tinged with an ineffable melancholy. She stepped forward, bypassing Dong Linhao, and approached Tang Jue. "What's your name?" Lung Aoshang's voice resonated beautifully, akin to the gentle drip of melting snow from a plum tree, elegant and ethereal. Tang Jue, momentarily disoriented, could not grasp the situation, his handsome face etched with confusion. He glanced at Wang Zifei and Tong Junlong, who mirrored his bewilderment but remained silent. With a sigh of resignation, Tang Jue finally spoke. "I am Tang Jue." His voice was cool and graceful, perfectly matching his appearance. Upon hearing his name, Lung Aoshang felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the notion of resurrection was absurd and utterly impossible. Yet, the resemblance was striking, far too similar to the figure eternally imprinted in her heart. That enduring pain. It was a secret she could never reveal, even to Fu Yishuan and the others. If she belonged to the darkness, that person was the solitary light in her heart. Lung Aoshang and Appo's gaze lowered slightly, as if ensnared in a reverie. The usual icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a tender smile, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Aside from the three men in Zhou Qian's company, everyone else present was captivated by Lung Aoshang's enchanting beauty. Yumi gazed at Lung Aoshang with admiration, though she quickly regained her composure, secretly marveling at the woman's exquisite appearance. Feng Yini, despite her past grievances with Lung Aoshang, could not deny that the woman possessed an exceptionally striking visage. Chapter 44. Consumed by jealousy. Undoubtedly, Lung Aoshang was breathtakingly beautiful. However, Tang Jue furrowed his brow and took a step back, distancing himself from her, harboring a sense of displeasure. He was unsettled by the way the girl regarded him, as if she believed he were her possession. He was not oblivious to the affection reflected in her eyes. Yet his heart was already filled with thoughts of the angelic Qianqian, leaving no room for any other girl. Tang Jue's movement seemed to disturb Lung Aoshang's recollections. She regained her composure, tempering her expression. Observing the distance Tang Jue was creating, a pang of pain pierced her heart, prompting her to step closer once more. The tenderness in her gaze astonished Lu Zihao, Dong Linhao, and Lu Qijuan. They had never witnessed such an expression from Lung Aoshang. In their minds, she was a snow lotus blooming atop a frigid mountain, exuding an air of aloof nobility. Though she occasionally displayed warmth towards them, it was never in such a manner as this. Who was this strikingly handsome and cool man? Did he know Aoshang from before? Why was he being regarded with such special attention? Dong Linhao was the first to sense a crisis, hastily moving to grasp Lung Aoshang's wrist while playfully inquiring, "Sister Aoshang, do you know him?" His words were laced with jealousy, and even his cherubic face betrayed his displeasure. Yet, Lung Aoshang did not halt her advance toward Tang Jue, gently twisting her wrist to free herself from Dong Linhao's grip. "Sister Aoshang," Dong Linhao called out, his voice resembling that of a lost puppy lamenting its plight, evoking pity. Nonetheless, Lung Aoshang remained indifferent, drawing nearer to Tang Jue. "Dr. Tang, do you know this beautiful lady?" At that moment, Zhou Qian broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. The others, as if roused from a trance, began to approach. Tong Junlong moved closer to Tang Jue, whispering in his ear, "Do you know this woman?" Tang Jue merely shook his head. "I do not. Perhaps you met her before, but do not recall?" queried Wang Zifei. Tang Jue continued to shake his head, stating, "Out of professional habit, I am quite adept at remembering faces. Had I encountered her previously, I would certainly remember." Upon hearing Tang Jue and Appo's definitive response, Wang Zifei turned to Lung Aoshang and the others, his tone sharp. "Tang Jue does not know you. What exactly do you wish to achieve?" He found this group utterly loathsome, considering they had bullied his little rabbit before, and now this woman was eyeing Tang Jue with such blatant desire, utterly shameless. Finally diverting her gaze from Tang Jue, Lung Aoshang fixed her icy stare upon Wang Zifei. Her voice, once gentle, had grown cold. "I am the owner of this restaurant, the Gourmet Pavilion. I am Lung Aoshang." "Ah, so you are the proprietor of this establishment. How wonderful. Zhou Qian exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her earlier discomfort, bouncing in front of Lung Aoshang with starry eyes. I heard you were looking for me? Lung Aoshang and Appo's demeanor was frigid, revealing her disdain for Zhou Qian. Yet, Zhou Qian seemed oblivious to her frosty attitude, clinging to Tang Jue and Appo's arm, exclaiming, Dr. Tang, this is splendid. At last, I have met the owner. Qian is so delighted. Zhou Qian was genuinely thrilled, never imagining that the owner of the gourmet pavilion was such a fairy-like figure. With such beauty, surely her heart was equally kind, and she was confident she could persuade the fairy to donate all the food for free. Overcome with joy, Zhou Qian grinned like a mischievous kitten. Tang Jue, observing Zhou Qian's endearing antics as she clung to his arm, couldn't help but wear a fond smile. Yet this scene pierced Lung Aoshang's heart like a dagger. Watching Tang Jie and Appo's eyes filled with affection for Zhou Qian and his arm being embraced by her, a surge of fury welled within her. Her hand instinctively clenched into a fist, engulfed by a sense of humiliation, as if something she deemed hers had been sullied. She longed to eliminate this woman. Sister Aoshang, my name is Zhou Qian. I sought you out for something of great importance. Since the onset of the apocalypse, there's been a dire shortage of food. Zhou Qian rambled on, while Dong Linhao and the other men exchanged glances filled with mockery and disbelief. Even the storm team, eavesdropping from a distance, wore expressions of bewilderment. So, if Sister Aoshang is willing to donate all the food to help these unfortunate souls, they could survive. Many of them are elderly, weak, and women and children. Sister Aoshang is so compassionate. She must agree with me that they are pitiable, right? As she spoke of the starving survivors, Zhou Qian and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. All the while, Lung Aoshang maintained her icy gaze upon Zhou Qian. Since the moment Zhou Qian and Tang Jue had grown intimate, she had been suppressing the urge to commit violence. Now, the words spilling from this woman's lips only fueled the fire within her. She possessed a vast supply of food in her spatial realm. However, why should she be obligated to assist those with whom she shared no connection? The weak who could not survive were simply a burden, and the apocalypse was merely purging this detritus. Even if her food were to spoil, she would not grant these people a single morsel. Chapter 45. The battle between Zhou Qian and Lung Aoshang. I refuse. Lung Aoshang's crimson lips parted, her voice devoid of any inflection, as though she were playfully toying with insignificant ants. What? Zhou Qian seemed to have not comprehended Lung Aoshang's words and inquired again. Lung Aoshang merely fixed Zhou Qian with a cold stare, a hint of a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I said I refuse. This time, Zhou Qian truly grasped the meaning behind her words. How could this be? How could the fairy's sister refuse? This was a remarkable opportunity. Why would she decline? Especially when she could not possibly consume such an abundance of food. Why? This could save many lives in dire need. Zhou Qian recalled the tragedies she had witnessed over the past few years, her eyes reddening with sorrow. She had seen countless misfortunes, men who, in a desperate bid to procure food for their wives, mothers, and children, were ordinary individuals yet armed themselves to battle the undead. Some were devoured by zombies, while others were wounded and transformed into one of them. Tears welled in Zhou Qian's eyes as she spoke of the heart-wrenching scenes she had encountered. The frail and vulnerable, even if they wished to take up arms, found themselves unable to fill their bellies. Infants, left to wail in hunger, perished before their mothers' eyes, who, in their anguish, resorted to sacrificing their own flesh to feed their children. Overwhelmed with grief, Zhou Qian began to sob uncontrollably. Despite her limited abilities, she had shared all her resources. But ultimately, she could not save everyone. She remembered the 7 or 8 individuals she had encountered, all searching for supplies from nearby makeshift shelters, one of whom was an elderly woman who had fainted from hunger. Compassion drove her to offer the woman water and food, for which the elderly lady expressed profound gratitude, whispering that one should not reveal their wealth, and urged her to keep a little for herself. Zhou Qian smiled, assuring her that she had enough, and the elderly woman gifted her a gold ring in gratitude. Just when Zhou Qian believed the elderly woman would survive, She learned days later that she had passed away. The food and water Zhou Qian had provided remained untouched. The elderly woman had given everything to her feverish granddaughter. On the final night, in a desolate corner, both the grandmother and granddaughter succumbed. Zhou Qian wished to save everyone, yet felt powerless. Only with the help of her senior, Tong Xuechong, and others was she able to assist more individuals, preventing them from perishing for a mere morsel of food. Aoshang, if you possess the ability, please help everyone. I implore you. Zhou Qian was now in tears, gazing at the ethereal woman before her, her face a portrait of sorrow. Listening to Zhou Qian's heartfelt plea, Lung Aoshang remained unmoved. Who can blame the weak for their demise? It is their own lack of strength that has led them here. Her beautiful eyes locked on Zhou Qian and Amp. Oppose, S, her voice chilling as winter and Amp. Oppose, as frost. With lips as full as cherry blossoms, she declared, "What am I plentiful food? Even if it spoils, I would never share it with the worthless." Her tone was deliberate, yet resolute. Zhou Qian staggered backward, colliding with Tong Juanlong's embrace. Unable to believe the words she had just heard. How could she utter such things? Ignoring Zhou Qian and Appo's expression, Lung Aoshang continued, "I owe them nothing. Why should I be compelled to perform such acts of charity? Even if my possessions rot, I shall not allow others to touch them, nor do I require your guidance." This was the unwavering principle by which Lung Aoshang had lived. In her eyes, Zhou Qian's frailty, always seeking refuge in the arms of men, was the very embodiment of those who should be purged by this world. Perhaps it was Lung Aoshang's frigid demeanor that left Zhou Qian trembling. Tong Juanlong felt the girl shiver in his arms and gently turned her to embrace her, soothing her back in an attempt to comfort her. Zhou Qian cautiously raised her head from Tong Juanlong's chest, her eyes swollen with tears. Yet she defiantly turned to Lung Aoshang and spoke. "If you are unwilling to donate all your food, could you perhaps spare a small portion to assist the old, the weak, and the children?" Her voice was soft, laced with a sob. Lung Aoshang merely scoffed. Behind her, Dong Linhao and others were expressions of disdain. "The food belongs to Sister Aoshang. What business is it of yours? Our supplies are for the patrons of the feast pavilion. Want food? Then let those old, weak, and crying children come to the pavilion and pay for it," Dong Linhao mocked. Lu Qijuan chimed in, "Yes, Aoshang, ignore her. She's just a bleeding heart." Lu Zihao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their remarks, Zhou Qian was once again rendered speechless by tears. Why? But are you not human too? The apocalypse is a battleground for humanity against the undead. Those who survive are either zombies or humans. Every additional survivor represents a glimmer of hope for humanity's victory. It is not about sacrifice, but merely extending a hand to fellow beings in need to preserve a flicker of hope. As she spoke, Zhou Qian clung to Tong Juanlong once more, sobbing inconsolably. She could not comprehend why offering assistance to others was equated with being a bleeding heart. She shared her food simply to foster a greater chance of survival for humanity. Observing Zhou Qian's anguish, Tong Juanlong spoke solemnly. "Once, we encountered a zombie dog blocking our path. Even in the final moments of battle, it refused to yield. Do you know why?" His tone carried an unusual gravity. Lung Aoshang paid no heed to his question. It was as if he were conversing with himself when he continued, "Because its master was inside, a corpse starved to a husk. Though the dog had become a zombie, it clung to the last vestiges of loyalty, guarding its owner." With a hint of coldness in his typically warm voice, he addressed Lung Aoshang. "I can hardly believe that individuals like you are considered human." His words resonated with the Storm Squad, stirring complex emotions within Feng Junjie. In this twisted apocalypse, some who were human were less humane than zombies, while others who appeared to be undead embodied more humanity. "Don't cry, woman. Your tears belong to me alone." Wang Zifei pulled Zhou Qian from Tong Juanlong and Appo's embrace, offering comfort. "Qian, do not cry," Tang Zuizui consoled, gently wiping the tears from her cheek with his slender fingers. Witnessing Tang Zuizui's tender care for Zhou Qian, Lung Aoshang felt as though her heart were being sliced. The resemblance, the gentleness. Once, only she received such attention. A wave of agitation surged through her. What a farce! What hope is there in saving a single human? Why should I concern myself with the plight of these insignificant creatures? This apocalypse is merely a cleansing of the refuse. Ultimately, the survivors shall be humanity. That is the destiny of Lung Aoshuang. Chapter 46. Remarkable appraisal techniques. Are you all quite annoying? Would it be possible for you to refrain from disturbing Sister Shuang? Dong Linhao positioned himself in front of Lung Aoshuang, endeavoring to obstruct her gaze directed at Tang Juizhu. The other two individuals also advanced to flank Dong Linhao. On Zhou Qian's side, Wang Zifei glared fiercely at the opposition. The atmosphere between the two factions was charged, as if they were on the brink of conflict. Lung Aoshuang did not intervene. Although fighting was prohibited within the base, she had little regard for such regulations. Given the advantages brought by the Taotai Pavilion, the base's management would not dare to confront her. Disregarding the commotion, Lung Aoshuang strode past them towards an unoccupied table nearby. This group of insignificant pests was hardly worth her effort. Dong Linhao and his companion sufficed. Before reaching her destination, she halted, her eyes landing on a group at the table before her, and to her surprise, she recognized them. Captain Feng, I didn't expect to see you here. She greeted Feng Junjie. We in AMP, Oppos, here for a meal with my teammates. Feng Junjie replied amiably. The Storm Squad and the Snow Lotus Squad had previously collaborated on significant missions, fostering a degree of familiarity between them. Feng Yinyi glanced at Lung Aoshuang, who had stopped beside their table, and internally rolled her eyes. Had they been invisible until now? Lung Aoshuang surveyed the members of the Storm Squad, her gaze briefly passing over Feng Yinyi, dismissing her with a sense of disdain, unwilling to extend even an extra glance. Her attention finally settled on an unfamiliar face. This girl had not been seen among the Storm Squad before. Was she a new member, or perhaps Feng Junjie and Oppos? As partner? Lung Aoshuang scrutinized the girl seated between Feng Yinyi and Feng Junjie, feeling a flicker of displeasure. The girl was impeccably dressed, adorned in a lovely dress, with long hair cascading down to her waist, exuding an air of fragility. At that moment, the girl was also observing her, wearing a warm and friendly smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lung Aoshuang found this smile irksome, evoking an uncomfortable sensation, as if she were confronted by a faceless mannequin, exuding an aura of eeriness and insincerity. Yumi felt as if she had just witnessed a grand spectacle, truly riveting, more thrilling than any Thai drama. She beamed at the leading lady before her curiosity about the girl's hidden talents intensifying. All right, if that's the case. Maintaining her smile, Yumi's eyes glimmered with intrigue, her mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, and there's also that. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Junjie, Lung Aoshuang made her way to an adjacent chair and sat down. With her alluring figure elegantly crossed, she faced her team's direction, seemingly observing the unfolding drama while secretly scrutinizing the smiling girl next to her. The girl remained unchanged, her expression fixed in a smile, as if a mask of joy were sewn onto her face, devoid of any flaws. Lung Aoshuang was uncertain about why she was so perturbed, as if some intangible oddity lingered in the air. She shook her head, questioning when she had begun to care about such minor characters. Dismissing her strange feelings, she shifted her focus to Tang Juizhu, her heart pierced anew with a pang of pain. At that moment, Yumi was engrossed in the data displayed on the screen before her. She marveled at its specificity and length. Remembering the previous reward of appraisal, she deemed it potentially useful and swiftly sent an appraisal her way. Name, Lung Aoshuang. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Physical condition, excellent. Currently experiencing constipation. A plethora of information followed, far too detailed for Yumi to absorb all at once, prompting her to scroll down. Finally, she reached the section she had been seeking. Abilities, Ice-type abilities, Fire-type abilities. Ability level, peak of 5th stage. Special items, agricultural space. Upon discovering the agricultural space, Yumi eagerly clicked on the name, and the detailed information promptly appeared. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. She possessed a golden finger, elucidating why the Taotai Pavilion had access to such abundant ingredients. Yumi beamed at the appraisal, thoroughly impressed. It was remarkable. The data detailed the current inventory within Lung, Aoshuang, and Appo's space, including what was available, what was still being cultivated, and what had spoiled. Yumi felt as though she had just cracked a mysterious murder case. Her long-held curiosity finally unveiled. Chapter 47. Yumi strolls through District D on the other side. A group of men remained embroiled in a heated dispute, ready to unleash their abilities at any moment. Meanwhile, the two female protagonists, Zhou Qian, continued to wipe her tears, while Lung Aoxiang sat with an air of icy indifference. At that moment, another voice pierced through the tense atmosphere. What transpired? It was a deep, melodious male voice. "Brother Yuan," Zhou Qian exclaimed, rushing into the embrace of the newcomer, her tears flowing more freely. Zhou Yuan gazed at the girl who had flung herself into his arms. A sweet smile flickering across his face as he observed the tears streaming down Zhou Qian's cheeks, his heart aching for her. Even his typically stoic expression betrayed a hint of concern. After all, she was the girl he had cherished since childhood. What happened? Tell Brother Yuan. As Zhou Qian recounted her sob story, Zhou Yuan grasped the situation, and, following her gaze, he noticed the unyielding presence of Lung Aoxiang. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yuan was taken aback to discover that the matter involved the Shuilian team. He held a deep admiration for Lung Aoxiang, realizing that Zhou Qian's naivety had led to this predicament. Approaching Lung Aoxiang, he greeted her, but their conversation remained shrouded in ambiguity. Eventually, Lung Aoxiang rose and addressed Zhou Yuan, saying, "Then I must trouble Captain Zhou to better manage his woman in the future." With that, she gestured for Dong Linhao and the others to leave. Dong Linhao cast a reluctant glance at Lung Aoxiang as she dismissed them, feeling a strong urge to reprimand those who had overstepped their bounds. Yet, he had no choice but to follow her departure. Zhou Yuan returned to Zhou Qian's side, gently stroking her head, his heart heavy with resignation. Having grown up together, he was accustomed to cleaning up the messes she created due to her innocent and kind-hearted nature. Zhou Qian, her face a picture of confusion, asked Brother Yuan, "Why did you let them go?" "I hadn't finalized the donation details with them." Qian, the strength of the Shuilian team should not be underestimated. Continuing this quarrel could lead to your detriment. But no way. Senior Tong and the others are formidable. They won't be at a disadvantage. Observing the pout on Zhou Qian's face, Zhou Yuan could only sigh in exasperation, maintaining his poker-faced demeanor as he instructed the waiter, "Check, please." The waiter presented the bill, and Zhou Yuan glanced at it before producing the requisite crystal cores. Zhou Qian leaned in to catch a glimpse, her eyes widening in shock. "How can it be so expensive?" Zhou Qian exclaimed. Earlier, Tong Junlong and Wang Zifei had taken charge of ordering, and she had not perused the menu, unaware of the prices. Had she known, she would never have chosen to dine here, as the amount spent could have helped countless people. After settling the bill, the group followed Zhou Yuan out. Meanwhile, the other patrons of the Tasty Pavilion had already discreetly settled their checks and departed during the earlier commotion. Now, only the Storm Team and Yumi remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Yumi was still savoring the recent events, reminiscent of a dramatic television plot. Zheng Qian was the first to break the silence, suggesting, "Why don and Oppos? Till we take the leftovers and leave. There is still so much food left, and after witnessing such a cringeworthy scene, I've truly lost my appetite." Feng Junjin nodded in agreement, calling for the waiter to settle the bill and pack the food. Subsequently, the group exited the Tasty Pavilion. Through the Storm Team, Yumi learned that the stern man who had entered last was one of the commanders of the Origin Base, part of the upper echelon, and the strongest among them, wielding considerable influence. The management of the Origin Base was indeed a labyrinth of complexity. Yumi had also discreetly assessed the other diners in the restaurant, gleaning their capabilities from brief glimpses of information. Each individual was formidable in their own right. If a confrontation had ensued between Zhou Qian's team and Lung Aoxiang's men, the outcome would have been uncertain. As time passed, the Storm Team guided Yumi through nearly every corner of the Origin Base, save for certain restricted areas. They even procured an internal vehicle for convenience, courtesy of Feng Junjia's connections. The Origin Base was immense. at least 6 to 7 times the size of the Guangming base. Beyond this lies District F. Let us not go there, Feng Junjie remarked. D District? Yumi recalled that Tang Sahan had mentioned D District as a place comparable to hell on earth. Her mind raced as she resolved to explore it, believing that every human could potentially become a new patron for her Black Cat Buffet. I wish to venture inside to scout for potential customers. Zheng Xian gasped, "You shooting into Oppo's tea. It's chaotic in there, filled with lazy opportunists who lack any moral compass. It's quite unsafe. And if they become customers of the buffet, it would surely spell trouble." Feng Junjie and Feng Yini concurred. However, Yumi was unperturbed. She was not afraid of troublesome clientele. After all, the few laws were not mere decorations. "Perhaps I could try some electric shock therapy?" Yumi suggested with a smile. "Why don't you all go about your business while I explore? I'll return home once I've finished my little tour." Ultimately, the storm team decided to accompany her into District D, primarily out of concern for her safety. District F truly lived up to its reputation as a hellish realm, bearing a striking resemblance to its ominous title. Aside from the absence of zombies and mutated beasts, it was almost indistinguishable from the outside world, filled with a cacophony of foul odors, perhaps a mix of decay and excrement, resulting in an unbearable atmosphere. Feng Yini clamped her nose tightly from the outset. They had not traveled far when they were approached by several unsavory characters. Some were observant enough to recognize that the cleanly dressed group was not to be trifled with, while many others, driven by hunger and fearlessness, saw the newcomers as prime targets. The storm team dismissed these ruffians with ease, kicking them away before they could come close. Yet, Yumi's interest was piqued. However, it seemed wise to proceed with caution. Given the vastness of the origin base, relying solely on the promotional efforts of Tang Sahan and his wife, along with her few associates, would yield limited results. Even if she enlisted the help of the storm team and Feng Junjie to garner support from higher-ups, the impact was uncertain. District D was indeed expansive, teeming with hungry individuals whose twisted cravings for food surpassed those in the ABC districts. If they became her customers, a tiny figure resembling Yumi appeared in her mind, its eyes glimmering like coins. Would this not herald a fortune? Though these were primarily lazy individuals or those unable to fend for themselves, their inability or unwillingness to combat zombies for crystal cores made them ideal candidates for the neglected treasures of the apocalypse. As long as she successfully secured a significant initial influx of customers, her fortune would be made. Their primary purpose had been to dine at the tasty pavilion, and no preparations had been made for what lay ahead. It seemed she would need to devise a strategy to capture this new clientele upon her return. Chapter 48. High School Hunk. The Tsundere made clings to you as Yumi departed from Area D. The night had already enveloped the surroundings, leaving only a faint glimmer of light behind. She expressed her intention to take her leave. The storm squad accompanied her out of the base, offering her a package of food, hoping she would take it with her. Yumi chuckled and shook her head in refusal, saying, "You should keep it for yourselves. Do you think I would lack for food?" Upon reflection, the others realized the truth in her words and ceased their polite insistence. Feng Yin chimed in, "Boss you. Wait for me. Once we wrap up our tasks these few days, I'll be visiting your place daily. Indeed, your dishes are far more delectable than those at the feasting pavilion." Yumi merely smiled kindly in response, choosing not to reply. However, within her heart, a mischievous persona lounged, nonchalantly digging its nose, proclaiming, as if that needed stating. Once the farewells were exchanged, Yumi drove her vehicle back to the Black Cat Buffet. By now, it was past 7 in the evening, yet the establishment remained aglow, with a few patrons still dining within. She did not rush anyone, instead retreating to her room for some rest. Following her recent upgrades, her once dormitory-like quarters had transformed into a modestly decorated suite, complete with a living room, a bathroom, and even a kitchen, albeit one rarely utilized. The wardrobe, vanity, writing desk, and shoe cabinet had all been enhanced in size and elegance, accompanied by a plethora of additional furniture. The shoe cabinet now housed an array of stylish footwear for all seasons, each pair more attractive than the last. Opening the wardrobe revealed an even wider assortment of garments. Yumi retrieved a nightgown and made her way to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, she donned her new sleepwear and lay on her bed, allowing her mind to drift for 10 minutes. Traveling far truly is exhausting. With the thought of having to wait for the remaining guests to leave before closing the shop, Yumi resolved to stay awake for the time being. Remembering the melodramatic scene she had witnessed earlier, she sprang up, found the television remote, and turned on the screen. Melodrama. Here I come. She had promised herself to indulge in a soap opera upon returning home. Her smart TV was equipped with an array of dramas and films, and as she flipped through the pages, she discovered that many of them were from her previous life. She stumbled upon an unfamiliar title that seemed equally melodramatic. Aptly named High School Hunk. Vitsundara Maid Clings to You. Yumi retrieved the employee meal she had just picked up, enjoying it while watching. To her delight, the meal was Japanese-inspired, featuring salmon and tuna sashimi, fried shrimp, miso soup, and a dessert of strawberry daifuku. Truly a heavenly feast. After watching 2 episodes, Yumi felt it was time to close the shop. Generally, the buffet prohibited the accumulation of points and entry after 9 o'clock, but Yumi occasionally preferred to close early. Exiting, she found that the patrons had finished their meals and departed. Ding ding. The sound of bells echoed as Meow Meow completed the final cleaning tasks. The 3 plush cat dolls were busy, one wielding a broom, another a mop, and a last a cloth. Yumi approached the entrance, flipping the sign from open to closed, signifying the end of the day's business. Back at her room, she watched another episode of High School Hunk. Vitsundara Maid Clings to You, finding the melodramatic plot both exasperating and entertaining. Suddenly, it struck her that there was a television in the buffet's dining area as well. Having never turned it on before, she realized that the customers had been too engrossed in their meals to suggest watching TV. How could such a cheesy drama only entertain me? She vowed to ensure everyone enjoyed it together during meals tomorrow. As the clock struck 11 at night, many had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Meanwhile, atop the luxurious penthouse of Area A, the lights remained aglow. Lung Ao Shuang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the night, her expression pensive and inscrutable. Nearby, 4 distinguished gentlemen occupied the sofa, each bearing a complex array of emotions. Eventually, the youngest among them, Dong Lin Hao, could no longer contain his curiosity. Sister Shuang, did you know that person named Tang Zhuai today? He inquired cautiously. Lung Ao Shuang slowly turned her gaze toward him, sending a shiver down his spine. He sensed her disapproval of the question. Among them, Fu Yixian, the most handsome, lowered his eyes, concealing his thoughts. After a moment's pause, he spoke, Shuang Er. Are you certain you desire him? Fu Yixian believed himself to be the one who understood Lung Ao Shuang best, having known her the longest. Today, upon hearing the news about the feasting pavilion, the look in her eyes revealed her determination to possess the man named Tang Zhuai. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. If only he could claim Shuang Er for himself. He bitterly smiled to himself, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. Lung Ao Shuang withdrew her gaze and turned away, her expression as pristine and aloof as a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped mountain. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Do you remember what I once told you? The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the memory of her words echoed in their minds. You may have me, but you cannot possess me. You are all my possessions, yet I belong solely to myself. Indeed, how could they forget? Yet, jealousy bubbled beneath the surface. You need not accompany me to sleep tonight. I am weary and shall retire first. With that, Lung Ao Shuang offered no further glance, retreating to her bedroom upstairs. In her chamber, Lung Ao Shuang lay flat on her bed, her thoughts drifting back to years past. Ruan Runju, the only boy who had ever entered her heart. He was her solitary light in the cold orphanage. At that time, their love for each other was profound. This boy had given her his all without reservation. As her thoughts wandered, she felt herself slipping into slumber, or perhaps she wasn't truly asleep. In a hazy reverie, she found herself reliving that fateful day. His beautiful eyes gazed at her in disbelief, staring at the knife she had plunged into his heart, blood pooling around them. She could never forget the sorrow in his eyes as he fell. No, don't blame me. It was the organization. They forced me to do this. They knew of his existence and sought to sever my emotions. Only one of us could survive. I had no choice. I was powerless against the organization. Do not hate me. Do not hate me. Abruptly, Lung Ao Shuang jolted awake, realizing she had unknowingly dozed off. After collecting herself momentarily, she recalled the man she had seen earlier, Tang Zhuai. I know you are not him, but does that matter? You are so strikingly similar. Is this divine compensation for me? The man I, Lung Ao Shuang, desire is one I shall never lack. Tang Zhuai, you can only belong to me. The days of tranquility passed swiftly, and Yumi and Oppo's business continued to thrive. Thanks to the promotion from the Storm Squad, the Black Hat Buffet welcomed a host of new clientele. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed since the opening, and the number of new customers had met the requirements for an upgrade. Patiently, Yumi awaited the departure of the last guest that evening before initiating the upgrade. Chapter 49, the highly anticipated. The Black Hat Buffet restaurant reaches level 3, ding, upgrade successful. The Black Hat Buffet restaurant has reached level 3. Ding, the restaurant's protective barrier has been upgraded. Ding, some Chinese dishes have been unlocked. Some seafood has been unlocked. Rewards. Security guard. Points. 50,000. Gazing at the buffet restaurant, now expanded to twice its size, Yumi was filled with joy. With the increase in area, the equipment within had also multiplied. For instance, where there was once a solitary television, 5 now adorned the restaurant's hall, and the quantity of tables and chairs had significantly increased. Yumi opened the system page and, as usual, exchanged all the unlocked dishes for points. This time, a considerable array of dishes had been unlocked: oil-fried shrimp, cola chicken wings, stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, salt ed broad beans, saltwater chicken, steamed sea bass, vermicelli vegetable dumplings, braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised beef, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, spicy pig ears, and scallops in scallion oil, among others. A total of 30 dishes. Once all were unlocked, steaming plates of food appeared on the serving table. Yumi eagerly approached and filled a porcelain plate with scallops in scallion oil. Before her journey through time, she had adored these delectable morsels. The flavor was exquisite. Scallops are a type of shellfish, small and resembling melon seeds, hence their name. Their shells are slightly translucent, and although the meat is petite, it is exceptionally flavorful, especially when drizzled with scallion oil, making the entire dish glisten enticingly. While the staff meals occasionally featured various seafood options, scallops had never been included. This time, she was determined to indulge. Yumi picked up a scallop, gently pressing the fleshy part between her lips, then delicately scraped it with her front teeth, savoring the tender meat. The fragrant oil and sweet soy sauce enveloped the scallops, rendering them irresistibly delicious. She devoured 10 of them in quick succession. The quality of these scallops was remarkable. Each morsel was plump and succulent, with thin shells and abundant meat. Before long, the empty shells had piled into a small mountain on the table. Yumi, eyeing the empty plate, felt unsatisfied and decided to refill her plate, continuing her feast. As she ate, she mused to herself, I must have caught the appetite of those gluttons from the apocalypse. Surely, it can't be mere gluttony. Just as Yumi was relishing her meal, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The buffet restaurant was brightly lit, and the illumination spilled out into the darkness beyond. She felt an odd shadow flickering near the entrance. Furrowing her brow, she set down her chopsticks and stood up, intending to investigate. It was late, and typically there would be no patrons arriving at this hour. Traversing at night was inconvenient, as there was no light source, and using a flashlight consumed precious energy crystals. Moreover, the danger posed by unseen zombies made nighttime travel perilous. Generally, no one would venture out after dark. However, this did not account for some affluent clients, who might use lighting only upon returning. Typically, guests departed by 7 or 8 at the latest, and such patrons were exceedingly rare. Who, then, was lingering at this hour? Not feeling rushed, Yumi strolled toward the entrance and pulled open the door. A tall, shadowy figure loomed on the right side of the entrance. With the restaurant's lights illuminating the area, Yumi could discern the figure clearly. The individual wore a navy blue security uniform, complete with a matching cap, oversized black boots, and held a dark baton in hand. The shadow was gazing at Yumi with large, watchful eyes. To her astonishment, The figure was none other than a security guard dressed as a cat. It bore the same face as Ding Ding, Ling Ling, and Meow Meow, albeit with a more imposing stature. Yumi quickly recalled the reward security guard. So engrossed was she in her enjoyment of the scallops that she had yet to investigate what the security guard truly entailed. It turned out to be a genuine security guard. Upon seeing the owner emerge, the cat guard politely bowed to Yumi. Zhuang Zhuang, you've worked hard. Yumi smiled at the security cat. Do not question how she knew the guard's name. She simply did, perhaps due to her status as the owner of the Black Cat Buffet restaurant. Returning inside to finish the remaining scallops, and then retreating to her room to rest. Yumi once again opened the system to check Zhuang Zhuang's information. Zhuang Zhuang did not require rest and could provide security around the clock. During the day, he stood guard at the entrance, and at night, he patrolled the restaurant and oppos as perimeter, deterring any nefarious individuals who might target the buffet. Truly a reliable companion, Yumi mused. A week had passed since the restaurant and oppos' upgrade to level 3. With the increase in the variety of dishes, business had flourished even further. Although the price had risen by 2 points, customers still found it exceedingly affordable. The expansion of the buffet allowed many patrons, who were previously forced to stand, to now enjoy seating. Everyone was quite curious about the new Black Cat security guard at the entrance, often stealing glances at him. The bell at the entrance jingled. Owner Yu, we have come to visit once more. Yumi recognized the voice immediately. It was Feng Yanni. Following her were other members of the Storm Squad, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Since bidding farewell to the Origin base a few days ago, the Storm Squad had returned yet again. Aside from members who were on missions away from the base, they had nearly been daily visitors. The members of the Storm Squad were not stingy. The points they initially recharged during their first visit had sufficed for a considerable amount of time. However, they still frequently returned with new energy crystals, claiming it was to support the Black Cat restaurant's business. Feng Yin happily approached me behind the counter and exclaimed, Look, today we have brought you new guests. She gestured towards the unfamiliar faces. They are members of the Cheetah Squad, whom we met while on a mission together. After learning that they frequently dined at the Gourmet Pavilion, I told them the flavors at the Black Cat Buffet were superior, so today I brought them to try it. Feng Junjie explained gently. Frequent diners at the Gourmet Pavilion? That meant they were likely as well off as the Storm Squad. With this thought, the smile on Yumi and Amp, Oppo's face blossomed into a radiant grin, her expression growing even warmer. Chapter 50, Unpalatable. Rubbish. Hard to swallow a group of individuals, having just recharged their points, exhibited great generosity, resulting in a substantial influx of funds. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, one could not help but wonder if the flavors could truly be as miraculous as claimed. Wu Zhua, the captain of the Cheetah team, enthusiastically patted Feng Junjie on the shoulder, eagerly surveying the surroundings. I could hardly deceive you, Feng Junjie replied with a resigned smile. Following the restaurant and Oppo's recent upgrade, numerous tables and chairs had been added, including several types of dining tables. There were now 2-person tables, 4-person tables, and even large round tables. Given the combined size of the Storm team and the Cheetah team, the decision was made to occupy a large round table. Noticing Yumi lost in thought behind them, Feng Yini opted not to disturb her and effortlessly approached the Black Cat plushie, Meow Meow, saying hello. We have quite a crowd. Is a large round table available? Meow Meow nodded her big black head and gestured invitingly, leading everyone to the spacious round table. The table was ample, capable of seating at least 12 individuals, which was more than enough for the 2 teams. For members from both teams were dispatched to retrieve food, and it wasn't long before the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. The Cheetah team members, unable to resist the enticing aromas, dove into the meal, with all but the captain enthusiastically wielding their chopsticks, exclaiming praises for the culinary offerings. This braised beef is divine, tender and succulent. Once you take a bite, you can't stop, exclaimed team member A. You must try this Jingjiang shredded pork. The flavor is truly authentic and traditional, yet surpasses anything from before the apocalypse, chimed in team member B. The taste of this salted egg yolk dumpling and XO sauce radish cake is extraordinary, and the water-boiled beef is incredibly flavorful. The variety here rivals that of the Feast Pavilion. added team member C. Observing his teammates' astonished expressions, Captain Wu Zhua felt a pang of embarrassment. They were regular patrons of the feast pavilion. In this apocalyptic world, how many culinary delights could one truly encounter? The way his team was devouring their food made it seem as though he had starved them for days. You all seem to have rather insatiable appetites, he remarked, stuffing a lion's head meatball into his mouth, nearly devouring half in one go. Wu Zhua's eyes widened in astonishment. This is beyond delicious. Forget the feast pavilion. I'm coming here every day. No one can stop me. As he transitioned from reprimanding his team to focusing solely on his meal, Feng Junjie and his sister exchanged amused glances. Those who have dined at the Black Cat Buffet are invariably captivated. Feng Yinyi continued to happily sip her drink. Just days prior, Yumi, having made a substantial profit, had exchanged for a dozen varieties of beverages, much to Feng Yinyi's delight. She was currently enjoying one of the new offerings, the camellia oil and honey tea, which was fragrant and sweet without being cloying. I could easily consume 10 cups of this. Although Yumi appeared to be daydreaming behind the counter, she was keenly observing the interactions at the table occupied by the Storm and Cheetah teams. After all, they were significant clients, and it was essential to monitor their reactions. Seeing the Cheetah team's enthusiasm, Yumi realized she had successfully secured a few more lucrative customers. After a hearty meal, the Cheetah team members rubbed their round bellies. Captain Wu Zhua expressed his regret. Before coming here, I thought the feast pavilion had the best dishes, but now, reflecting on the cores I wasted there, my heart aches. How many times could I have dined here instead? He had never tasted such exquisite cuisine in his life. A devoted carnivore, he had always been averse to vegetables. But after sampling the dishes here, he curiously tasted a vegetable dish and was astonished to find himself becoming a vegetable enthusiast. Anyone who dared to speak ill of vegetables in the future would have to contend with him. Team member A immediately concurred. Absolutely, Captain. Let's come here every day from now on. We can bring Nan Nan and her friends along. They would be thrilled. Plus, ISN and AMP. Oppos, to your brother and AMP. Oppos. S-team fond of dining at the feast pavilion? Such an expensive habit. This will save us money. Yumi, who had been playfully interacting with her Cheshire cat, slightly lifted her head at this conversation, her heart leaping with joy at the prospect of new clientele. Days flew by, and the Cheetah team indeed brought in many new customers. Although the newcomers were not quite as extravagant as the Storm and Cheetah teams, they were not lacking in means either. The points pool experienced a significant refresh each evening, bringing Yumi joy. However, elsewhere, some individuals were troubled. Dong Linhao wandered aimlessly within the base, finding himself with little to do, with the aloof Shuang gone on errands and the others occupied with various tasks. He was left with only a servant for company, which made the day dull. After exploring the commercial district all morning, hunger struck, prompting him to head to the feast pavilion for lunch. As a member of Shuang and AMP, Oppo's S-team, he enjoyed complimentary meals at their restaurant. Since he was alone, he intended to eat casually and depart, opting for a corner table in the bustling hall rather than a private room upstairs. After placing his order, Dong Linhao scanned the surroundings and was astonished to find that, at this mealtime, only 2 tables were occupied, each with merely 2 diners. How could a restaurant be so empty? Recently, the base had issued numerous missions, leading many teams to be away, so a quieter atmosphere was understandable. However, 3 or 4 tables should typically be filled, especially with larger tables accommodating 6 or 7 people. Why was it that only 2 tables were dining today? Dong Linhao pondered this perplexingly, but soon dismissed the thought, reasoning that these patrons would eventually return. Perhaps they were simply short on funds or preferred dining at home. Oh dear, next time we should go to the Black Cat Buffet. The food there is simply delightful, remarked a long-haired woman to her dining companion. The man frowned. Do you think I don't want to go? I am practically drooling over the dishes there. If it weren't for the busy schedule these past few days, I would have been there ages ago. Let's eat. It's better than instant noodles at home. The woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's so expensive. The Black Cat Buffet is both affordable and delicious. Suddenly, 2 men at an adjacent table turned at the sound of their conversation, grinning as they interjected. You've been to the Black Cat Buffet as well. Oh, you have too? The long-haired woman exclaimed in surprise. Once they discovered their mutual experience at the buffet, the conversation flowed freely. We were caught up with work, so we settled for the feast pavilion today, but thankfully just for this one day. Tomorrow we can return to the Black Cat buffet, one of the men said. I envy you. My husband and I will have to wait several more days before we can indulge. For now, we are stuck with this dreadful food, lamented the long-haired woman. Her husband chimed in exactly. After tasting the dishes at the Black Cat buffet, this fare is simply inedible. He gestured toward the table, indicating the braised pork, shredded chicken, fishball soup, and stir-fried green peppers with meat. Dong Linhao, seated in the corner, was left in a state of confusion. The hall was sparsely populated, and the voices from the two tables were not particularly quiet, allowing him to hear everything clearly. What? Did he just hear the words inedible, hard to swallow, and rubbish? Were they referring to the dishes at the feast pavilion? What a farce! In this apocalyptic world, who was unaware of the feast pavilion's reputation? Even bases from foreign lands had patrons flying in just to dine there. The aircraft relies entirely on crystal core energy to soar through the skies. In pursuit of a sumptuous feast at the renowned Taotai Pavilion, they would spare no expense on crystal cores. Yet, these individuals express disdain, claiming the food is unpalatable. What is this Black Cat Pavilion they mention? How dare they slander the Taotai Pavilion? It infuriates him. After finishing their meal, the two tables of patrons settled their bills and departed, prompting Dong Linhao to immediately summon a waiter. Make sure to remember the faces of those two tables. They are forbidden from dining here again. Dong Linhao and Appo's youthful visage flushed with indignation. To dare declare the delicacies of the Taotai Pavilion unpalatable. They shall not return. What is this in Appo's? Black Cat Pavilion and Appo's they spoke of. Dong Linhao inquired of the waiter. The waiter respectfully replied, this Black Cat Pavilion is an abbreviation. Its full name is the Black Cat Buffet Restaurant. It is said to be located on Shangyu Road, and lately, some patrons have mentioned it. It appears that the decrease in our customers is due to their preference for dining there. Are you fools? Why was this situation not reported to us? Dong Linhao felt utterly exasperated by the incompetence of these individuals. The waiter, with a look of grievance, explained when the boss was here previously, it was reported, but the boss dismissed it, stating that such a small establishment was not worth concerning ourselves with, as it wouldn't and Appo's tea last long. Upon learning that it was Sister Shuang who deemed it unworthy of attention, Dong Linhao and Appo's fury subsided somewhat, though he remained irate. He recalled the upscale restaurants at the origin base, all of which had ultimately succumbed to the prowess of the Taotai Pavilion. Who could rival the Taotai Pavilion? Although Sister Shuang may be indifferent to this petty establishment outside the base, it did not mean that Dong Linhao could afford to be unconcerned. He would not tolerate those seeking to annoy Sister Shuang or covet the business of the Taotai Pavilion. Chapter 51. Dong Linhao seeks to confront the Black Cat restaurant as evening descended. The Black Cat Buffet restaurant reached its peak dining hours, bustling with patrons. Several television screens displayed the show The Devil and Appo's young master's runaway sweetheart. A group of young girls and older women occupied the seats closest to the screens, indulging in food while animatedly discussing the show. Min Song is so handsome. I and Appo's am absolutely in love, exclaimed girl A, her hands cradling her face in a shy manner. He was equally charming in that other show, The Secret Red Thread Between Me and the Flower Prince. That's when I first developed a crush on him. Indeed, he's so dashing. The character played by the female lead, Guan Xiaoxiao, is adorable as well. Charming girl B. This young man is truly striking. My daughter Lily is quite smitten, remarked Anna. Having just glimpsed the end credits, they noted that Min Song was portrayed by Yu Qinshi, while Guan Xiaoxiao was played by Ma Yu. Lily, Aunt A's daughter, interjected with a puzzled expression. I've never heard of either the actors or the show before the apocalypse. In the last rural drama, the Qin family's big daughter-in-law, A Chao, my mom loved it, yet she claimed not to know any of the actors in it. Although the group of women felt perplexed, it hardly mattered. What was significant was that they had a show to follow. Who had the luxury of watching television at home in this post-apocalyptic reality? Yumi glanced at the animated discussions among the girls and women, contemplating the fact that Yu Qinshi had been a rising star in her previous life, while Ma Ying-yu was a budding actress. However, in this world they did not exist, nor did the other actors. Checking the time, Yumi noted it was around 5:30 p.m. Observing the orderly service provided by the plush toy cats, she decided to have dinner first. She grabbed a plate of sea melon seeds and fetched her staff meal from the kitchen before retreating to her room to dine. Just as Yumi departed for no more than 10 minutes, the bell at the entrance of the Black Cat restaurant chimed again. Entering was a boy with light-colored hair, possessing a cherubic face that was both striking and endearing, dressed quite fashionably for this desolate world. "Excuse me, miss, how does one dine here?" "In Amp. Oppos. That's my first time. And Oppos am rather lost," Dong Linhao said, his expression one of utmost innocence as he approached a girl who was recharging her card. Upon turning to see the exceptionally handsome boy addressing her, the girl's heart raced, and she felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection, her cheeks flushing as she stammered to explain the dining process to Dong Linhao. After Dong Linhao completed his recharge, he glanced at the barcode on his arm and flashed a charming smile at the girl, saying, "You're so kind. Thank you." Instantly, the girl's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, and she hurriedly stuttered, "And no. It an opposes. Nothing." As she turned away, Dong Linhao's expression fell. Internally, he scoffed, "Another infatuated girl. Women are all the same. A simple smile and a kind word, and they lose all dignity." However, he made an exception for his frost sister. Dong Linhao found an empty seat and began surveying his surroundings. Remarkably, the business was thriving, bustling with customers, and the prices were quite reasonable. He had merely acquired the lowest-tier Crystal Core recharge, yet it afforded him numerous meals, attracting customers with low prices. How shameless, Dong Linhao disdainfully thought. Cheap goods appeal to these tasteless paupers. Don't they realize that the feasting pavilion offers unmatched value? Isn't it worth the price for non-polluted, non-mutated ingredients? Are the dishes prepared by their 5- or 6-star chefs inferior to this establishment and Oppos? At the origin base, Lung Aoshang returned home after finishing her tasks for the day, only to find that she was alone with the maid. Dong Linhao was nowhere to be seen. She knew that others had prior engagements and would return late, but Dong Linhao had promised to wait for her to have dinner together. Seeing Lung Aoshang return, the maid promptly handed her a note left by Dong Linhao. Its contents indicated that several customers claimed the Black Cat restaurant's dishes surpassed those of the feasting pavilion. Though he was skeptical, he felt compelled to address this audacity and informed Lung Aoshang not to wait for him for dinner. With a resigned smile, Lung Aoshang thought, "This foolish boy is making a fuss over such an establishment. There and Oppos has no need to stoop to its level." She possessed a farming space and considered such a low-tier restaurant beneath her notice. Yet, she felt a slight sweetness in her heart, appreciating how he always prioritized her. Let him indulge in his whims. After all, it is merely a small restaurant. "It matters not. I won't be dining at home. I'm off to find Linhao," she told the maid before turning to leave. After instructing her subordinates to gather information, she swiftly obtained the address of the Black Cat buffet restaurant. With that, Lung Aoshang drove her jeep towards Shanyu Road. Chapter 52. Abundant seasoning. Dong Linhao felt a deep sense of discontent as he watched the television drama playing in the restaurant. Glancing at the girls and older women gathered around, engrossed in the show, he rolled his eyes in disdain. Such opportunism, luring these simple-minded women with a melodramatic series. They could easily set up a television at their Taotai pavilion, though it would merely consume a bit of electricity. What was so impressive about that? Their establishment catered to a high-end dining experience, and broadcasting dramas in a restaurant was utterly lowbrow, akin to a roadside stall. Despite his disdain, curiosity propelled him towards the food collection area. He was eager to compare the offerings of this establishment with those of Taotai Pavilion. Upon reaching the collection area, Dong Linhao was taken aback. Was his sense of smell malfunctioning? What could possibly smell so divine? His mouth began to water uncontrollably as he sought the source of the enticing aroma. It was the dishes laid out on the table. Oyster sauce beef, garlic ribs, crispy shrimp, steamed sea bass, shrimp rice rolls, abalone sauce chicken feet, and more. The fragrances enveloped him, each dish radiating a vibrant allure, proclaiming, "I am delicious." Dong Linhao could not suppress a swallow. Fine, the presentation of the food here seemed acceptable. However, upon closer inspection, he noted an abundance of dim sum, many of which he could not name. Yet, what was paramount in a restaurant? Certainly, it was the hot dishes. He observed that this place offered merely 40 to 50 varieties of hot dishes, a stark contrast to the over 120 available at Taotai Pavilion. Moreover, he was confident in the superior flavors of Taotai Pavilion, where the chefs were all 5-star culinary artists, including a former Michelin 2-star chef. Utilizing unaltered ingredients, one could only imagine how exquisite the food must be. Dong Linhao mused that those who praised this establishment likely did so out of a desire for cheap fare. How could food made from mutated ingredients be genuinely delicious? Despite his low expectations for the dishes, he casually selected a few items. Not much, just enough to fill a plate. Upon returning to his seat, he nonchalantly picked up a piece of salt and pepper ribs. Instantly, his already large eyes widened in astonishment as he stuffed a mouthful of sour and spicy shredded potatoes in, cheeks bulging as he chewed rapidly, resembling a hamster. What a revelation! How could it taste so good? Dong Linhao quickly finished the modest portion on his plate and returned for more, making 3 trips in total, bringing back a bountiful 6 plates filled with a variety of dishes. He sat down, eagerly shoveling each one into his mouth. Chicken stew with potatoes, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, dry pot bullfrog, sizzling beef strips, nourishing baby cabbage soup, and spicy chicken wings. Each dish was exquisite. Though Dong Linhao was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny the undeniable deliciousness of the food. The experience was entirely different from that of Taotai Pavilion. How could these ingredients possess such remarkable textures? Was it the seasoning? After 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, the resources for seasonings had dwindled significantly. Many were corporate secrets, and each brand bore distinct flavor profiles, making it challenging to concoct one's own blends. While the chefs he worked with created delectable dishes, their repertoire was limited and not universally applicable, which is why their team had tirelessly sought out secret recipes. Fortunately, during the past 3 years, they had managed to stockpile a considerable amount of seasonings, and luckily, their shelf life was quite long, allowing Taotai Pavilion to maintain a sufficient supply, albeit sparingly. It was indeed a matter of using a little at a time. Yet here, the abundance of seasoning was apparent from the vibrant colors and the evident layers of flavor that lingered in the mouth. But where did they acquire such a stockpile of seasonings? Were they not concerned about running out? No. Anyone daring to jeopardize Frost Sisters' business would have to face his wrath. As Dong Linhao pondered these thoughts, the bell above the door chimed once more, snapping him back to reality as he instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Cold and aloof, Shuang stepped out of her vehicle, surveying the modest yet unassuming facade of the establishment. If anything stood out, it was the large black cat mascot, clad in security attire, stationed at the entrance. This immobile figure seemed more like a mere decoration. Yet, for some reason, Shuang felt as though the plush feline was watching her intently. Shaking off the absurd notion, she strode purposefully towards the door, her intent solely to find Dong Linhao. Chapter 53. This restaurant must not be kept, Sister Shuang. Dong Linhao gasped, abruptly standing up and inadvertently colliding with the edge of the table, wincing in pain. The person who entered was none other than the aloof Shuang. Overwhelmed with joy at seeing her, Dong Linhao disregarded his discomfort and, with his legs crossed, hurried to the entrance. Resting his head on Shuang and Appo's shoulder and playfully nuzzling against her. Sister Shuang, have you come to find me? Surely you must have missed me. He beamed with a sweet smile. A hint of indulgence flickered across Shuang and Appo's frost-like visage. She never disliked Dong Linhao and Appo's playful demeanor. It brought her a certain delight. I heard from Annie that you were here, and I worried you might be bored, so I came to keep you company, she explained. Upon realizing that Shuang had indeed come for him, Dong Linhao and Appo's youthful face radiated joy akin to a blooming sunflower. However, Shuang soon diverted her attention to the restaurant itself. Upon entering, she noticed the refreshing breeze, unmistakably from the air conditioning. She scanned the decor and furnishings, observing that this establishment had no fans. It relied solely on the air conditioning for comfort. This thought furrowed her brow. In her own restaurant, the main hall still utilized fans, reserving air conditioning for the private rooms upstairs. The owner of this place was unexpectedly generous, leading her to reconsider her initial underestimation. Yet, she remained unconvinced of its merit. Previously, competitors next door had attempted to lure customers away from a restaurant by overusing air conditioning, only to find themselves financially insolvent and ultimately closing down. I have already devised a plan for this place, Dong Linhao whispered proudly to Shuang. While we are having fun, let's not linger too long. It is unnecessary to waste our thoughts on such a venue, Shuang replied coolly. Dong Linhao hesitated at her words. In the past, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with Shuang. But after tasting the food here, concerns began to creep in. Sister Shuang, I understand your perspective, but you must trust me on this. Once you try the food here, you'll comprehend why I insist on this. Seeing Dong Linhao display such earnestness was rare, and Shuang relented. He eagerly assisted her in registering and recharging points before leading her to the table where he had previously sat. Shuang brushed her fingers over the barcode on her arm, counting down. Truth be told, she was not fond of the unknown, as it induced a sense of insecurity within her. This peculiar item hinted at secrets within the establishment. As they proceeded, Shuang brushed past Miao Miao, who was clearing another table. A glint of intrigue flashed in Shuang's eyes. The figure resembled the guard at the entrance, yet the latter stood still as mere decoration. This one, however, moved and brushed past her. Unlike Dong Linhao, Shuang did not dismiss Miao Miao as merely someone inside a costume. Her instincts warned her that this was far more complex than a mere person in a costume. Sister Shuang, I just sat here. Dong Linhao's voice interrupted her thoughts. Shuang turned back for a brief glance at Miao Miao before focusing on Dong Linhao as they took their seats. The table was still cluttered with half-eaten dishes. At first sight, Shuang was taken aback. Despite Dong Linhao's haphazard arrangement of the dishes, the vibrant colors of both the meat and vegetables ignited an insatiable appetite within her. I will fetch you some fresh dishes, Dong Linhao shyly suggested, scratching his neck, feeling embarrassed to offer her the chaotic remnants he had mixed. Yet, Shuang shook her head in refusal, indicating it was no trouble. He then presented her with a new pair of chopsticks and a clean bowl, encouraging her to taste. Just one bite was sufficient to convey everything. Shuang's pupils constricted slightly. Although her expression remained icy, disbelief flickered in her eyes, betraying the turmoil within. Impossible! How could such a dish exist in this world? What kind of food could be crafted into such exquisite flavors? Her gaze returned to the simple sour and spicy shredded potatoes she had just picked up. Yes, it was merely sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Shuang closed her eyes, steadying herself, suppressing the emotions that threatened to surface. She picked up another piece of meat. As the sizzling beef hit her palate, silence enveloped her once more, as if even her breath had vanished. A singular thought consumed her mind. This restaurant must not be kept. Chapter 54. His malicious scheme. Lung Aoshang rose from her seat and surveyed the dining area, a sense of impending crisis washing over her for the first time since opening her establishment. Although she had faced competition from several older restaurants since launching Tao Taixian, she had never felt threatened before. The dishes from those earlier establishments had left much to be desired. She had sampled their offerings prior to opening her own, and the flavors were decidedly mediocre, as the ingredients had been altered by the post-apocalyptic purification process. Ultimately, they were merely a collection of defeated competitors. However, today was different. This new restaurant's cuisine surpassed that of Tao Taixian by a considerable margin. It was crucial to note that the ingredients at her establishment came from a spatial source, untouched by mutation or purification, thus retaining the quality akin to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. How could a superior ingredient emerge at this juncture, and at such a reasonable price? The inexpensive crystal cores and even the once worthless jewelry from the apocalypse could be exchanged for significant meals. This could not be allowed to continue. This restaurant posed a genuine threat to Tao Taixian. Lung Aoshang found herself questioning whether the proprietor harbored some spatial secret or another hidden advantage. A powerful desire ignited within her, a yearning to acquire everything about this establishment, including its ingredients. Yet, she resolved to plot her strategy carefully. She was not one to act impulsively. First and foremost, she must prevent this buffet from encroaching on the business of Tao Taixuan, as it was a vital source of income for their team. Fortunately, Tao Taixuan had built a formidable reputation, shielding it from significant repercussions thus far, though the future remained uncertain. A notable restaurant utilizing unpurified ingredients was more than sufficient for the current state of the world. Returning to her seat, Lung Aoshang's demeanor turned icy as she quietly inquired of Dong Linhao, "What were your intentions earlier?" Dong Linhao glanced around furtively, ensuring they were unobserved, before retrieving a plastic bag from his waist and producing a small paper packet. "This packet contains a vial of powdered laxative that I plan to mix into their dishes, ensuring those who partake suffer the consequences. Let's see if they dare return." A triumphant grin spread across his charming face as he unveiled another bag containing ground zombie flesh, which he intended to incorporate into the heavily seasoned dishes. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Lung Aoshang, eagerly seeking her approval. The zombie flesh, unlike the laxative, posed a far graver threat. While the laxative might merely incapacitate, the zombie meat carried a high risk of infection, leading to either death or transformation into a zombie. Lung Aoshang reached out, affectionately ruffling Dong Linhao's hair, a smile curling at her lips. "You are quite the rascal." As time elapsed, Dong Linhao noted that the crowd at the serving area had thinned. Rising, he approached the counter. With no one watching, he swiftly sprinkled the entire contents of a laxative packet into the braised pork, quickly stirring with a nearby serving utensil. In less than 5 seconds, the powder dissolved into the rich, savory sauce. He then mixed the zombie flesh into the minced eggplant, completing his task in under 8 seconds. From a distance, Lung Aoshang observed Dong Linhao's actions, a sly smile forming on her lips as she mused to herself, "Ah, this shall be entertaining." Satisfied with his work, Dong Linhao turned to return to his seat, eager to watch the unfolding drama. However, just as he took his first step, ding! The braised pork has been contaminated with laxative. Purification complete. Ding! The minced eggplant has been contaminated with zombie flesh. Purification complete. Ding! Member Dong Linhao has wasted food from the restaurant. Braised pork. Penalty. Electric shock for 30 seconds. Ding! Member Dong Linhao has wasted food from the restaurant. Minced eggplant. Penalty. Electric shock for 30 seconds. As the announcements echoed through the room, surprised patrons lifted their heads. Who on earth is that fool? What audacity! In the next moment, they witnessed a remarkably handsome boy with a cherubic face convulsing on the ground, ensnared like a fish caught in a net. Chapter 55. A thrill of pain and excess salivation. Dong Linhao lay on the ground, convulsing incessantly, his demeanor far from elegant. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate, consumed solely by the sensation of pain, gradually rolling his eyes back in agony. Linhao. Upon witnessing this, Lung Aoshang urgently crouched down, intending to assist him. However, as her fingers made contact with Dong Linhao, she detected no immediate abnormalities. She attempted to lift his upper body, but he felt as limp as a lifeless ragdoll, though she could sense the tension in his body, as if he were enduring excruciating torment. Dong Linhao considered himself resilient. During his school days, he often ventured into perilous locales and had encountered electric shocks before, yet none could compare to the jolt coursing through him now. Though he had never experienced high-voltage electricity, he instinctively believed that this sensation was several times more potent, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of times more intense. No, that couldn't be right. If there were a force more formidable than high voltage, he would have succumbed in mere seconds. Yet, why did it hurt so unbearably? The pain was overwhelming. Despite feeling as if he were on the brink of death from the electric shock, he remained conscious, bewildered by his clarity amidst the agony. He yearned to lose consciousness, wishing that he could simply fade away, escaping this relentless torment. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated that if death could relieve him of this suffering, he would welcome it. As he rolled his eyes back, his mouth agape from the shock, saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his lips, pooling on the ground, a pitiful sight that stood in stark contrast to his once charming visage. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the intense pain and numbness finally subsided. A minute later, Dong Linhao lay motionless, resembling a lifeless corpse, with only the faint sounds of his labored breaths escaping his throat. Seeing that Dong Linhao had ceased his trembling, Lung Aoshuang reached out again to assist him. But it seemed as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, rendering him immobile. When Yumi emerged, she was greeted by a startling scene. A group of guests surrounded them, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue. On the ground lay a man, with a beautiful woman anxiously clutching his arm. Sighing internally, Yumi lamented that she had been enjoying a peaceful lunch in her room when she received an alert about someone being electrocuted. The name of the unfortunate individual rang a bell. He was one of Lung Aoshuang's boyfriends, the owner of the Taotai Pavilion. She had previously scanned them with her identification tool, so his name was etched in her memory. Retrieving the surveillance footage from the buffet restaurant, she noted the accompanying text annotations in the video. What was this? A competitor attempting to sabotage her establishment? The audacity to lace the food with laxatives and zombie meat? Was the intent to turn diners into zombies or cause them to suffer catastrophic consequences? Such nefarious tactics. If this were to transpire, everyone would proclaim that dining at this restaurant could lead to zombification. Who would dare frequent the Black Cat Buffet thereafter? Observing Dong Linhao, who lay in a state of disarray, Yumi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, she maintained a gentle smile as she approached Dong Linhao and Lung Aoshuang, politely inquiring, "Oh dear, why is this guest lying on the floor? The ground is quite chilly." Upon hearing Yumi's feigned and contrived tone, Lung Aoshuang turned her gaze coldly upon her, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. But then, a wave of realization washed over her. She recognized this woman. She had been present during a previous meal with the storm team at the Taotai Pavilion. The artificial smile on Yumi's face was seared in her memory. Feigning ignorance of Lung Aoshuang's glare, Yumi continued with her disingenuous smile. "I am the owner of this Black Cat Buffet. Everyone calls me Boss You." Her declaration of identity took Lung Aoshuang by surprise, as she had not anticipated that this woman was the proprietor of the establishment. Her thoughts swirled with intrigue. "Boss You, you ought to explain what you have done to my friend." Lung Aoshuang's eyes bore into Yumi's, as if to say that a dissatisfactory response would lead to dire consequences. In response to Lung Aoshuang's accusatory demeanor, Yumi's smile only broadened. "My apologies, but I'm not entirely clear on your meaning. Are you referring to the matter of this gentleman, Dong Linhao, being punished with electric shocks for introducing laxatives and zombie meat into the food at my restaurant?" Chapter 56. The most malicious way to snatch business cold and proud. Shuang's demeanor remained inscrutable, yet her heart stirred with intrigue. This establishment was undoubtedly peculiar, and the man before her, who introduced himself as Boss You, harbored significant secrets. Secrets, huh? Once targeted by her, those secrets would no longer remain hidden. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across her lips, unnoticed by herself. The two women exchanged knowing smiles, one in damp. Appo's lips curled elegantly, her countenance as strikingly cold as a winter plum blossom, while the other in damp, Appo's eyes narrowed, her expression warm and inviting like a beckoning fortune cat. Although both were smiling, an unmistakable chill enveloped the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, faint whispers reached the ears of the onlookers. A middle-aged man, gripping his wife's arm, leaned in and murmured, "Did Boss You just say that man was putting zombie meat in the food? Are we supposed to eat that?" "It seems so. I believe the broadcast mentioned it as well," his wife replied softly. An elderly man at the same table overheard their conversation and erupted in anger. "This is outrageous. They intend to poison us. Do they want us to become zombies after eating dishes made with zombie meat?" At this revelation, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Indeed, the broadcast and Boss You both mentioned it. This Dong Linhao is putting laxatives and zombie meat into the buffet. It is utterly malicious. In this apocalypse, our bodies are already frail. If laxatives take effect, we could very well lose our lives. And the addition of zombie meat is even more heinous. Everyone knows that consuming zombie flesh guarantees transformation into a zombie, far more certain than being scratched by one. If one is scratched, there's a chance of becoming an ability user, but eating zombie meat is a definite path to becoming one of them. ISN and AMP. Oppos. T. That woman the owner of the feast pavilion? Someone remarked. Yes, indeed. She is quite renowned within the base. But who is that young man? What could possibly motivate him to act this way? Ah, he is one of her boyfriends. Can't you see? The feast pavilion was once unrivaled. Have you not noticed how several prominent team members from various bases are now dining here instead of at the pavilion? They must be envious. Snatching business indeed. Seeing others prospering, they deliberately attempt to sabotage Boss U and Oppo's reputation by spreading these vile rumors. But we are the ones in danger. If this goes unnoticed and we ingest zombie meat, what shall we do? I have a family to feed. If I turn into a zombie, what will happen to them? Exactly. This is utterly heartless. Is this what humanity has come to? All for the sake of stealing business. In the midst of this apocalypse, life was already a struggle. To finally find a place where one could eat their fill, only to be threatened with transformation into a zombie, was appalling. The patrons of the restaurant erupted in a cacophony of anger, vocally condemning Dong Lin Hao, Cold Shuang, and the feast pavilion. Listening to the uproar, Cold Shuang's heart surged with murderous intent, her gaze sweeping across each individual with a deadly glare. Those who met her eyes felt a chill run down their spines, instantly silencing themselves. Many present were from the origin base, well aware of Cold Shuang's notorious reputation for ruthlessness. Yet, a portion of the crowd, unfamiliar with her, continued to whisper amongst themselves. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and fear, Dong Lin Hao, resembling a lifeless fish, finally spoke. Cold Shuang turned her attention to him, inquiring about his condition. At long last, Dong Lin Hao could move, presenting a pitifully weak appearance. He had overheard the discussions and was appalled by the accusations. How could they say such things? It would tarnish the reputation of the feast pavilion and affect him as well. If the people of the origin base learned that he, Dong Lin Hao, was the one putting zombie meat in their meals, he would lose all credibility. It would also implicate Sister Shuang. No, he could not admit to it. Dizzy and disoriented from his earlier ordeal, Dong Lin Hao struggled to maintain his composure. Nonetheless, he managed to rise with Cold Shuang and Oppos as assistants, only to falter and ultimately be seated on a nearby stool. Chapter 57. The dazzling scheme of the handsome man once seated, Dong Lin Hao donned an adorable, youthful expression as he gazed at Yumi. Dear sister, I have never done such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. You must believe me. Dong Lin Hao looked at Yumi with a pitiful gaze, reminiscent of a small puppy shivering in the face of unjust accusations. His demeanor stirred the maternal instincts of those around him, leading several girls to ponder whether there was indeed a misunderstanding. Yumi remained silent, her eyes fixed on Dong Lin Hao. Observing her gaze, Dong Lin Hao felt a surge of confidence and, swaying slightly, approached her. Sister, you are so kind and understanding. You wouldn't misunderstand me, would you? You are truly adorable, and I really like you. As he spoke, he flashed an irresistibly charming smile. His already strikingly handsome features, combined with the innocent aura of a puppy, captivated everyone around, causing hearts to flutter. Although Dong Lin Hao maintained a facade of innocence and charm, internally, he reveled in his success. He was well aware that infatuated admirers were often shallow, easily swayed by a mere act of innocence and a touch of playfulness. He found such women contemptible. Yet for the sake of Sister Shuang and the restaurant, he decided to indulge this group of infatuated souls. Dong Lin Hao discreetly observed Yumi's expression. Initially, her professional smile began to waver, her cheeks gradually turning a shade of pink. He noticed her gaze flickering away from his, revealing a hint of shyness, as her hands intertwined in a bashful manner. Encouraged by this reaction, Dong Lin Hao felt increasingly triumphant. It seemed that the owner of this buffet restaurant was merely another infatuated soul, blushing and flustered at his light-hearted teasing. Despite his disdain for such infatuation, he considered that if he could win her over, the restaurant would pose no threat to the establishment of the tasty pavilion. Perhaps it could even belong to Sister Shuang. Stepping closer to Yumi, he continued his playful banter. Your face is so red. It's absolutely adorable. Observers noted that as Dong Linhao inched nearer, Yumi's complexion deepened further, resembling a cooked shrimp. Her eyes darted about, unsure of where to land, enveloped in shyness. The aloof Shuang observed Dong Linhao's antics with a sense of amusement, feeling somewhat disdainful towards Yumi. She had initially thought her to possess some merit, only to discover that she was just another ordinary infatuated woman, easily swayed by a few flattering words from Linhao, the very type she held in low regard. Yumi's voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Dong Linhao, still wearing his charming smile, leaned in closer, whispering, "Sister, what did you say? I can't hear you. Please speak louder." In the next moment, Yumi lifted her head. Her earlier shyness completely vanished. With a loud declaration, she exclaimed, "Customer, your zipper is down." The words echoed throughout the buffet restaurant, creating an instant silence as patrons were taken aback by her revelation. All eyes turned towards Dong Linhao's unzipped trousers. Suddenly, a small voice broke the stillness. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, pointed at Dong Linhao's unzipped pants, exclaiming, "Mommy, it's the despairing little bird." There, prominently displayed, was a cartoon image of a blue bird, the beloved character from the pre-apocalyptic animated series, The Despairing Little Bird. "Shoo, don't look." The girl's mother quickly covered her eyes, hushing her. A stifled laugh erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by waves of laughter. "Ha ha ha, how adorable." A grown man still wearing a despairing little bird. Dong Linhao felt a rush of embarrassment as he finally registered Yumi's words. Instinctively, he glanced down at his trousers, realizing the source of the laughter. His face flushed with shame as he hurriedly attempted to zip up his pants, but in his haste, he fumbled several times. "Damn it, it must have come undone when I rolled earlier." Finally managing to fasten his zipper, Dong Linhao glared at Yumi. In stark contrast to her earlier bashfulness, wore a mischievous smile, relishing in his humiliation. This wretched woman must have done this on purpose. Her previous shyness was clearly an act, a ploy to toy with him. Dong Linhao's frustration boiled over, twisting his once charming face into a mask of fury. Chapter 58. The Flying Glass Cup. The establishment is equipped with surveillance, ensuring that no virtuous individual is wronged, nor any malefactor escapes justice. Your transgressions have been fully documented, and I can present the footage if necessary, Yumi explained with a gentle and amiable tone. Upon hearing her words, Dong Linhao and Appo's expression twitched. When he first arrived, he had surveyed the premises and had not spotted any cameras. Could this be an elaborate deception? Beside him, Lung Aoshuang observed Dong Linhao's distress, her gaze drifting to Yumi's mocking smile, and a sense of discomfort swelled within her. She despised this feeling of being unable to control the situation. Although she was oblivious to the precise events that had transpired, it was evident that Dong Linhao had endured substantial agony upon collapsing. The announcement regarding electric shock punishment lingered in her thoughts. Was it truly an electric shock? Yet, when she reached out to touch Dong Linhao, she felt no current coursing through him. Dong Linhao was hers, and seeing him toyed with by this proprietor incited a sense of indignation within her. She was certain she harbored a strong aversion toward this proprietor. Typically, things she disliked met with a singular outcome. A cold smile emerged within Lung Aoshuang as she pondered whether she had recently grown too lenient. How dare anyone act recklessly before her? This individual undoubtedly harbored secrets. If she intended to claim this place, she would need to test the proprietor's methods. However, acting impulsively now might lead to a fate akin to Dong Linhao and Appo's electric shock. After careful consideration, Lung Aoshuang concluded that her resilience surpassed Dong Linhao and Appo's. Firstly, her abilities were considerably more formidable, and secondly, her unique space contained a stream that nurtured freshwater fish and shrimp. This stream served a purpose beyond mere sustenance. Drinking from it would fortify her body, enhancing her strength to an incomparable degree. She had never disclosed this secret to her teammates, nor allowed them to partake, for the effects were immediately apparent. One must always retain some cards close to the chest. Reflecting on her trump card, the last remnants of hesitation dissipated within Lung Aoshuang. Even if the consequence were electric shock, she would face it unflinchingly. She coldly raised her gaze to the still smiling, artfully disingenuous Yumi. How she wished to see that false smile vanish from this world. With astonishing speed, Lung Aoshuang and Appo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, and her slender arm swept sideways. A glass cup that had been drained of its contents soared through the air, hurtling towards Yumi. Yet, contrary to her expectations, nothing occurred as anticipated. Typically, the cup would either strike Yumi or be deflected by her. However, the spectacle that unfolded left Lung Aoshuang astounded. The cup, mid-flight, halted before Yumi and, instead of crashing, made an abrupt turn, returning to its original position on the table. What is this? Is it the restaurant's ability? Or perhaps, the proprietor's prowess? Only a high-level psychic ability could command such control over objects. A heaviness settled in Lung Aoshuang's heart. If her adversary possessed high-level psychic abilities, the situation would prove problematic. Although she herself was a high-level dual-element ability user, the psychic domain posed considerable challenges. As twilight descended, Lung Aoshuang resolved to retreat to the origin base to deliberate further. This self-service restaurant and the individual known as you must not be allowed to remain. Lin Hao, we should. Lung Aoshuang intended to propose their departure, but before she could finish, the familiar announcement echoed once more. Ding member Lung Aoshuang's attack on the restaurant owner constitutes a severe violation. Punishment: suffocation for 5 minutes. Chapter 59. Suffocation for 5 minutes. As the broadcast concluded its final word, the atmosphere shifted so abruptly that even Lung Aoshuang was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she felt as though the air surrounding her and within her lungs had been mercilessly siphoned away, rendering her breathless. The sensation of suffocation was excruciating, akin to flames consuming her insides, threatening to explode her lungs. In an instant, Lung Aoshuang collapsed to the ground, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. Sister Shang, Dong Linhao, leapt to her side, anxiously cradling her upper body in his arms. Sister Shang, what is wrong? Lung Aoshuang writhed and struggled on the ground, her legs thrashing uncontrollably. One hand clutched her chest tightly, while the other gripped Dong Linhao's arm, her fingers betraying the strain as they bulged with exertion. Dong Linhao winced as her nails pierced his skin, drawing blood. The agony was unbearable. The suffocating torment was 1,000 times more torturous than death itself. Reflecting upon her past as an assassin, she recalled a mission to eliminate a significant target. An unforeseen event occurred. The target in Appo's family discovered her before she could act. After taking their lives and escaping, she was captured, subjected to merciless interrogation. The torment of suffocation was child's play compared to her current ordeal. Ultimately, they resorted to using a coercive needle on her. Though it was agonizing, she persevered. Yet now, the sensation of suffocation surpassed even that excruciating experience. She longed to tear open her chest to allow her lungs to breathe. However, a final flicker of consciousness reminded her of the futility of such an act, and she resisted the impulse. Her hand, pressed against her chest, had torn open her outer leather garment, revealing exquisite lace and her flawless skin beneath, a sight to behold. The surrounding men gasped in awe, captivated by her beauty. In that moment, Lung Aoshuang embodied a disheveled yet breathtaking vision. Her ethereal beauty complemented by an air of frostiness and the tantalizing glimpse of her form. This exquisite blend of innocence and seduction rendered her an unparalleled enchantress. As Dong Linhao observed the lecherous gazes of the men fixated upon Lung Aoshuang's exposed lace and porcelain skin, fury coursed through him. He turned sharply, shouting, "What are you staring at? Do you want to die?" With that, he removed his t-shirt and draped it over Lung Aoshuang, leaving himself bare. Yumi remained silent, her smile gentle and serene, exuding an aura of pure light, reminiscent of a benevolent older sister watching over her naive siblings. Witnessing Lung Aoshuang's desperate struggle, Dong Linhao's anxiety escalated. His eyes reddened as he bellowed at Yumi. "What have you done to Sister Shang?" With a dramatically feigned innocence, Yumi replied, "Oh, What do you mean, dear guest? I am a civilized person. What could I possibly do? This esteemed guest, Lung Aoshang, simply violated the rules and is consequently facing punishment. After all, without rules, there can be no order. It will all be over soon. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing into a deceptively sweet smile. Dong Linhao, upon seeing the disingenuous smile, felt a surge of rage. You! In a fit of frustration, he yanked the tablecloth from a nearby table, sending dishes and food crashing to the floor. The utensils, much like the glass that had shattered earlier, reverted to their original state before touching the ground. Yet the plates of food that had been flung onto the floor lacked such a function, scattering across the ground. Yumi glanced at the mess, her tone still placid. Dear guest, it seems so much food has fallen to the ground. I suggest you pick it up and eat it. Dong Linhao was taken aback, incredulous. What? You expect me to eat off the floor? This is absurd. Leave. Despite his typically sharp tongue, he could only manage this one word in his fury. Amused by Dong Linhao's tomato-red face, Yumi chuckled to herself, reveling in the situation. You won't pick it up? I did offer you the chance. Very well. Since you refuse, I'll let it be. As Yumi suddenly adopted a more agreeable demeanor, Dong Linhao felt perplexed. Why had she ceased her relentless pressure? Before he could ponder further, a familiar sensation washed over him once again. Ding! Member Dong Linhao has wasted food in the restaurant. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat. Stir-fried Chinese tuna with eggs, spring rolls, Coca-Cola chicken wings. This is a serious violation. Punishment. Electric shock for 2 minutes. Chapter 60. Still wetting his pants at this age, Dong Linhao, after struggling to regain some composure, suddenly stiffened again and collapsed straight to the ground. With a resounding thud, his back struck a chair, causing him to gasp in pain. Indeed, the electric shocks were excruciating, but the impact of the chair was no less torturous. Another wave of torment washed over him. The previous minute of electric agony had nearly extinguished his will to live, and now he faced 2 more minutes of this torment. Gradually, Dong Linhao found himself unable to think of anything but the searing pain, his mind consumed by it entirely. Saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth, which twitched uncontrollably. For both Dong Linhao and Lung Aoshang, time crawled at an agonizingly slow pace, as though centuries had passed. Yet for the onlookers, it was merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a dark creature approached Dong Linhao's head, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Cheshire, the mascot of the Black Cat Buffet. This charming black cat was well known among the crowd, with its strikingly beautiful appearance, eyes gleaming like precious gems, and a coat of lustrous black fur. Its movements were graceful and agile. The adorable Cheshire crouched beside Dong Linhao, seemingly captivated by the spectacle before it, occasionally reaching out with its tiny, furry paws to playfully poke at Dong Linhao's furrowed brow. In moments of delight, it would emit a soft meow. Mommy, that big brother wet his pants. A familiar child in Amp. Amp, Oppo's voice piped up. Shoo, Don and Amp, Oppo's. Look, the girl in Amp, Oppo's mother quickly covered her daughter in Amp, Oppo's eyes, shushing her. Instantly, curiosity surged among the crowd, and even the previously fixated lecherous men turned their gaze towards Dong Linhao. Before their eyes, a dark stain began to spread across the front of Dong Linhao's white trousers, the yellow liquid seeping out and expanding in size. The collective thought among the spectators was clear. Had this man really lost control? Yet, a portion of the onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment for him. If it were they, facing such humiliation in front of so many, they would surely wish to vanish from existence. A few, however, noted the deep yellow stain and mused, this child must be unwell. Gradually, a potent stench pervaded the air, causing Cheshire to be the first to retreat, clearly perturbed at the thought of soiling its beautiful fur. Casting a disdainful glance at Dong Linhao, the extent of Dong Linhao's predicament was evident. Not only had he soaked his own trousers, but droplets had also fallen onto the floor. Yumi observed the scene with a slight frown, feeling a sense of distaste as she contemplated the impending cleanup that her staff would have to undertake. At long last, the punishment had ended. Dong Linhao was the first to cease his suffering, followed by Lung Aoshuang. Yumi marveled at Lung Aoshuang, whose face was a deep shade of purple from the suffocation. Yet she had endured far longer than most would have. 5 minutes. Most would have succumbed to unconsciousness long before that. Yet here she stood, remarkable. In that moment, Lung Aoshuang gasped for air, her chest heaving as the pain gradually subsided. However, upon regaining her composure, an overwhelming sense of humiliation flooded her being. Since the apocalypse, she had never faced such disgrace, nor had she ever failed so spectacularly. Even before her powers had awakened, she had been among the strongest. Seeing the two gradually recover, Yumi, wishing to avoid any further disturbances, wiped the disdain from her face and replaced it with a signature forced smile. In an instant, their figures flickered and vanished from sight. In truth, Yumi had merely added them to her blacklist, and they were swiftly transported away by the buffet's automated system. How infuriating! They had sullied her floor. As for where they were sent, apologies, but she could only wish them luck. She truly had no idea. However, in their current weakened state, if they were transported to a perilous location, it could very well be fatal. But what was it to her? Yumi felt a genuine irritation. How dare they cause trouble in her establishment? Perhaps they were attempting to engage in malicious competition. Oof. She considered herself a civilized person, gentle and nonviolent, unlike them. Her method of retaliation? Undoubtedly, it would be to steal their business. Chapter 61. The method of revenge is to steal your business. After the two troublesome individuals were transported away, Yumi comforted the remaining customers, assuring them that the two contaminated dishes had been purified and posed no threat to their health. However, to alleviate any lingering discomfort, she decided to replace the two dishes with fresh ones. The patrons expressed their gratitude towards Yumi, praising her generosity and once again criticizing the deplorable behavior of the people from the feast pavilion. By around 9 o'clock that evening, the guests had departed. After closing the restaurant, Yumi returned to her bedroom, feeling utterly exhausted. Although she longed for rest, she knew she could not afford to relax just yet. Her plan to seize business opportunities was still in the works. Sitting at her writing desk, she took up a pen and a large sheet of paper, beginning to sketch out her ideas. Before she realized it, the clock had struck past 1 in the morning. Stretching her stiff limbs and neck, she acknowledged that it had been quite some time since she had stayed up late, a habit she had once grown accustomed to during her previous life of endless overtime. Pleased with her extensive plans, she noted that her ability to draft strategies had not diminished. Tomorrow, she needed to connect with the Storm Squad, and then she could fully implement her plans. If the Feast Pavilion sought to engage in cutthroat competition, she would ensure they would find themselves devoid of customers. The next day, around noon, the members of the Storm Squad indeed arrived. Yumi was not in a rush. She waited until they had finished their meal before approaching them to explain the events of the previous day. How outrageous! They resorted to using laxatives? And even zombie meat? That an amp. Oppos, as simply despicable, Feng Yini exclaimed angrily. Although she had always known of the tyrannical behavior of Lung Aoshuang and the others, she had never anticipated it would stoop so low as to endanger innocent lives. Feng Junjie expressed his disapproval of such actions, stating, "You boss you. Whatever you plan to do, I wholeheartedly support you. It's utterly intolerable for them to disrupt the Black Cat Buffet." Zheng Qian added. Zhang Lan nodded in agreement, echoing their sentiments. Yumi smiled and responded, "Thank you all for your support of the Black Cat Buffet. My previous visit to the Origin Base was purely for sightseeing, but this time I hope to conduct extensive promotional activities. I would like to solicit your opinions on where would be the most effective place to advertise within the base." That's a no-brainer. It's definitely near the mission hall. Many teams come and go there, and you're bound to encounter affluent individuals, Feng Yini replied excitedly. Although setting up stalls for trading isn't permitted near the mission hall, I believe a promotional stand would be acceptable. The trading area is also quite crowded. You could promote there as well. Feng Junjie nodded in agreement with his sister's suggestion. After pondering for a moment, Yumi smiled and said, "Shall we meet there tomorrow? I wish to get started as soon as possible. After all, one must seize business opportunities promptly." Feng Junjie replied, "No problem. We and Oppos, LL meet you at the base entrance as usual. We and Oppos. LL also help you prepare some supplies for your stall. I'm curious, boss you, how do you plan to promote? Do you have a strategy in place? We can assist you, Feng Yini asked with eager anticipation. Yumi, however, did not elaborate, merely offering a mysterious smile as she replied, "You'll find out tomorrow." The following morning, at around 6 o'clock, Yumi was already awake and preparing for the day. Although rising early was quite unaccustomed to her, she deemed it worthwhile for the sake of her promotional plan. Today, she drove swiftly, and fortune favored her with a clear path, arriving at the origin base shortly after 7. As agreed upon, the members of the Storm Squad awaited her at the entrance, and to her surprise, all of them were present. Feng Yini, Feng Junjie, Zheng Qian, Zhang Lan, and Wang Tao. Upon seeing Yumi arrive, Feng Yini rubbed her hands together and exclaimed, "Boss you finally arrived. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep, waking up bright and early today." Noticing the large backpack and a sizable suitcase that Yumi carried, she inquired, "What have you brought, boss you?" "Such an array of bags. These are dishes from the Black Cat Buffet. Since the purpose is to promote the restaurant, it is essential to showcase the actual food," Yumi replied with a smile. "Wait, do you need to bring food inside?" "But we have to submit 1/3 of our supplies upon entry." Wang Tao hesitated. "That and Oppos. That's perfectly fine. I can submit it," Yumi responded, her eyes sparkling with delight. Submitting 1/3 is no issue at all. This submission will also serve as a form of promotion. The policy of the Black Cat Buffet explicitly states that food is not permitted to be taken outside. However, this restriction does not apply to the owner, who is allowed to carry food out. Yet, the food taken out would be akin to staff meals. Only she could consume it, while others could merely savor the aroma, unable to partake, even if they were members of the restaurant. Thus, even with the submission, the confiscated food would be inedible for anyone else. This was precisely the effect she sought, to pique curiosity and encourage inquiries about the Black Cat Buffet, ultimately enhancing its reputation, especially among the affluent individuals within the base. Yumi was confident that once those high-ranking individuals tasted the dishes from the Black Cat Buffet, it would be nearly impossible for them not to return as loyal patrons. As for any potential troubles, the Black Cat Buffet was not one to shy away from conflict. With a mere eye roll at the previous troublemakers, Yumi simply smiled in response. Chapter 62. Setting up the promotion stall at the 8 district luxury apartments of the origin base. Where have Shuang and Lin Hao gone? Why Haven Tea? They returned all day yesterday. Lu Qijun expressed his concern, having only learned from the aunt that Shuang had gone to find Lin Hao after reading a note he left. Lu Zihao, with a pensive and grave expression, remarked, "Shuang has always been prudent. She must be preoccupied with something significant." At this moment, Fu Yishuan also furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. It was not the first time Shuang had gone to handle matters, yet she typically communicated when she would return. This time, she had informed the aunt that she would be back late today. However, they had waited until the late hours the night before without their return. They had waited another day, yet still no sign of them. Standing up, Fu Yishuan felt the sunlight illuminate his chiseled features and declared, "I will go find them." "I will go too. Count me in." Lu Qijun and Lu Zihao quickly rose as well, resolved to search together, their hearts heavy with concern. The trio made the decision to depart immediately, hastening out of the origin base. Simultaneously, Yumi and the storm team entered the origin base. Yumi opened her backpack and suitcase, handing over 1/3 of her packaged food. The soldier responsible for collecting supplies was taken aback upon seeing the boxes of prepared meals, noticing they were still warm to the touch. Without further thought, he followed protocol, collecting the necessary supplies and granting them entry. "I borrowed an electric tour vehicle from a friend. Let us load the items and take a ride." Feng Junjie pointed to a tour vehicle parked ahead. The vehicle was modest in size, with 4 rows, each accommodating about 4 people. At the front left sat a man, clearly the driver. After assisting Yumi with her large suitcase and backpack, they all boarded the vehicle. "We already transported the items for the stall this morning. We just need to assemble them when we arrive," Feng Yini cheerfully remarked to Yumi. The origin base was vast, and walking would indeed be tiring. Traveling by vehicle was far more efficient. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the task hall. The group joined forces to set up several small tables. Today, Yumi had brought an abundance of dishes. Even after relinquishing a third, over 30 dishes remained, all placed upon the tables alongside large stacks of promotional flyers. Last night, she had stayed up late to create a beautiful flyer and had exchanged for a copier in the system.Boss exclusive area, printing 1,000 copies of the promotional material. The copies were not inexpensive, consuming a significant amount of her points. Yumi then retrieved a banner she had specially brought from her backpack, unfurling it. This too was crafted the previous night, using paint exchanged in the system.Boss area. The banner was large and lengthy, boldly proclaiming, "Do you wish to indulge in 3 hours of unlimited gourmet food? Do you desire to enjoy free air conditioning? Welcome to the Black Cat Buffet." As soon as the banner was displayed, it attracted the attention of many passers-by in the task hall, who were intrigued and paused to observe. What does unlimited gourmet food for 3 hours mean? Those who glanced at the banner were momentarily puzzled. Sensing the attention, Yumi calmly began to unveil the dishes on the table, fanning herself with a palm fan. Sweet and sour pork, steamed tofu with chopped chili, spring rolls with 3 fillings, braised lion and oppos, S-head meatballs, kung pao chicken, coldwood ear mushrooms with purslane, mouth-watering chicken, hand-torn cabbage, and many more, with the aroma wafting enticingly. Initially, the onlookers who were captivated by the banner snapped back to reality upon inhaling the delicious fragrance. Even those hurrying past, who had scarcely noticed the banner, halted in their tracks. "It smells divine. Where's that delicious scent coming from?" The crowd gravitated toward the source of the aroma, converging upon the stall. The tantalizing scent was undeniably emanating from the tables laden with dishes, each vibrant and visually appealing, igniting appetites at first glance. A young man with small eyes was the first to succumb to temptation, inquiring, "How much for this dish?" He swallowed hard after speaking. Yumi smiled and replied, "I apologize, dear customer, but today these dishes are merely for display and are not for sale. If you wish to indulge, please visit the Black Cat Buffet." Handing a flyer to the young man, she noticed his frown deepen at her response. "Why aren't you selling them? Why must we go to the restaurant?" He pressed, his impatience evident. He was desperate to taste the food, unable to resist the allure of the aroma that had ensnared his senses. Digging into his pocket, the young man produced 3 third-tier crystal cores, placing them on the table. "I have money. I want tea, take it for free. I'll buy this mouth-watering chicken." After tossing down the crystal cores, he reached for the mouth-watering chicken box with one hand, while the other grasped a piece of chicken, ready to savor it. Chapter 63. Only to observe, not to consume. As the chicken meat approached his open mouth, the small-eyed man found himself immobilized. He stared blankly for a moment, then strained to push his hand forward in a futile effort. However, he soon realized that his hand could move backward. He lowered the hand holding the chicken, only to suddenly jerk it upward and shove it into his mouth. This time, his movement was so swift that those around him hardly reacted. He successfully stuffed the saliva-drenched chicken into his mouth, feeling a surge of pride. Yet, as he prepared to chew, he discovered that his mouth was utterly still, rendering him incapable of movement. Furthermore, he could not taste the anticipated spicy flavor. It felt as though he was merely holding a tasteless ball of air in his mouth. Realizing he could neither chew nor swallow, the small-eyed man was at a loss. Members of the Storm Squad were handing out flyers in the vicinity, and the crowd began to thicken, congregating around the booth. One onlooker, who had witnessed the small-eyed man's antics, curiously inquired, "What is wrong with you? Why are you taking so long to eat?" With a look of utter dismay, the small-eyed man replied, "It feels as if my hand is under some sort of control, preventing me from putting the chicken into my mouth. After finally managing to do so, I find myself unable to chew or swallow, and I can't taste anything at all." The small-eyed man and the surrounding crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward the girl standing in the front, Yumi, their eyes filled with questions. The girl simply smiled, her expression clean and gentle. "I sincerely apologize, dear guest. The reason we do not sell is precisely this. All food must be consumed within the Black Cat Buffet. Currently, it cannot be eaten." Upon hearing Yumi and Appo's explanation, the small-eyed man was even more astonished. What? It could be manipulated like that? How did this girl accomplish such a feat? It's astonishing. Being able to only look but not eat is so frustrating. He wanted to inquire further, but his desire to indulge in the array of delicacies before him took precedence. He hurriedly asked, "Is this the address mentioned on the flyer? Can I eat there now?" "Indeed, dear guest. The buffet is still open. You may refer to the back of the flyer for registration and recharge methods, allowing you to operate independently upon arrival at the restaurant," Yumi replied. "Is that true? Can I eat to my heart's content? Isn't that a loss? Young lady, where do you source such an abundance of ingredients? Do you have all these dishes in your store? How do you manage to render his hand immobile? Is it really 3 hours of unlimited feasting? Can jewelry also be used for recharging?" The small-eyed man recalled seeing someone recently trading jewelry at a low price. It all made sense now. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as the crowd, driven by curiosity, began to bombard Yumi with questions. She chose to ignore the more intricate inquiries, finding explanations tedious and ultimately unhelpful for her business. She simply preferred not to elaborate. Occasionally, familiar voices interjected among the crowd, those of regular patrons of the buffet. They had approached out of curiosity, drawn by the throng of people, only to spot Yumi. "Isn and Appos. That Yumi? What brings her to the origin base? Is she here for promotion? I frequent that place. You truly can eat for 3 hours, and the food is delightful. Absolutely. It's better than the Feast Pavilion and more affordable. I just recharged with a gold bracelet and have been enjoying it for half a month." As the spectators turned their attention from questioning Yumi to engaging in lively discussions amongst themselves, their gazes wandered to the bountiful spread of food. The enticing aroma enveloped the area, lingering in the air, a testament to the delectable offerings. The small-eyed man had already taken his crystal core and departed, while others decided to head to the Black Cat buffet together. As the dense crowd began to disperse, Yumi felt a wave of joy wash over her. New business was on the horizon. Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, the focus had shifted from a Mission Hall Square to the commercial district. The inquiries at the booth remained incessant, with waves of people departing only to be replaced by new arrivals. Though the crowd appeared substantial, Yumi knew it occupied less than a tenth of the origin base. Nevertheless, she was unperturbed. If even a fraction of these individuals returned after dining, it would ensure that nearly half the base would be aware of the Black Cat buffet's existence. After distributing the last flyer, Yumi decided to pack up for the day, planning to return the following day, having prepared for 3 days of promotion. "I am utterly exhausted. I never anticipated that merely handing out flyers could be so tiring," she sighed, rubbing her sore arms. Her brother, Feng Junjie, affectionately ruffled her hair. With every flyer distributed, tomorrow's business at the buffet is bound to flourish. Will it be crowded if we go to eat tomorrow? What if we can amp, Appos, find a seat? Yumi and Amp, Appos' sister. Feng Yini whimpered playfully, tugging at Yumi's waist. In a particularly good mood, Yumi readily agreed to her sister and Appos' request. "Rest assured, there will definitely be a spot for you tomorrow." She had been monitoring the restaurant's status through the system, and the soaring points and membership numbers brought a smile to her face. "Tonight, we'll be able to upgrade. The expanded seating will not be an issue at all." Chapter 64. A resounding success. The Black Cat Buffet restaurant has reached level 4 upon returning to the buffet restaurant around 4 in the afternoon. The establishment was bustling with activity. A multitude of new customers, primarily those from the promotional campaign at the origin base earlier that day, filled the space. Although this influx represented only a small wave of patrons, their arrival at the same time resulted in the restaurant, which had already been quite spacious, becoming overwhelmingly crowded once more. After hearing about the buffet from Yumi's promotion, the individuals from the base were eager to experience it, yet they chose to observe for the moment. Fortunately, this decision spared them from the necessity of queuing at the entrance. Once the last wave of guests departed, Yumi glanced around the now empty restaurant and promptly hung up the closed for cleaning sign. The Black Cat mascots were in the midst of tidying up, but Yumi halted their actions, knowing that after the upgrade, everything would automatically return to its original state, rejuvenated. She accessed the system interface to confirm the upgrade. In an instant, she was greeted by a familiar chime, and within a mere 15 minutes, another notification rang out. "Ding, upgrade successful. The Black Cat Buffet restaurant has reached level 4. Ding, new function, teleportation portal unlocked. All seafood dishes are now available, along with a selection of international cuisine and all beverages. Reward: stun stick, points, 100,000. As the notifications concluded, Yumi surveyed her surroundings, noticing that the restaurant had transformed into an even more spacious area, comparable in size to a playground. The flooring had been replaced with larger red and black checker tiles, and a significant portion of the furniture had been upgraded to elegant, vintage-style mahogany chairs. Several seating areas against the walls were now adorned with floral-patterned sofas, complemented by giant mushroom and berry tree decorations, while the walls featured massive clockwork decorations. The restaurant's equipment had been completely revitalized, evoking the enchanting atmosphere of a fairy tale world. The original 4 server mascots had multiplied to 10, and the attire of the Black Cat mascots had been upgraded to more sophisticated styles, including tuxedos and maid outfits with visibly enhanced tailoring. Yumi then noticed a staircase leading to the second floor, which was styled similarly to the ground level and matched its expansive dimensions. Ascending further, she reached the 3rd floor, which was designated as her living quarters. This level had been transformed into a luxurious suite, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, all impeccably renovated from their previous simplicity. Most gratifyingly, the entrance to her residence boasted a spacious outdoor courtyard, immediately visible upon opening the door. The courtyard was teeming with lush plants, most notably a breathtaking array of blooming roses in shades of red and pink, layered like a beautiful oil painting. A modest hot spring pool graced the yard, alongside a tree so large that it would require 3 people to encircle its trunk. This verdant giant seemed like a green colossus, and from its sturdy branch hung a wooden swing. Cheshire. This place is simply exquisite. Yumi felt a rare surge of excitement as she lifted the Cheshire Cat plushie and twirled around. Settling onto the swing, her dark, wavy hair cascaded down her back, while Cheshire curled contentedly on her lap, her long skirt flowing gracefully in the breeze as it rippled like gentle waves, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a fairy tale illustration. After enjoying the swing for a while, Yumi reopened the system interface and exchanged her earned points for the newly unlocked dishes and beverages. Currently, the selection of international cuisine was limited, with only a small assortment available, including Thai, Korean, Japanese, French, Italian, and Mexican dishes, with roughly 10 options from each country. Holding the purring Cheshire Cat in her arms, she mused aloud, "It wouldn't hurt to occasionally offer our customers a change in flavor." Cheshire responded with an approving meow. The following morning, Yumi rose early, determined to continue her promotional efforts at the origin base. She had planned for this promotion to span 3 days, a schedule she had previously discussed with the Storm Squad. The night before, while luxuriating in the hot spring, she meticulously reviewed the rewards from the system upgrade and discovered something remarkable. Teleportation portal. Yumi scrutinized the detailed description of the portal, finding it quite comprehensible. It was akin to the Anywhere door from Doraemon, though not entirely the same. In essence, she could install a portal at a designated location, allowing members of the Black Cat Buffet restaurant to scan a barcode to pass through. Upon scanning, the dining fee would be automatically deducted, leading them directly to the restaurant and Oppos as entrance. This advancement would significantly reduce travel times for distant customers. It was an extraordinary convenience. Currently, most patrons hailed from nearby bases, with the furthest one requiring over 3 hours of walking, fraught with potential dangers. Ordinary individuals would only embark on such a treacherous journey if they were near starvation, making regular visits impractical. However, with the installation of a portal at their base entrance, they could effortlessly reach the restaurant. Yet, the cost of the teleportation portal was steep. The free exchange quota unlocked upon leveling up was limited to 20 portals, and any additional ones would require an investment of 60,000 points each. Nevertheless, Yumi believed that 20 portals would suffice for now. If utilized wisely, accumulating several 100,000 points in the future would be entirely feasible. Chapter 65. Installing a portal at the base entrance. After making all necessary preparations, Yumi once again set off for the origin base. As on the previous day, The storm squad awaited her at the entrance, though today only Feng Yini and Zhang Lan were present. Upon their meeting, Feng Yini immediately began to chatter about how her brother had prior commitments and could not join them today, feeling quite apologetic. Yumi, however, was unconcerned by the small gathering. Too many people would only complicate matters and cause her embarrassment. She began to survey her surroundings, seeking an optimal location to install the portal. Noticing Yumi and Appo's distracted demeanor, Feng Yini curiously inquired, "What are you looking for? Is there something nearby?" She too began to scan the area. Zhang Lan, observing both of them looking around, joined in, but ultimately found nothing out of the ordinary. Yumi was candid about her intentions, as there was little reason for secrecy regarding the portal installation. "I am searching for a spot to set up the portal," she explained, taking the opportunity to enlighten Feng Yini and Zhang Lan about the concept of the portal. Both were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this truly possible? Has technology advanced to such a level?" Their excitement grew as they envisioned the convenience it would bring, no longer needing to endure long drives to the Black Cat Buffet. They could simply teleport there. "Let us get it installed quickly. We'll help you find a place," Feng Yini exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. The trio explored the vicinity, occasionally discussing their findings, their peculiar behavior drawing the attention of the soldiers stationed at the entrance. While others lined up orderly to enter the base, these three young women stood out, wandering about. Even some individuals in line cast curious glances their way. The soldiers, recognizing Feng Yini and Zhang Lan due to the storm squad's formidable reputation, felt more intrigued than apprehensive regarding their actions. After some deliberation, Yumi settled on a junction as a suitable location. This spot experienced a high volume of foot traffic, ensuring that survivors approaching the base would likely notice the portal. It would undoubtedly spark curiosity and encourage inquiries, enhancing the restaurant and Appo's visibility. Additionally, those exiting the base would have a clear line of sight to the portal, making it easily discoverable for survivors approaching from other directions. "I believe this is an excellent choice," Yumi stated, elucidating her reasoning. Zhang Lan and Feng Yini nodded in agreement. "I concur. This route sees many passers-by, and it will be readily noticeable for those leaving the base," Feng Yini added. "Then it's settled," Yumi replied with a smile. With that, Yumi retrieved the portal from her system, a small, miniature device resting in her palm, no larger than a computer mouse. As she opened her hand, a radiant golden light illuminated Feng Yini and Zhang Lan and Appo's faces. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a portal-like structure. Yumi confirmed the installation on her system interface and gently placed the glowing portal onto the ground. In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted, causing Feng Yini to squint. When the intense light subsided, a portal remained. A more accurate description would be a portal frame, as it lacked any conventional door or handle. Gazing through it revealed the mundane sight of the concrete road beyond. The portal emitted a continuous golden glow, adorned with intricate bronze patterns and carvings of flowers and birds. Adjacent to the portal was a similarly glowing device that appeared somewhat familiar. "Is that a redemption machine?" Feng Yini exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Lan's gaze shifted from the portal to the device nestled against the frame, and indeed, it resembled a redemption machine, though more ornate. It bore a striking resemblance to the one at the Black Cat Buffet. Yumi smiled, explaining it is a redemption device, allowing direct exchanges and registrations. Only members may utilize this portal. Once registered, they can enter and access the restaurant directly. Of course, they can also return through the portal. "That's fantastic. I must try it." Without waiting for Zhang Lan's protest, Feng Yini dashed into the portal. The moment she entered, the portal radiated a dazzling light that completely enveloped her figure. In less than a second, Feng Yini vanished from sight. The soldiers at the entrance had been observing closely and were left in stunned silence. They were already shocked by the sudden appearance of the portal, and now they witnessed the storm squad member entering it, only to disappear in a flash of golden light. "What on earth is that?" One soldier finally broke the silence. "You need to inform the captain, and the rest of you come with me to investigate." Chapter 66. The soldier's experiment with the portal. Upon finishing his words, the leading soldier, accompanied by several others, made their way towards Yumi and her companions. Before they could reach their destination, a flash of golden light emanated from a portal, revealing a figure that emerged with remarkable speed. It was Feng Yini, who had just vanished moments before. I swear, I stepped through the portal and instantly found myself inside the Black Cat buffet, she exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she grabbed Zhonglan's hand and bounced joyfully. Just then, the soldiers arrived, catching the tail end of Feng Yini's exuberant declaration, prompting them to inquire further. Familiarity with the gatekeepers was limited for the Storm Squad, yet not entirely absent, allowing Feng Yini to offer them an explanation and introduce the owner, Yumi. The soldiers were astounded. A buffet? They had never heard of such a place. Moreover, the portal was said to facilitate instantaneous travel to another location, which was equally perplexing. Before the soldiers could ponder this further, a small soldier who had rushed to report returned with the squad leader. The leader, Lin Su, possessed a square jaw, bushy brows, and strikingly large eyes, exuding a commanding presence. His sharp gaze swept across the assembled individuals before settling on Feng Yini and Zhonglan, recognizing them as members of the Storm Squad. He then turned his attention to the reporting soldier, who saluted him and proceeded to relay the details of the encounter. Listening intently, Lin Su furrowed his brow, recalling an incident from the previous day. Among the supplies collected was a few boxes of meals that he had personally inspected, which were visually appealing and aromatic. Typically, such perishable dishes were reserved for the upper echelons of the base. However, the feedback received was alarming. The food was deemed inedible, or more accurately, tasteless and unchewable, leaving the higher-ups astonished. Consequently, the meals were returned for further investigation. Lin Su and his team examined the dishes, concluding that they were indeed impossible to consume. Even if forced down, it felt akin to swallowing air, devoid of any sensation. No one could provide an explanation, and higher authorities ordered an inquiry, which revealed that the items had been delivered at the entrance by a young girl who was reportedly in the company of the Storm Squad. Today, the higher-ups intended to summon members of the squad for questioning, but they were interrupted by reports of the portal incident, prompting their swift arrival. Upon hearing the report, Lin Su pieced together the situation. It appeared highly probable that the inedible food source from the girl was the same as what had been collected yesterday. He strode purposefully towards Yumi, his gaze lingering momentarily on the glowing portal behind her. "Greetings, I am Lin Su, the captain of the entrance guard at the Origin Base. I have been briefed on the situation. It is said that the portal behind you leads directly to your restaurant, where patrons can enjoy an all-you-can-eat buffet," he inquired with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, as long as one registers as a member of the Black Cat buffet, they may use this portal to dine," Yumi replied, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she elaborated on the details. Lin Su observed the delicate girl before him, her smile evoking a sense of disquiet within him. He signaled to a nearby soldier, instructing him to follow the registration process as outlined by Yumi. However, he remained cautious and directed the soldier to procure a piece of jewelry instead of utilizing a crystal core for registration. In a world where such items were rarely carried, it proved challenging, but eventually they obtained a platinum necklace from Soldier and Appo's family. Once the registration was completed, a barcode appeared on the Soldier and Appo's arm, and he scanned it at the portal's device, which deducted points accordingly. The onlookers watched with bated breath as the soldier hesitantly entered the portal. A brilliant flash of gold enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. The soldiers following Lin Su were exhilarated, although they had heard Yumi and Appo's explanation. Witnessing it firsthand was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Almost 2 minutes later, the portal shimmered once more, and the soldier reappeared, immediately reporting back to Lin Su. Just as Yumi had described, he had arrived directly at the Black Cat buffet. Instead of returning immediately, he took a moment to explore, his senses overwhelmed by the array of delectable dishes. He could not resist sampling a piece of braised pork, the flavor astonishing him to the brink of disbelief. Realizing he could not linger too long without worrying his captain, he reluctantly stepped back through the portal. Lin Su remained silent for a moment as he absorbed the soldier's account. The food, the so-called buffet, and the radiant portal were all too extraordinary to comprehend fully. Such matters were beyond the purview of an entrance guard captain, and he adhered to the principle that ignorance could be bliss. In a world fraught with dangers, one must never underestimate another, and his instincts cautioned him that the seemingly fragile girl was not what she appeared to be. Caution was paramount. Steeling himself, Lin Su finally spoke. In that case, let us proceed without delay. I will personally oversee the entrance today and waive any fees for the supplies. With that, he instructed his subordinates to escort Yumi into the base. After bidding farewell to Lin Su and entering the base, Feng Yini whispered to Yumi, Captain Lin will undoubtedly report the portal incident to the base. They will surely investigate. Yumi merely smiled and shook her head. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Curiosity was the key. Just like the day before, Yumi and her companions ventured near the task hall and commercial district to promote their offerings. The sudden appearance of a peculiar portal near the base's entrance caught the attention of passers-by, including returning customers who were eager to try it. A door that made people vanish could hardly go unnoticed. Consequently, inquiries about the nature of the portal surged, and with Yumi's booth promoting the venture, many learned that the golden-hued doorway belonged to the stall's owner, leading to a rapid spread of information. Chapter 67. She overslept again due to the remarkable promotional effect today, which far exceeded Yumi and Oppo's expectations. She suddenly made the impromptu decision to close up early at 1 p.m., originally intending to promote for 3 days. She now felt that the current results were sufficient. It wasn't that she was simply being lazy. With the portal set up, Yumi could return directly through it, sparing her the lengthy drive back. Feng Yini and Zhang Lan expressed their desire to accompany her to the Black Cat Buffet, and together, the three of them traversed the portal. Surrounding the portal and the buffet were curious onlookers, each holding a plate, eating while marveling at this extraordinary entrance. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as three figures emerged from the portal, one of whom turned out to be the owner of the Black Cat Buffet. Immediately, someone rushed forward to inquire, "Boss, you? Goodness, I arrived at the restaurant today to find such a transformation. It's stunning, like something out of Alice in Wonderland. What is the story behind this portal? People keep coming out from inside." Indeed, there has been a steady stream of people emerging, and when asked, they claim to have come directly from the Origin Base's portal. What exactly is this Origin Base? Another middle-aged customer asked, curiosity etched on his face. We wouldn't dare to just wander in. Is this a new establishment feature? Before Yumi could respond, Feng Yini eagerly began to explain to the crowd. Yumi glanced at Feng Yini, who was animatedly gesticulating, and opted to remain silent, merely nodding in agreement from the sidelines. It was truly wonderful to have someone else to articulate her thoughts. After all, she had nearly exhausted her voice from explaining things at the Origin Base today. The past 2 days had worn her out, and if not to vex those two troublesome individuals, she wouldn't have pushed herself so hard. Initially, her intent to upgrade the establishment stemmed from a desire to no longer subsist on pickled vegetables and rice, as well as to provide the restaurant with a restroom. Later, it was due to the overwhelming number of customers, necessitating an expansion. In truth, even without the upgrades, she could manage to get by day to day, though she would never truly reach the end of her days. Occasionally upgrading the restaurant and completing tasks provided a welcome distraction, especially since there were few activities in this post-apocalyptic world, and the system did not impose tasks. They were merely a means for her to pass the time. Upon hearing Feng Yini's explanation, the crowd erupted in excitement. I'm from the Bright Base. Does boss you have any more portals? Please install one at our base, exclaimed a loyal customer. And us too. I'm from the Beginning Base, chimed in another. Let us get one for the Courage Base. We're the furthest away. We won't have to rush in the morning anymore. The Victory Base want one as well. Observing the clamorous patrons, Yumi gestured for calm, smiling as she assured them, Dear guests, rest assured that in the coming days, I will gradually install portals at other bases. With her assurance, the crowd settled down. The following day, Yumi finally indulged in a long overdue lie-in. She arose at 10 a.m. to find a throng waiting at her door, all curious as to why the restaurant opened so late. With a rare, slightly awkward smile, she turned the sign, and the portal began to shimmer with golden light, revealing figures emerging one after another. One figure, having finally entered the restaurant, noticed me at the entrance and lamented, "Boss, you opened the door far too late today." I waited at the portal, and it kept indicating the restaurant wasn't open. "My sincerest apologies, dear customer. I promise to be more prompt next time." Although she spoke these words, Yumi felt it was not the first time she had uttered them. Well, it is what it is. I'm heading to the bright base and the beginning base today, so I won't chat much longer. Please, make yourselves at home. With that, she swiftly exited, leaving her patrons momentarily stunned. 3 days later, at the high-end apartment in Area A of the Origin Base, Aunt Ju had just finished preparing lunch, which consisted of pork and wild vegetable dumplings. She had only cooked for herself, placing the rest in the refrigerator. As she scooped dumplings in her bowl, she reflected on how everyone had gone to find Miss Lung and Mr. Dong, yet several days had passed without a single one returning, leaving her to wonder if something unfortunate had transpired. Sighing, she popped a dumpling in her mouth. Just as Aunt Ju began to chew, she heard the sound of the front door opening. Could it be that the young masters and mistresses had returned? She quickly rose and approached the door, which had swung open to reveal Miss Lung and several gentlemen. They had all returned. However, they appeared quite worn, especially Miss Lung and Mr. Dong, looking utterly unrecognizable from their usual selves. Had they been rolling in a coal pile? Their appearances were notably disheveled. Miss Lung, though somewhat composed, showed signs of fatigue, while Mr. Dong looked utterly exhausted. "Young masters and mistresses, you have finally returned. Miss Lung, what has happened to Mr. Dong? He seems unwell," Aunt Ju hurriedly inquired, supporting Mr. Dong as he staggered. Upon hearing Aunt Ju's question, Miss Lung's expression turned even colder than usual. Fu Yishuan opened his mouth as if to speak, but abruptly stopped, redirecting his words. "Aunt Ju, please prepare something to eat. We are all quite hungry." Lu Zihao gently advised Miss Lung, "Ao Shuang, why don't you take a bath first, then come down to eat?" Chapter 68. A tapestry of malice and humiliation in the living room. The members of the Snow Lotus team gathered around the dining table, expressing their concern for Lung Aoshang. Having finished her grooming, Lung Aoshang was leisurely enjoying her wontons, remaining silent, yet an air of danger emanated from her. Dong Linhao, filled with frustration, vented to the others about the harrowing ordeal he and Aoshang had endured. It was incomprehensible that he had gone from lying on the floor of a buffet restaurant to being transported to an abandoned coal mine in County H, covered in grime. The mine, situated atop a coal mountain, had been forsaken for at least several decades, devoid of any resources. To make matters worse, they encountered 2 peak-level 5th-grade zombies wandering about. It took them 2 days to devise a comprehensive plan to eliminate the 2 creatures. Consequently, their abilities were nearly depleted, and they had already consumed the crystal cores they carried for energy replenishment. Fortune did not favor them, as neither of the zombies possessed a crystal core. Thankfully, Sister Shang had provisions to prevent them from starving, but finding water was a challenge. Aside from the coal mountain, the city lacked resources. Even when they reached the urban area, it was sparsely populated, with few shops, and those that existed had been thoroughly looted. During this time, they could only quench their thirst with fruit, and finding a clean change of clothes was out of the question. This desolate place made even locating a gas station a formidable task. When they finally found one, it had already been stripped bare. Unable to drive, they had no choice but to rely on their own legs. Fortunately, upon leaving Province H, they encountered a small convoy of 3 individuals, whose lack of strength made them easy prey. Traveling by vehicle significantly expedited their journey, and by a stroke of luck, they finally reunited with Fu Yishuan and the others in City Y 2 days later, who had been searching for them. However, Dong Linhao felt that the experiences of the past week had drained him mentally. Since meeting Aoshang in this post-apocalyptic world, he had never endured such hardship. Once Lung Aoshang finished her wontons, Dong Linhao's complaints subsided. It was utterly outrageous. His desperate measures had stemmed from the impact of her restaurant on the business of the feast pavilion. Yet Aoshang had been left gasping for air. Lu Qijuan, with his tiger-like teeth and dark complexion, exclaimed in indignation. "Indeed, I too have been transported to a horde of zombies from that buffet restaurant. Your experience this time must have been similar," Fu Yishuan said, looking at Lung Aoshang with concern. They had scoured the city, unable to locate Lung Aoshang and Dong Linhao, leading them to expand their search to nearby cities. After several fruitless days, they finally found the two in City Y. The state they were in was utterly deplorable. Fu Yishuan had never seen Aoshang in such disarray. As Fu Yishuan reflected on Aoshang's suffering, she finally spoke. "Have someone investigate. I want all the information on that buffet restaurant by tomorrow." Her voice was icy, sending chills through those who heard it. Memories of the Black Cat buffet surged through her mind like a whip laced with fire, as her eyes glimmered with murderous intent, a potent blend of rage and humiliation. Meanwhile, Yumi had been industrious over the past few days, traversing nearby bases to install teleportation gates at their entrances. She had successfully set up 9 gates. The more gates she installed, the more patrons flocked to the restaurant, including those who were previously unaware of the Black Cat buffet. Yumi also placed informative signs next to the gates, detailing registration and recharge methods, along with an introduction to the buffet. Customers could easily find the gates near the base entrance to scan their codes for point payment, allowing them to dine at the buffet once a day. After their meal, they would return through the teleportation gate, saving significant travel time, with the countdown commencing only after entering the restaurant. Previously, the Storm team had been too busy with tasks at the base, unable to visit for several days, but with the teleportation gates, they could now enjoy meals at the Black Cat buffet, even amidst their hectic schedules. With 11 gates remaining, Yumi planned to seek out more distant bases every few days for installation. The Black Cat buffet had become extraordinarily popular, filled to capacity with a plethora of new customers, nearly rivaling the regulars. "I can and Appos. To believe we can still eat Wellington steak in these dire times. How delightful!" exclaimed a petite girl, balancing 2 plates of steak as she returned to her seat. Various steaks were neatly arranged on the serving table. While they were all types of steak, they boasted an array of flavors and side dishes, including sirloin, filet, and flank, with diverse cooking methods and doneness levels available for selection. "I still prefer sashimi. This little blue dragon sashimi is incredibly fresh. So expensive before the apocalypse," remarked a girl with phoenix eyes, seated beside the petite girl. The petite girl glanced at the mountain of sea urchin shells piled before her companion, marveling at the sheer quantity, estimating at least 100 shells. She then noticed half-open sea urchins yet to be consumed, tallying their total to at least 200. However, remembering it was an all-you-can-eat buffet, she relaxed. In this extraordinary restaurant, consuming 1,000 sea urchins would likely not raise any eyebrows. She adored the Black Cat buffet. Both girls were members of the Love Heart base, having registered through the teleportation gate just 4 days prior. Since their first visit, they had returned daily, relishing the value. After laboring tirelessly at the base, they could only afford a single loaf of bread each day. Recently, more individuals had begun scavenging for jewelry, and some had even ventured to Province M to mine gold, a region abandoned since the apocalypse, teeming with countless opportunities for extraction. The petite girl resolved to visit Province and soon to stockpile some dining funds. Chapter 69. The transaction between Lung Aoshang, Zhou Yuan, and Professor Chun at the origin base. As Lung Aoshang and her companion surveyed the entirely vacant Taotai pavilion, save for the lone waiter, their expressions were grimmer than usual. Dong Linhao was practically seething. While he and Sister Shang had been trapped in the coal mine, that despicable boss who had installed some sort of teleportation device at the base, seizing all of Taotai Pavilion's business. The establishment had already suffered a decline in clientele due to her family's interference, and now it was utterly devoid of patrons. Such shamelessness was intolerable. Since returning from the coal mine, Lung Aoshang had remained icy, never forgetting the humiliation of that day. The very next day, Luan Zaheo swiftly gathered every bit of information regarding the Black Cat buffet, but it proved to be of little utility. Lung Aoshang meticulously reviewed all the data on the Black Cat buffet, plotting incessantly in her mind. If she were to strike, it had to be decisive. "Please inform Zhou Yuan that I wish to discuss something with him. Also, I need him to reach out to someone," Lung Aoshang murmured. Upon hearing her instructions, Fu Yishuan and Luan Zaheo exchanged glances, a silent question lingering between them. What could Shangar possibly want with that madman? Zhou Yuan's office, though not particularly spacious, was exquisitely arranged, evoking no sense of the apocalyptic world outside. Everything one would expect from the pre-apocalypse era was present in his office. Zhou Yuan had unwavering trust in Leng Aoshang. He understood that if she dared to approach him regarding Professor Chen, it must be of utmost importance. Thus, he insisted on bringing Professor Chen into the fold. "Oh, you wish to borrow MF-899? You are aware of my latest research, but..." The young Professor Chen, clad in a pristine white lab coat, leaned back in his leather chair, a playful expression adorning his face, as if questioning her audacity. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, his stern visage displaying confusion. "What do you intend to do with MF-899? You must know it is an incredibly significant invention, one that the upper echelons of the base hold in high regard. Although still in the experimental phase, once completed, it will surpass any weapon from the pre-apocalyptic era. I needed to deal with a buffet called the Black Cat. Have you heard of it?" Leng Aoshang inquired, scrutinizing the expressions of the two men before her. Professor Chen shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Given that he spent his days sequestered in the research facility, it was unsurprising he was unaware of external happenings. Zhou Yuan, however, nodded, his expression remaining impassive. "This matter does not fall under my purview, and my knowledge is limited. I have heard that a teleportation device has been installed near the entrance of our base, capable of directly transporting individuals to that buffet." "A teleportation device? What sort of device?" Professor Chan and Oppo's interest peaked immediately, a frenzied gleam igniting in his eyes. Zhou Yuan observed him closely. "It is understandable that you have not heard of it, given that you have been cloistered in the research facility. A few boxes of meals were sent to the lab recently. They too originated from that buffet." Zhou Yuan briefly described the peculiar meals received by the personnel at the base, noting their inedibility and the fact that they had not spoiled despite being left unattended for an extended period. These strange meals were handed over to the researchers, but they yielded no results. Subsequently, the teleportation device was also examined, but no significant findings emerged. Since neither the meals nor the device posed any immediate threat to the base, the upper management had yet to issue any directives. What could they possibly discover? They should have reported this to me the moment they found it. Professor Chun scoffed, though his heart raced with excitement. Inedible meals and a teleportation device. Each term struck his heart like a hammer. He felt restless, eager to dive into research immediately. Sensing Professor Chen's urge to leave, Leng Aoshang interjected swiftly. "Professor, are you not curious about the mysterious powers of that buffet? To them, those phenomena may merely be the tip of the iceberg." She recounted the information she had gathered regarding the Black Cat buffet and her own experiences, omitting her suffocating encounter but detailing Dong Linhao's multiple electric shocks. Ultimately, she concluded, "If Taotai Pavilion's business is suffering, I can only imagine how troubling it must be for you as well. Taotai Pavilion used to be a gold mine, sending at least a third of its crystal cores to the research facility. Are you implying?" Professor Chen squinted, a particular girl's image surfacing in his mind. Could it be mere coincidence? Leng Aoshang coldly curved her lips. "I believe MF-899 can breach their defenses. Thus, I require your assistance." She had her sources cleverly concealed. Yet she had heard of MF-899, the lethal tank developed through the experimentation of countless ability users and crystal cores, a creation that transcended the understanding of pre-apocalyptic technology. However, utilizing the still experimental MF-899 necessitated the approval of high-ranking officials like Zhou Yuan, as well as the endorsement of Professor Chen, the primary researcher. This was precisely why she sought both of their aid. Zhou Yuan, who had always held Leng Aoshang in high esteem, quickly acquiesced to her request. Although Taodai Pavilion and the base functioned independently, and it was not yet time for monthly settlements, Zhou Yuan was unaware of the extent of the impact on Taotai Pavilion. However, having listened to Leng Aoshang's words, he recognized the need for serious consideration. With a hint of pride, Professor Chen's lips curled upward at Leng Aoshang's mention of MF-899, his most treasured creation. Its inherent energy was no longer mere ammunition. It was a newly synthesized force extracted from zombies, ability users, and crystal cores through numerous trials. This energy was neither the ability of the ability users nor the zombies, but an entirely new existence. Aside from researching that buffet and the teleportation device, what else might I gain? Though intrigued, Professor Chun and Appo's curiosity compelled him to ask further. A fierce glint flickered in Lung Aoshang and Appo's eyes as she slightly parted her crimson lips. How about using the owner of that establishment as your research subject? Deal. Chapter 70. The tanks arrived the following day. The Black Cat Buffet was bustling with activity. Fortunately, there was no need for Yumi to assist. The efficiency of the staff dressed in Black Cat mascot costumes, led by Ding Ding, was remarkably reassuring. Yumi sat behind the counter, languidly watching a television drama on a newly installed small TV that was exclusively for her use. The show, titled Your Highness and Amp, Appo's absolute favor, Sweetheart Miss Kisses fiercely, captivated her attention. Suddenly, the restaurant erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Yumi glanced over and noticed several tables near the entrance were the source of the commotion. What's that in the distance? Customer A inquired, squinting. It seems to be coming this way, but it's too far to see clearly, Customer B replied, furrowing his brow. Curiosity piqued. Several patrons craned their necks to peer outside, prompting Yumi to rise and approach the entrance. She pushed the door open and stepped outside, while Zhuang remained motionless at the threshold like a statue. The midday sun blazed overhead as Yumi shielded her eyes with one hand, gazing into the distance. Indeed, as the customers had speculated, a line of objects was approaching. As they drew nearer, Yumi and Appo's vision sharpened. Is that a tank? Although she had never seen a real tank before, she had certainly encountered them on television, and these were unmistakably reminiscent of tanks. Yet, something about them felt slightly off. Unable to articulate what was different, she nonetheless sensed an ominous presence emanating from the 5 approaching vehicles. Feeling apprehensive, Yumi turned and re-entered the buffet. What is happening outside, Yumi? Feng Yini hurriedly approached, inquiring. But before Yumi could respond, she rushed toward the exit, only to be stopped by Yumi. Members of the storm team were dining in the restaurant as well. Noticing the disturbance, Feng Junjie and others joined them, casting frequent glances toward the glass doors. Yumi succinctly relayed what she had observed and advised the patrons to remain inside for their safety. As the tanks drew closer, customers began to see more clearly. The newly upgraded restaurant was spacious, and not all patrons immediately recognized the unfolding situation. Initially, only those near the entrance noticed the tanks. But as they clustered near the glass doors, the commotion caught the attention of others throughout the restaurant. One by one, patrons approached the entrance to peer outside. Upon hearing Yumi's reassurance about safety, some began to feel anxious. Despite her assurances, a few patrons hastily departed through the portal, leaving the establishment. In an instant, a third of the diners had exited, while some remained, either wary or emboldened by tales of the Black Cat Buffet's confrontations with the light base, continuing to eat while observing the unfolding drama. After all, they could always use the portal to escape if necessary. Observing Yumi's nonchalant demeanor only served to further ease their worries. Yumi, should you need our assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Feng Junjie stated solemnly. Indeed, if trouble arises, I shall assist you in dealing with them, Feng Yini declared, raising her fist playfully, while the rest of the team nodded in agreement. Yumi smiled appreciatively at them, affirming that there was no cause for concern. After reassuring all the guests, she returned to her position behind the counter and resumed her show, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching tanks. Before long, the tanks halted near the Black Cat Buffet, coming alarmingly close. Behind the tanks trailed several military jeeps, for which a small group of individuals disembarked. The contingent was not large, lacking a throng of soldiers, comprising only a few key figures and some drivers of the MF-899. Cold A.O. Shuang and several members of her team were present, along with Commander Zhou Yuan, who certainly had to be there. A striking assembly of handsome men and beautiful women. They would have been a delightful sight under different circumstances. Even Professor Chun had joined them, eager to witness the MF-899's performance in its inaugural combat scenario beyond experimental trials. Upon disembarking, Cold A.O. Shuang cast a frosty gaze upon the Black Cat Buffet, its black and white lights flickering, outlining the silhouette of the cat mascot. Her eyes fell upon the black, cat-shaped mascot clad in security attire beneath the shimmering sign. Her heart a chill. Suddenly, a beautiful yet cruel smile graced her lips as she confirmed the partnership. She had taken the opportunity to inquire further about the MF-899 from Professor Chun, leaving her quite astonished. Though the MF-899 was still a work in progress, its terrifying capabilities had already surpassed the limits of human comprehension. She hoped that Yumi could endure a little longer. Otherwise, the fun would be over. Chapter 71. Is it abnormal for me to find killing unamusing? Zhao Duo. I command you to like me. You belong to me. Yumi, with great delight, watched a television drama where the male lead tenderly embraced the female lead. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Yet within her heart, a tumultuous turmoil brewed, akin to the musings of an aged man, a subway, and a mobile phone. Despite the commotion outside, Yumi maintained an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Outside, Lung Aoshang furrowed her brows in concern. Earlier, she had distinctly observed the elusive boss Yu emerge to investigate, only to retreat without further ado. Did she truly not care, or was it that she felt fear? Contemplating this, a glimmer of mockery danced in Lung Aoshang's eyes as she eagerly anticipated this game of cat and mouse. Let us remain outside. Do not allow anyone to enter. The interior of this restaurant harbors peculiarities. Any assault within could lead to electric shock or asphyxiation. Furthermore, recent intelligence suggests that the use of supernatural abilities or weaponry is rendered ineffective inside. Only by staying outside can we ensure our safety, Lung Aoshang stated coolly. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Zhou Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement and instructed his subordinates to prepare. Earlier, you mentioned that this buffet restaurant possesses a protective barrier, and that the owner is similarly shielded. Conventional weaponry and supernatural attacks are futile against it, Professor Chen remarked, his gaze fixed contemplatively upon the Black Cat buffet restaurant. Lung Aoshang harbored a distaste for Professor Chen, whose very presence was unsettling. Yet, she recognized that his assistance was paramount for their endeavor. Rather, it was the aid of MF-899 that they required. She glanced at Professor Chen and, with a slight nod, affirmed, indeed, it is said that the personnel from the Guangming base previously attempted this. Professor Chen stood nearby, his excitement palpable as he observed the unfolding events. This was the first genuine application of his research. His heart raced at the sight of the buffet restaurant. Electric shock, asphyxiation. He could sense the restaurant and amp, Oppo's uniqueness and yearned to uncover its secrets. A fervent desire to dissect and analyze consumed him, and he eagerly anticipated the performance of MF-899, which was not classified as conventional weaponry. With preparations complete, the tank's barrel aimed squarely at the buffet restaurant. Inside the buffet restaurant, Yumi felt a sense of unease as she addressed Zhao Duo. Do not look at me like that. Something may happen, and I will. Yumi's brow twitched involuntarily. What was this? How many times had it occurred? If they intended to attack, why must they announce it beforehand? The shouter and amp, Oppo's voice boomed with such volume that even the absence of a microphone could not diminish its impact, rendering her unable to hear the male lead and amp, Oppo's lines. Such preemptive declarations before an assault were utterly devoid of creativity. Yumi's inner turmoil rolled its eyes in exasperation. Forgive her for her lack of education. She simply could not fathom the mindset that compelled one to retaliate whenever wronged. Did the DNA of these individuals consist solely of violent tendencies? Was it merely because this world was apocalyptic that their thoughts turned so ruthless? Had she, in her previous life, adopted a similar mindset, she would have likely caused untold harm to her entire company. Was killing truly so exhilarating? Was it her abnormality that made her find it distasteful? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yumi rose and approached the glass door, stopping short without stepping outside. She merely wished to observe what these individuals intended to do. Upon noticing Yumi's presence on the other side of the glass door, the soldier tasked with shouting immediately perked up, redoubling his efforts to call for her surrender. The nature of the shouting was clear. It was an appeal for Yumi to capitulate. Meanwhile, Professor Chun, growing increasingly anxious, urged Zhou Yuan. Do not let him continue shouting. Quickly employ MF 899. Regardless of whether this woman surrenders, we must utilize MF 899 today. He longed to witness MF 899 dismantling the restaurant and oppos as protective barrier, thereby acquiring detailed data on its capabilities, a form of research in its own right. Contrarily, Lung Aoshang remained unfazed by the shouting. To demand surrender was merely a means of humiliation, and even if Yumi capitulated, she would not abandon her plans for attack today. Chapter 72. The enormous sphere of dark energy. The frigid gaze of Lung Aoshang pierced through to Yumi. Yet, to her disappointment, she did not see the expression she desired on the other's face. Strangely, Yumi's smile grew more radiant, her eyes nearly squinting shut in delight. A sense of mockery surged through Lung Aoshang's limbs, and she resolved to discover whether this woman would still be smiling moments later. With that thought, Lung Aoshang temporarily quelled her emotions, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. The men standing behind her, save for Dong Linhao, remained equally unfazed. For them, whatever Lung Aoshang set out to do was bound to succeed. However, Dong Linhao was already impatient, urging Zhou Yuan to act immediately. Eager to witness that wretched woman meet her demise in a shattering explosion, the memories of past humiliation and ridicule ignited a desire within him to dismember her completely. Upon hearing Dong Linhao's insistence, Zhou Yuan dismissed him with a cold glance, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the buffet restaurant before him. When the soldiers returned from their call, Zhou Yuan calmly stated, "Commence." With that, he entered the tank. As soon as his words left his lips, the 5 iron beasts stirred to life, their cannons slightly elevating to aim at the 2-story black cat buffet. Professor Chun, with a maniacal grin twisting his features, exclaimed, "It's here, my most magnificent creation." In the next moment, the 5 tanks did not unleash the expected shells. Instead, they conjured an immense sphere of dark energy from their muzzles. A thunderous roar echoed as it shot forth with astonishing speed, although Yumi lacked understanding of armored vehicles. The velocity of these colossal dark energy spheres was enough to astonish any onlooker. So swift was the dark energy that it eluded the naked eye, leaving Yumi to watch in rapt attention as 5 shadowy spheres hurtled toward the buffet. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Lung Aoshang's lips curled in a proud smirk. Dong Linhao's eyes widened with glee. Professor Chen remained maniacally ecstatic, and Zhou Yuan blinked impassively. Meanwhile, Yumi stifled a yawn, her eyes glistening with a hint of tears. In the next heartbeat, it felt as if the world had fallen into silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air, for nothing transpired. Everything occurred so rapidly that the expressions of Lung Aoshang and the others could not transform in time. Moments later, the smile that had graced Lung Aoshang's lips gradually faded, replaced by an expression that was ineffable. Shock, discontent, incredulity. The powerful sphere of black energy merely floated and dissipated against the walls and glass doors. Impossible. No defense could withstand the might of the MF 899. All were astounded by the recent spectacle. Professor Chun was particularly unable to accept it. His MF 899. How could anything on this planet withstand the MF 899 and emerge unscathed? After stifling her yawn, Yumi turned back into the restaurant, where she found many patrons peering outside. Numerous individuals regretted not fleeing when they witnessed the tank unleash an energy sphere they had never seen before. The sheer potency of that sphere was palpable to the naked eye. Yet, their efforts to escape were far too slow compared to the speed of the energy sphere. Incredible. Such vast energy rendered the Black Cat buffet untouched. Feng Nianyi, brimming with excitement, rushed to Yumi's side. Yumi offered no elaborate explanation, merely smiled and reassured her customers, encouraging them to relax. After witnessing the earlier event, the patrons genuinely felt at ease. Although they did not comprehend the nature of the tank and Oppo's emission, the fact that such energy could be thwarted filled them with confidence in the Black Cat buffet. Returning to the counter, Yumi resumed her engagement with the television, where the protagonists embraced once more. Yet, she found herself unable to fully immerse in the narrative. reflecting instead on the astonishing scene she had just witnessed. The tank had not fired a shell, but had unleashed an unprecedented energy entity, reminiscent of weapons from science fiction film. Could it be a new invention from the origin base? Were they testing their weaponry on a restaurant? Recalling the upgraded protective shield from her recent elevation to level 3, Yumi couldn't help but sigh. Ah, how pitiful their Lung Aoshang watched as Yumi, yawning, departed, her fists clenching instinctively. Coldly, she addressed Zhou Yuan, who had just emerged from the tank beside her. Try again. Yes, yes. Try again. Professor Chun echoed, snapping back to reality. He could hardly believe the MF-899 had produced such results. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, preparing to issue the order again. But before he could speak, a voice resonated from the surroundings, identifying attacker, initiating punitive expulsion. In the next instant, Zhou Yuan felt a black shadow flash before him, something striking his abdomen, sending waves of pain throughout his body. Chapter 73. The mighty cat's rising dragon fist. In an instant, Zhou Yuan felt as if his body had been struck numerous times, each blow accompanied by a jolt of electricity that stimulated every inch of his skin and every nerve ending, plunging him into a state of excruciating pain. The opponent was so formidable that he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Ultimately, he felt a fierce strike to his abdomen that propelled him upward, sending him soaring through the air. His internal organs felt as though they had been crushed by a truck, inflicting unbearable agony. As he ascended, he expelled a mouthful of gastric fluid. Pain, pain, pain. This was the sole thought echoing in the chaos of Zhou Yuan and Appo's mind. Lung Aoshang also witnessed the dark figure charging towards Zhou Yuan. Its speed was blinding. By the time she reacted and launched an icy blade at the shadow, she realized Zhou Yuan had already been sent flying into the air. The shadow moved with such swiftness that her icy blade could not possibly connect. Just as she prepared to unleash a second attack, she felt a blur before her eyes as the shadow and Appo's afterimage appeared right in front of her. Zhou Yuan, in the midst of his suffering, experienced a blurring of vision and an uncontrollable dizziness as he plummeted downward. In his fleeting moment of awareness, he vaguely perceived the shadow darting around Lung Aoshang. Just as he lost consciousness upon hitting the ground, he saw Lung Aoshang, much like himself, being struck into the air by the shadow. Lung Aoshang felt a familiar sensation of pain, though this time it was intensified. Her limbs convulsed with agony, and the muscles of her face twisted grotesquely, losing their former beauty. What was attacking her? What entity could strike her so many times in such a brief moment, targeting her vulnerabilities with precision? With a violent crash, Lung Aoshang fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and coughed up blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. However, just before losing consciousness, she glimpsed a black cat doll clad in a security uniform, wielding a baton that crackled with purple electricity, standing before her. The men Dong Fu, Lu, and Lu witnessed the moment Lung Aoshang was struck and immediately unleashed their powers in response. Within mere moments, they met the same fate as Lung Aoshang and Zhou Yuan. What on earth is happening? Professor Chun shouted in terror, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Observing the fallen figures of Lung Aoshang and Zhou Yuan, along with the imposing black cat doll standing before them, he stumbled back in fear. Command! The soldiers in the tank scrambled out, rushing towards Zhou Yuan. Covered in dust and blood from his fall, Zhou Yuan's once handsome face was contorted in pain. His features twisted as if out of alignment. It's that thing. Hurry, capture that thing. Professor Chun, drenched in sweat and filled with a mix of fear and excitement, shouted at the soldiers, his words tumbling out in a rush, almost causing him to sputter. He was determined to capture the black cat doll for further examination. The soldiers hesitated, yet due to Professor Chun and Appo's standing within the base, they complied with his orders. Initially intending to leave 2 soldiers to protect the unconscious Zhou Yuan and Lung Aoshang, they ultimately followed Professor Chen's insistence that everyone go. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers advanced toward the imposing black cat doll. During this time, the doll remained motionless, as if returning to a state of being merely a toy. The enormous black cat doll appeared adorably innocuous. Soon, it was encircled by nearly 20 soldiers, all of whom were on high alert. Acutely aware of the overwhelming power that had incapacitated Zhou Yuan and Lung Aoshan. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly, Professor Chen urged from the rear, prompting the soldiers, albeit reluctantly, to press forward. All at once, they unleashed their powers at the Black Cat doll. Professor Chen, filled with anticipation, watched intently, his hands nervously rubbing together as he anxiously implored them not to break it. Before he could finish his thought, a series of explosive sounds erupted, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The soldiers who had surrounded the Black Cat doll collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. What just happened? Professor Chen stumbled back several paces, landing on the ground, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Before he could collect his thoughts, a thunderous roar filled the air. At that moment, the glass doors of the Black Cat buffet swung open, and Yumi emerged with a gentle smile, walking slowly towards Professor Chen. She approached him, her voice soft and melodic, saying, "You should be grateful you didn't end amp. Oppose," he engaged directly. Professor Chen felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of her smile. Despite its warmth, an unsettling sensation gripped him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, his entire being taut with anxiety, as though he were a bowstring pulled to its limit. Chapter 74. Struck by lightning, what does this mean? Professor Chen was reluctant to reveal his disheveled and fearful demeanor to the other party. He desperately tried to control his voice, not wanting to show any signs of weakness, yet his words still came out haltingly. He feigned calmness as he slowly stood up, brushing off his relatively clean white coat, and cast an inquisitive glance at the smiling Yumi. Yumi continued to smile, her expression devoid of any cracks. To an ordinary observer, her smile appeared gentle. However, for reasons unknown to him, Professor Chen found it somewhat sinister. The smile, lacking depth and light in her eyes, was disconcerting. If this girl were to paint her face white and add rouge and lipstick, he would feel as though he were facing a paper effigy grinning back at him. What does it mean? Yumi seemed to find amusement in his confusion, her smile brightening further as she replied, "Did you not see? That's precisely what it means." As she spoke, she pointed upwards with a slender finger. The rumbling thunder echoed once more, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Professor Chen looked up, his breath taken away. A vast expanse of layered dark clouds had appeared in the sky, which was rapidly growing overcast. Within those clouds, streaks of lightning danced like serpents, vividly purple. Strangely, these storm clouds were not positioned in the typical way. They lingered far from the actual sky, hovering directly above the self-service restaurant. The area of the storm clouds was not extensive, forming a circle approximately 10 meters in diameter centered around the Black Cat buffet. Yet, beyond that 10-meter radius, the sky remained bright, the sun shining high above with no trace of darkness. The black clouds churned ominously, the purple lightning flashing within them reflecting in Professor Chen and Appo's as pupils. Before he could utter another word, suddenly, streaks of purple lightning descended upon the ground like a torrential downpour. The thunder crashed across the heavens. Professor Chen shouted, tilting his head back. He felt certain that he was finished. Being struck by lightning would surely spell his doom. With his speed, he could barely take 2 steps to escape. He sensed that these bolts of lightning were unlike any he had encountered before. Their sheer energy was palpable even to the naked eye. Instinctively, Professor Chen shut his eyes, his muscles tensing in anticipation of death. Help! It hurts! Just kill me already. The anticipated demise and the searing pain he expected did not arrive. Instead, he was met with a chorus of anguished cries. Professor Chen abruptly opened his eyes. How could this be? He looked around to see that everyone who had previously collapsed was now jolted awake by the lightning, resembling worms crushed beneath a hammer, desperately writhing. Among them were soldiers, including members of the Snow Lotus team. The air was filled with cries of agony and despair. He could see the pain etched on their faces, a torment that seemed to have stripped them of their will to live. As the purple lightning fell like a deluge, it struck him as well, yet he felt no different. Curiously, he extended his palm, and, indeed, a bolt of lightning struck his hand. Yet, he felt not a single sensation, as if nothing had transpired, as if the lightning were but a figment of his imagination. Professor Chen's teeth began to chatter, the heart-wrenching wails echoing in his ears, as if he had descended into a hell teeming with malevolent spirits. Had they truly been struck by lightning? If they had, how could they still be alive? They should have been reduced to cinders. Yet, these individuals appeared unchanged, lacking any signs of burns or injuries from the lightning. But how could their visible pain be explained? These people were all formidable ability users, their physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He had conducted numerous experiments and was well aware of the strength and tenacity of ability users. Moreover, they were not weaklings. Take Zhou Yuan, for instance. The notion of him crying out in pain seemed utterly implausible. He would wager that Zhou Yuan would endure even the most severe torture without uttering a sound of distress. He was a man of extraordinary willpower. His gaze shifted back to Zhou Yuan, who, at that moment, bore no resemblance to his usual aloof and handsome self. The expression on his face, typically as unchanging as a playing card, was now contorted in agony, as if he were enduring unspeakable torment, his body convulsing. Saliva dripping from his mouth as he continued to scream in pain. A soft giggle from a woman drew Professor Chen's attention once more. He fought to suppress his fear and turned to face the girl again, who smiled as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Rest assured, no one will die. We have about 2 more minutes before this concludes, Yumi said casually, as if she were announcing that dinner would be served in 2 minutes. Suddenly, Professor Chen recalled her earlier words. He should be grateful he had not gotten his hands dirty. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, upon arriving here today, he had not laid a finger on anyone, while they had. Yumi smiled, seemingly unperturbed by Professor Chen's changing demeanor, and continued in a light tone, I, too, wish to have a word with you. Professor Chen instinctively swallowed hard. Yumi stepped forward a couple of paces, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you wish to know the secret of Long Aoshuang? Chapter 75. The secrets of space revealed before him. The girl wore a gentle smile, yet Professor Chen instinctively sensed danger. He instinctively took a step back, only for the girl to advance another step closer. Professor Chen retreated once more, but the girl persisted in her approach. Realizing this, he ceased his retreat and instead calmed himself to ponder the girl's words. The secret of Long Aoshuang? He was not naive. He was well aware that Long Aoshuang harbored secrets, having previously tested the waters, and he knew this secret was significant. Many speculated that Long Aoshuang might be concealing her status as a high-level spatial ability user. However, he found this notion laughable. Having studied spatial abilities, his intuition told him that the truth was far more complex. He had once considered inviting Long Aoshuang to the Research Institute for examination, but that was merely a fleeting thought. He could not act against Long Aoshuang, as the immense benefits brought to the origin base by the Shuilian team and the Taodai Pavilion meant that those at the top would never permit any harm to come to her. It could be said that a significant portion of the Institute's core resources stemmed from the lucrative dealings with the Taodai Pavilion. Professor Chen raised his gaze towards Yumi, who had, at some point, opened her eyes wide, her smile still bright. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, amidst the relentless thunder and cries of agony surrounding them. After several tense seconds, Professor Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again, inquiring, "Oh, what secrets does she possess?" Yumi regarded the seemingly composed Professor Chen with amusement, finding his demeanor particularly comical. Nevertheless, she maintained her smile, refusing to let it falter. Her voice carried a playful tone as she replied, "Does Professor Chen not know? I assumed someone as astute as you would have already discerned the truth. And even if I have, what of it? Do you not harbor secrets of your own? Whether it be your restaurant or the encounter we had previously involving your blue protective shield. Aren't these all secrets?" Professor Chen's tone turned ominous and perilous. Yet Yumi merely smiled, saying, "Of course I have secrets, but..." She gestured towards a crowd, still being struck by lightning. "You are utterly powerless against me." With that, her smile grew even more radiant. "I know what you intend, Professor Chen. Rather than waste time on me, why not shift your focus to another project?" Upon hearing her words, Professor Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously and replied, "Speak. I am listening." Yumi and Appos, S gaze drifted towards Lung Aoshang, who was being bombarded by countless lightning strikes. And she lightly continued, "Have you heard of portable spaces?" No, he had not. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Professor Chun. Could this woman truly be aware of Lung Aoshang's secret? "I have not heard of it, but I am familiar with spatial ability users," he stated. "Well, it's somewhat similar," Yumi said as she took another step closer to him. This time, Professor Chun surprisingly did not back away. Yumi positioned herself beside him, both standing in opposite directions. The thunder continued to rumble, and the violet lightning drowned out all surrounding sounds. If anyone were still conscious in the vicinity, they would only see Yumi's face adorned with a serene smile, her lips moving as if whispering something. In contrast, Professor Chun, standing opposite her, wore a peculiar expression, his eyes widening with growing excitement. The sky above the Black Cat Buffet once again flooded with light as the layers of ominous clouds dispersed, revealing the blazing sun. The wails of distress gradually faded, leaving behind a ground littered with lifeless figures akin to discarded dolls. Yumi curled her lips into a smirk, activating her identification abilities to scan the massive tanks nearby. Instantly, all information regarding the tanks was laid bare before her. Indeed, they were in a state of disrepair. The upgraded defense systems were nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 76. Professor Chin's Peculiarities. Professor Chun, would you prefer to take them away once they awaken, or should I, in a moment of benevolence, escort you? Yumi inquired, her voice soft and a smile gracing her lips. However, Professor Chin's gaze remained fixed on the proud and aloof Shuang, his hands trembling with excitement. "We will make our own way once they awaken," he declared. He surmised that Yumi intended to teleport them directly, and he did not believe that her kindness would yield favorable results. Moreover, he required these individuals to protect him on his return to the base. He could not embark on the journey alone. He could not allow Shuang to be teleported away. Losing her would pose significant complications. "Do as you wish," Yumi said, turning away and returning to the buffet restaurant, disregarding the chaos outside. Upon entering the restaurant, she was immediately surrounded by customers, all exclaiming about the recent events that had transpired outside. Yumi exchanged a few polite smiles with the patrons before retreating behind the counter, leaving them to fervently discuss the happenings. The topics of discussion revolve around the earlier occurrences: Taotai Pavilion, tanks, Snow Lotus Squad, guard cats, beatings, and thunder, among others. This buffet restaurant is truly remarkable. That summoning thunder could only belong in an immortal cultivation novel. Feng Nian exclaimed, animatedly gesturing at the counter. Yumi maintained a calm exterior, though internally she found the exaggeration amusing. The dark clouds were merely situated above the restaurant and hardly constituted a manifestation of thunder from the heavens. At that moment, Feng Junjie and his companions approached, and he swiftly grabbed his sister by the scruff of her neck, pulling her back. "What are you doing?" she protested, glaring at her brother. Feng Junjie could only shake his head in resignation before turning his attention to Yumi. "I never expected the base would send that as well." "That?" Yumi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did that refer to the tanks?" She inquired. "Are the customers referring to those tanks? Are they particularly renowned?" Feng Junjie's expression wavered slightly before he leaned closer to the counter and whispered, "I have only heard rumors, but if I am correct, they're the latest weapons developed by the Research Institute." Zheng Qian chimed in. "Indeed, it is said that they were developed by Professor Chun and Appo's team. Very few in the base are aware of this. We stumbled upon the information quite by chance." Yumi rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She had taken a moment to assess Professor Chun, but due to the extensive and intricate nature of his dossier, she had only managed to glance at a few lines. The information indicated that he specialized in biology, yet unexpectedly had ventured into the realm of developing advanced weaponry. Curiosity piqued, Yumi voiced her thoughts. "I assumed Professor Chun was solely interested in biological research. I did not realize he could manufacture tanks." Feng Junjie shook his head, lowering his voice once more. "No, Professor Chun does not construct tanks. However, it is said that he has developed a rare energy source, which has been designated as MF899, rumored to be exceptionally powerful. I have not heard much more about it." Yumi nodded in acknowledgement, her thoughts aligning with Feng Junjie's words. The information he provided coincided with what she had gleaned from her brief examination of the tanks. No wonder the name of the creator was absent from the tanks and oppos. Exterior, instead. She discovered his name inscribed on a glowing core within. According to the assessment, that core was the heart of the tank. In essence, the tanks were not named MF-899. Rather, MF-899 served as the core energy that powered the tanks, their heart. The energy that had attacked the Black Cat Buffet restaurant was of a magnitude beyond comprehension. Having absorbed her brother's words, Feng Yin eagerly wriggled free from his grasp, scrambling back to the counter, exclaiming, "We have speculated whether Professor Chun conducts experiments on ability users or mutated species to have developed MF-899. With that, she darted back behind the counter, leaning in to whisper a supposed secret to Yumi, though her voice was anything but quiet. Let me tell you, Professor Chun is an exceptionally eccentric individual. We refer to him as the White Coat Maniac." White Coat Maniac. Yumi recalled her 2 encounters with Professor Chun, during which he had indeed donned a white coat. She smiled and asked, "Why do you call him that?" As if anticipating her question, Feng Yin's excitement surged, her expression brimming with gossip. "You aren't aware, are you? It is said that Professor Chun wears a white coat all year round. No one has ever seen him in anything else. Rumor has it that his wardrobe consists entirely of white coats. Isn't it simply because he often conducts research, and wearing a white coat is more convenient?" Yumi inquired, puzzled. Yumi, do not be so naive. This is not for convenience. It is a quirk. He wears each coat for just a day, discarding it afterwards. It is said that he has been like this even before the apocalypse, extremely obsessive about cleanliness. Although there were plenty of white coats available to him before the apocalypse, the present circumstances are quite different. Zheng Qian interjected, affirming her observations. Exactly. Feng Yin nodded vigorously. To ensure he has a fresh white coat daily. The base has dispatched multiple teams to scour for materials, even in particularly dangerous areas rife with zombies. Countless ability users and teams have sacrificed themselves for his pristine white coat. The base indulges him, after all. As she spoke, Feng Yin disdainfully curled her lip. If it were just him, it would be one thing, but he insists that his entire team also wear white coats year-round, claiming that not doing so would be a desecration of their identity as researchers. I nearly rolled my eyes when I heard that. Furthermore, when they were trapped in the L City Research Institute, there was a rescue team sent to help them. The journey was fraught with peril. Yet Professor Chun insisted that the team members retrieve clean white coats for him. With the difficulties of travel, demanding them to search for white coats was sheer torment. It is said that the other researchers in the team were fed up with being dirty and wanted to change into sportswear they found nearby. But Professor Chun berated them mercilessly. Fortunately, our team had other tasks and did not undertake that rescue mission. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly exasperated. Chapter 77. The disheartening business of the Feast Pavilion. Yumi pondered silently. Professor Chun appeared to be quite eccentric, and indeed, his peculiarities confirmed her suspicions. Was he a collector of white lab coats? That did not seem right, for he wore each one only for a day. After conversing for a while with the members of the Storm Squad, mainly listening to Feng Yin's incessant chatter, with the others chiming in occasionally, she was regaled with gossip delivered with great enthusiasm. After indulging in the trivialities for some time, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and Yumi decided it was time to leave the restaurant and retreat to her room for a brief respite. She was uncertain whether the individuals at the entrance had departed or how Professor Chun had dealt with them. Nevertheless, she found herself indifferent to their fate. Whether they left or lingered, it mattered little. If they were still present in the morning, she would simply have the system transport her away. Half a month later, the Feast Pavilion was eerily quiet, as if one could hear a pin drop. Several waitresses clad in kipeos stood in a disciplined manner within. One of them could not suppress a yawn, and soon, as if caught in a contagion, the others followed suit. Suddenly, a piercing gaze struck them, causing their bodies to tense involuntarily. They turned instinctively toward the source of the icy stare, and their shock deepened upon recognizing their manager. The head waitress, her voice trembling, lowered her head in greeting. Cold A.O. Shuang descended the staircase with a frosty expression, followed closely by Fui Xuan. She surveyed the staff below with a gaze as sharp as a blade, her voice laced with a hint of cruelty as she declared. If you are so lax during working hours, do not expect to receive your wages this month. The waitresses, anxious and desperate, were well aware that when cold AO Shuang said, "do not expect," she meant it. It was no empty threat. They relied on their salaries to survive, and a month without their crystal cores would be insurmountable. They had not been slacking off. A mere yawn was hardly a crime. Besides, the lack of customers made the atmosphere unbearably dull. Despite their inner turmoil and discontent, none dared to voice their grievances. They knew they were but insignificant ants before their employer. While crystal cores were vital, their lives were paramount. Fu Yishuan, standing behind cold AO Shuang, gently wrapped his arms around her, as if to offer comfort. "Ao Shuang, don't let your anger consume you," he said softly. Cold AO Shuang and Appo's gaze fell to the delicate, pale hands entwined in her own. She raised her hand to intertwine her fingers with his and replied, "Do not worry, I am fine." However, despite her reassurances, Fu Yishuan felt no sense of relief. Instead, he tightened his embrace. He understood that cold AO Shuang had been in a foul mood since the incident half a month ago. After a brief moment, cold AO Shuang gently tapped Fu Yishuan's hand, signaling him to release her. The two descended the stairs, surrounded by waitresses who dared not make a sound, fearful of further inciting their manager's displeasure, wishing they could vanish into thin air. Cold AO Shuang stood in the center of the empty dining hall, surveying the meticulously arranged round tables and chairs. Not a single customer was present. For half a month, the feast pavilion had seen no business. Lost in thought, her hands clenched at her sides, forming tight fists, as a tempest seemed to brew in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, a timid waitress entered the hall, accompanied by a soldier clad in camouflage. "A manager. This soldier says he is here to see you." The soldier promptly interjected, "Captain Cold, I was sent by Captain Zhou to request your presence." "What does Zhou Yuan want with me?" Cold AO Shuang inquired. The soldier hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Several of the higher-ups have messages to convey." Chapter 78. A conversation between two. Cold Ao Shang furrowed her brow, a fire igniting within her heart yet unable to manifest. She merely addressed the young soldier who had come to convey the message with a frosty demeanor. "I shall be there shortly." Cold Ao Shang sensed that the arrival of several administrators was undoubtedly ominous, yet she resolved to ascertain the situation firsthand. Before long, Cold Ao Shang briefed her companions and made her solitary way to Zhou Yuan and Appo's office. The atmosphere in Zhou Yuan and Appo's office was tranquil, with only him standing by the window, gazing outside. Upon hearing her approach, Zhou Yuan turned to face her, his expression far from pleasant. His typically impassive countenance was now shrouded in shadows. He gestured for Cold Ao Shang to take a seat and promptly delved into the matter at hand. The higher-ups were dissatisfied with the amount submitted by the Tasty Pavilion. Cold Ao Shang and Appo's demeanor grew even colder as she replied, "You are well aware of the recent state of affairs at the Tasty Pavilion." Zhou Yuan nodded, his voice low and somber. "I understand, and I will explain on your behalf." However, he was acutely aware that the Tasty Pavilion's protection by the origin base was solely due to the benefits it provided. Yet, should those benefits cease to exist, the consequences would be predictable. Cold Ao Shang let out a cold laugh, her heart ablaze with indignation. This month, the Tasty Pavilion's revenue was dismal, incurring significant losses even in labor costs, leaving no profit to speak of. The amount submitted was already a sum she had reluctantly contributed from her own pocket to save face. Those wretched individuals above. She could not fathom how they could be oblivious to the Tasty Pavilion's plight. A group that merely thrived in shadows, reaping financial rewards without lifting a finger when needed. When I initially offered 50% of the Tasty Pavilion's profits, those individuals were not so disdainful. Zhou Yuan remained silent in response to Cold Ao Shang and Appo's words. After a brief pause, he slowly resumed, "The higher-ups are quite angry over our previous unauthorized operation. Recalling the disastrous mission from half a month ago, the outcome was catastrophic. Most critically, the base and Appo's most vital weapon, the MF-899, have been entirely destroyed, largely due to his facilitation of Cold Ao Shang and Appo's mobilization of the MF-899. The memory of those lightning strikes. During retrieval, everything had seemed intact, but upon closer inspection, they discovered the tanks could not be restarted, revealing that the internal drives and the core MF-899 had all malfunctioned to an extent beyond repair. Everyone was astounded. The MF-899 was no ordinary core. Countless tests conducted by the Research Institute had shown no known method to damage it. Yet now they all suddenly realized it was the lightning. The higher-ups were furious, but they dared not direct their ire at Professor Chun, for they still required his expertise. Thus, they could only blame Zhou Yuan for his unauthorized use of the MF-899. His previously held powers had been largely rescinded, though his position remained. It was now merely a facade. Cold Aoshang understood that the failure of the mission 2 weeks prior, which led to the total loss of the MF-899, had left the higher-ups exceedingly displeased with her. They believed that it was she who incited Zhou Yuan and Professor Chun, resulting in the current predicament. Cold Aoshang knew that had it not been for the substantial benefits brought by the Tasty Pavilion, those individuals would have turned against her long ago. Yet, given the Tasty Pavilion's current adversity, it appeared she would need to contemplate alternative paths. The origin base was no longer a place for prolonged stay. Although they might still be cautious of her formidable strength, the Tasty Pavilion's fortunes had waned. The higher-ups, deprived of benefits, might turn against her at any moment. How infuriating! The thought of abandoning everything she had painstakingly built within the origin base filled her with resentment. The image of Yumi's face ignited an endless fury within Cold Aoshang. It was all her fault. Cold Aoshang closed her eyes, suppressing her wrath, and sought to regain her composure. If departure was inevitable, meticulous planning was essential. She recalled her spatial abilities and the perishable items within, as well as the means to upgrade her space. It seemed it was time to consider an upgrade, after all. Chapter 79. Zhou Qian's discontent with the Taotai Pavilion cold and aloof. Shuang walked alone through the streets of the origin base, her mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she halted briefly before hastening her pace once more. Ahead, a tall man stood at a stall, his elegant features illuminated by the light. His slender, fair hands were delicately examining an item. "Are you here to buy something? Allow me to gift it to you." Shuang's voice unexpectedly bore a hint of warmth. Tang Jue, hearing the voice beside him, lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing Shuang, he felt an imperceptible frown crease his brow. Her again, this woman has been appearing far too frequently of late. An odd sensation lingered in Tang Jue's heart. He felt as though their encounters were deliberate, and each time she sought to draw closer to him, leaving him quite unsettled. He was not oblivious. He could clearly see the nostalgia and possessiveness in her eyes. Doubts crept into his mind. Was it possible he had misremembered? Yet, after ruminating on it repeatedly, he was certain he had never met Shuang before. His heart belonged solely to Qianqian. He could never harbor feelings for another woman. Thus, he had consistently evaded her presence. Yet, he had not anticipated their encounter today. Shaking his head, he declined Shuang and Appo's offer. Unperturbed by his silence, she shifted her gaze to the item in his hand, and her pupils contracted. A hairpin in his grasp was a hairpin shaped like a purple flower, adorned with shimmering crystals. Exquisitely beautiful. Understanding dawned on Shuang. A man like Tang Jue would never purchase such a girlish accessory for himself. Her tone turned icy. Her eyes seemed to burn holes into the hairpin as jealousy seeped into her voice. Is it meant for someone else? This time, Tang Jue replied, Qianqian and Appo's hairpin is broken. I thought to gift her a new one. As he spoke, he retrieved a single packet of cookies from his pocket and presented it to the stall owner. Will this suffice? Absolutely. The vendor beamed, accepting the offering. However, Shuang's spirits plummeted once more. Why was it always for that woman? What was so special about her? She possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely a heart that overflowed with kindness. Despair clouded Shuang's gaze as she looked at Tang Jue, love evident in her eyes. Yet, he seemed oblivious to her expression, turning away and departing. Watching his retreating figure, Shuang and Appo's lips trembled as she softly murmured, Tang Jue, Tang De Ruan, Runju, Aju my, Aju. Once Tang Jue had distanced himself, he exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the hairpin in his hand. A gentle smile gracing his handsome features. He exited the base and made his way towards the teleportation portal at the entrance. A queue of several individuals awaited entry into the portal. When it was his turn, he scanned the barcode on his arm and stepped through. In an instant, he found himself within the doors of the Black Cat Buffet. As he strolled through the spacious hall, a familiar sweet voice called out to him. "Dr. Tang, over here, over here, we're over here." Tang Jue lifted his gaze to a nearby table, smiling as he approached. The two seats beside Zhou Qian were occupied, so he took a seat opposite her and handed her the hairpin. Upon seeing the beautiful hairpin, Zhou Qian's doe-like eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted it. Placing it in her hair, "Thank you, Dr. Tang. I love it. You're the best to me." Beside her, Tong Junlong tenderly ruffled Zhou Qian's hair. "Qian, you look lovely," he remarked before turning to Tang Jue. "So, you were delayed because you went to buy a hairpin for Qian?" Tang Jue nodded noncommittally. "Ah, you certainly know how to flatter." Wang Zifei smirked, his tone laced with annoyance. "Hey, you better not scold Dr. Tang." Zhou Qian pouted, glaring at Wang Zifei. "Woman, you." Seeing Wang Zifei's fierce demeanor, Zhou Qian chose to ignore him, turning back to Tang Jue with a bright smile. "Dr. Tang, you must eat. You must be starving. The dishes here are all delicious." With that, Zhou Qian cupped her face in her hands, her expression one of pure bliss. Indeed, Tang Jue was hungry, so he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat.